Well, good morning. My name is Tony Long. I'm the CEO at Global Fishing Watch, and I've been asked to moderate this morning's panel, a fantastic panel where we're going to talk about the challenges of sustainable fisheries and IUU fishing. So good morning to the distinguished delegates and colleagues and friends. I'm sure we will continue to fill up. It's a little bit of a family event at the moment. I'm hoping that you can pass on the good news to the others that have chosen different events. We're going to focus on the critical and persistent threat to our ocean's health and the collective well-being of illegal, unreported fishing. IUU fishing not only threatens marine biodiversity, but it distorts the global seafood markets. It undermines the legal livelihoods that can be made from fishing. It contributes to the broader environmental and social injustices. In recent years, we've seen progress being made. There are good news stories, but the progress that we're making is not fast. We need to see further investment in the Port State Measures Agreement and stronger Port State controls. We want to see improving traceability. We want to see more investment and use of innovative monitoring technologies and ultimately greater and clearer regional cooperation. There is a lot more to be done. So today's session brings together leading voices from government, from civil society and from international institutions. And these individuals are shaping the policy and leading the implementation, and we're very fortunate to have you all here today, so thank you. Let me do some brief introductions. Excuse me. So first, young Riley Kim is chair of the South Pacific Regional Fisheries Management Organization and also a senior official in Korea's Ministry of Ocean and Fisheries. She's playing now a leading role in the multilateral fisheries governance across the fisheries management organizations and has really extensive experience in compliance issues and in international cooperation. Thank you for joining us. Well, Ms. Beth Lowell from Oceana in the USA. She's a veteran conservation advocate who has led significant and impactful campaigns to strengthen seafood traceability and combat IUU fishing through proper and effective policy reform and public engagement. Thank you. The Honourable Minister Amelia Arthur joins us from Ghana. She is the Minister for Fisheries and Agriculture and is already in a short time as Minister leading ocean policy with a strong commitment around governance and capacity development and coastal community resilience. Thank you for joining us. The Director General of Maritime Affairs and Fisheries at the European Commission, Ms. Charlina Vicheva. Clearly the EU and under her leadership is a central architect of EU fisheries and IUU policy and a real strong advocate for international enforcement cooperation. And then Dr. Yemi Olayungtui. I knew I'd stumble over that. I'm sorry. Head of Social Policy at the Marine Stewardship Council. She's worked to expand certification and sustainability frameworks that empower small-scale fisheries and ensure that the social component is included in certification schemes. This is a fantastic panel, and we're going to really draw on the insights around policy reform, innovation, enforcement, and collaboration. And I hope today you can see where your role is in joining with what you hear and how you can change the way that you are doing things in order to bring this international collaboration together. It's our ocean, our action. It's time for that action. So we're going to move to a hearing from each of our speakers, just 4 or 5 minutes each, around sustainable fisheries and combating IUU fishing. First, we'll start with you, Kylie. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Long, for that kind introduction. Good morning, distinguished delegates and colleagues. It's a real privilege to be here today alongside leaders who have been at the forefront of tackling IUU fishing. Having had the opportunity to work with regional fisheries management organizations over the last 15 years, I have seen firsthand the critical role of international cooperation every step of the way, from catching to landing to market. This morning, I'd like to share some thoughts on how we can bring regional collaboration, new technologies, and effective port-based enforcement together, because only when these efforts are aligned can we move toward truly sustainable fisheries. The journey towards sustainability really begins at sea. RFMOs play a central role in making that possible. They adopt science-based conservation measures, including catch limits, decide how fishing opportunities are shared, and oversees how those rules are followed. Over time, RFMOs have expanded their toolbox to meet new and emerging challenges. We now see harvest strategies, advanced monitoring surveillance systems, compliance reviews, and ecosystem-based approaches becoming common. But these tools only work if members are committed and enforce the rules on an even keel. A well-regulated fishery needs more than just good policies on paper. It needs real-time tools like vessel monitoring systems, onboard observers, and catch documentation to track what's really happening at sea. However, despite these advances, significant gaps remain. Take FAO 41 area in the Southwest Atlantic, for example. There's no RFMO in operation. That means it's up to flag states to make sure their vessels follow international conservation standards. When that doesn't happen, irresponsible practices in gap areas can undermine progress made elsewhere. That's why no part of the ocean should remain a blind spot simply because there is no management body exists yet. Sustainability doesn't end at sea. It has to be enforced when fish are landed too. That's where the FAO Port State Measures, or the PSMA, comes in. The PSMA gives port states the authority to inspect foreign vessels and to deny entry or landing if there are signs of IUU fishing. But for the PSMA to work, we need both broad participation and strong enforcement. If a vessel is turned away at one port, it shouldn't be able to just move down the coast and find a safe haven elsewhere. We need a truly global, coordinated port inspection system, one that closes loopholes, strengthens standards, and ensures there are no weak links across jurisdictions. Many coastal developing states are on the front line of IUU fishing. Their waters are rich in resources, but often lack the monitoring tools and capacities to protect them. To really tackle this, we need to prioritize building capacity, training inspectors, sharing surveillance data, supporting legal reforms, and investing in monitoring infrastructure. But support needs to be predictable, long-term, and grounded in the realities of each region. True sustainability doesn't come from fragmented efforts. It comes from creating a level playing field where everybody has the tools, abilities, and commitment to enforce the rules effectively. Finally, emerging technologies are giving us powerful new tools. Electronic monitoring systems, satellite-based analytics, AI-driven anomaly detection, and machine learning for risk profiling can fundamentally change how we oversee fisheries. But innovation only works if it's accessible. We need to make sure these technologies aren't just limited to well-resourced fleets, but also available to small island developing states and other vulnerable groups. Collaboration between governments, tech providers, and RFMOs is key. By working together, we can make sure innovation strengthens information and doesn't end up widening the gap we are trying hard to close. From the moment a fish is caught to the moment it reaches the market, we must safeguard the entire chain through effective oversight. That means staying committed at sea, staying vigilant at port, supporting those most at risk, and making sure we keep pace with new technologies. The global community already has the tools and the knowledge. What we need now is alignment, real investment, and action. And with a seamless chain of accountability, let's make sure sustainability doesn't slip off the hook. Thank you.
Well done, thank you. Right, Kim, thank you very much for that. And the word cloud that came up there, I hadn't seen that before, but actually many of the words that appeared on that cloud are going to be discussed this morning. Particularly interested to hear you state about the Port State Measures Agreement. It remains still the only international agreement that is focused on ending illegal, unreported and unregulated fishing. And that point, the fact that it's like no safe haven, I think is a really good point. A port that has limited capacity can simply turn away a vessel they suspect of illegal fishing, and it should therefore not get into the next port along. Yes, thank you for making that point. Beth, we know each other quite well, and the work of Oceana. You're going to talk to us today mainly around traceability and transparency, but the floor is yours.
Great, thanks, Tony. And then, as we're hearing a lot this week, you know, fishing's, and as we all know, fishing is historically opaque. It's often hard to know what's happening out at sea, and also what seafood's actually on our dinner plates. So this week at the Our Ocean Conference, we are hearing from a lot of different topics, from habitat conservation, maritime security, rebuilding fisheries. All of that is undermined by IUU fishing. And that's why we all should care here, that it impacts all countries, whether you are a fishing nation, a port state, a seafood importer. And to help fight IUU fishing, we need more transparency of fishing and traceability throughout the seafood sector. Without information, the managers are operating in the dark, and international efforts to fight IUU fishing are hampered. So you might ask yourself, why is it so hard to tackle? We actually have been talking about IUU fishing probably at every single Our Ocean conference over the last 10 years. It's because supply chains are complex, and the fishing chain is complex. From fishing at sea, transshipment, landing at port, processing, distribution, to the end consumer. One seafood dinner passes through so many hands that there's an opportunity anywhere in the supply chain for a bait and switch, where one fish can be sold through another. Therefore, we need to track the seafood and the information about it from the point of catch at the net all the way to the dinner plate, because nearly every single piece of that fishing supply chain is operated by a different country, or even in the same country by different agencies. So with information, managers are operating in a vacuum. But the key policy interventions that are needed are not complex at all. But rely on basic information being collected, reported, and shared. To keep it simple, the who, what, when, where of fishing. Who is fishing? Who is authorized to fish? What are they catching? How much of that are they catching? Where are they fishing? It's simple. That just needs to be collected and shared throughout the supply chain. Once managers have the information, they can help verify that fish was legally caught and further inform fisheries management decisions, or even identify areas of risk in the supply chain. Let me just share an example that our Oceana analysts used the Global Fishing Watch data to track a vessel that left port in Busan, traveled across the Pacific Ocean, fished off of Peru for about 4 months, fished around the Galapagos Marine Protected Area, and was at sea for 758 days. None of those facts that I just told you show that the vessel was illegal fishing, but it does offer some areas where fisheries managers or enforcement officials may want to ask additional questions. Did the vessel cross into Peru's EEZ? Did it enter the no fishing zone of the Galapagos Islands? What was the treatment of the workers on board, considering they did not see port for nearly 2 years? The solutions that help fight IUU fishing are about setting the floor, the minimum standards that seafood must meet to enter the market. So illegally caught fish cannot cross into the seafood trade. And to do this effectively, governments need to require catch documentation that give details sufficient to verify the legality of the catch, as well as seafood traceability to have that information follow the fish, not only to the port, but also through the supply chain. For more than the past 10 years, Oceana has actually done a series of seafood fraud investigations where we tested seafood at restaurants and grocery stores to see if the fish on the plate or the menu was actually the fish that the folks received. And we found seafood fraud wherever we tested, in the US, in the EU, in Canada, Mexico, Peru. And what we're finding is that the same loopholes that allow illegal fishers to exploit fisheries management and illegally fish off the sea are the same reasons why people across the supply chain are mislabeling fish. It's that lack of seafood traceability. The good news, as I mentioned, is that seafood traceability can both help fight IUU fishing and seafood fraud, and governments are adopting import controls that require catch documentation and seafood traceability. We'll hear from the EU soon, which has been a global leader on the fight against IUU fishing, with their regulations on the books for over 15 years now, I believe, 2010, right? And there's other countries that either have import control rules in place and are making improvements, or some in the pipeline. But these measures will only work effectively when the systems are harmonized, so we're collecting the same information in the same format, so we can facilitate that information sharing that is really needed across countries to fight IUU. Beyond catch documentation and seafood traceability, we need to expand fisheries transparency. Behind me is the Global Charter for Fisheries Transparency, which outlines a roadmap of policy interventions that countries can adopt to increase transparency and fight IUU fishing. Thanks to Ghana, who endorsed the charter yesterday, already taking steps to improve fisheries transparency. IUU fishing is a global problem, and it needs global action from all countries, including ones that aren't at the conference this year, and you might know who I'm talking about. By expanding transparency and requiring that fish be legally caught and to enter the seafood trade, we can ensure that IUU fishing is no longer profitable and it's no longer a risk worth taking. Thank you.
Thank you. I think what is a complex system, to better break it down into those simple messages of who, what, where, and how much is really important. And I would highlight the Coalition of Fisheries Transparency. The charter that's associated with that group is 10 simple actions that, if taken, even the majority of those actions were taken, the situation would change so much. So thank you for the leadership of the Fisheries Transparency Coalition. Honourable Minister, please take us through Ghana's national strategies and the challenges you have around addressing IUU fishing and the sustainable fisheries. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much. The question you put to me is as if we have about 3 days to answer it, but I'll try within those 5 minutes to answer the question. I bring you greetings from the government and people of Ghana. It is with a great sense of duty that I share this platform with colleagues today as we talk about ocean health and sustainable marine resource management. For us in Ghana, and I guess I can say same for West African countries, fisheries is important to us. We in Ghana have a rather shorter coastline of 550 kilometers of coastline, but fisheries contribute greatly to our well-being. We have about 60% of animal protein coming from fisheries, and we have fisheries contributing about 1% to our GDP. But within the value chain of fisheries, about 3 million people who depend on it, and majority of them are women and young people. It's important to note that in Ghana's fisheries, we have the marine fisheries, we have inland fisheries, and we have aquaculture. In the marine fisheries sector, we have 3 sets of groups. We have the artisanal fishers, who are in the majority, and we have semi-industrial, and we have industrial fishers. And illegalities happen across all these 3 subsets that I have described. We are all aware that global capture fish stocks are declining as a result of many other things, but IUU inclusive. FAO tells us that in West Africa, we lose about 20% of the world's annual catch because of IUU activities. The Financial Transparency Coalition also estimates that the West Africa region loses as much as $9.4 billion every year due to IUU fishing. According to Africa Defense Forum, the African continent collectively loses $11.5 billion annually to illegal fishing. Yet we go with our begging bowls, asking for monies to support our budgets that are way below the figures that we are losing from illegal fishing. Ghana has been doing our part because we have our share of IUU fishing and the impacts. As we speak, I'm sure you all know that EU has placed the yellow card on Ghana fishing, and we are doing as best as we can to lift that yellow card so that we don't get into a red card situation. We have done some legal and policy reforms, which I guess we'll get an opportunity to speak to some more. We are strengthening port controls. We are working on fishing input support. We are working on technological advancements in fisheries monitoring. And our biggest challenge is enforcement, but we are working on that. And in the actually on 1st April, we suspended the licenses of 4 fishing vessels. We can speak to that some more later. We are also focusing a lot on regional collaboration because that is the only way forward for us. We have an organization made up of West African countries, Cote d'Ivoire, Togo, and Benin, FCWC. We are members of that. We are working with them. We are also working with an organization called ATLAFCO, which is made up of 22 countries whose fisheries border the Atlantic Ocean, and we are working with those as well. And at the last Our Oceans Conference, we promised to create one marine protected area, and we are working very seriously towards that, and hopefully by this year that would have happened. And we have also taken a stand on transparency in the fishery sector. When we get to question time, I will tell you more. Thank you very much. Is that all you can do? Please clap some more for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. When you talk about the figures you raised there, and what you're losing to illegal fishing and the challenges you've got to then try and resource what you need to put in place, all the factors in order to stop it. It's quite an interesting challenge to get onto that loop. And later on we can talk about how a yellow card helps you do that. But first we're going to go across to the Director General. I'm really pleased that you could join us today. Obviously without the EU is a big actor as a market state, as a port state, and a leader in the fight against illegal fishing. I'd like to hear what you have to tell us today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tony, and good morning, everyone. Most warm greetings from the European Union. I represent here our 27 member states, and I will start because it's the first time I'm speaking in plenary. Actually, it's only once that anyone is allowed to speak in plenary. I would like to really thank Korea for the exceptional organization, for the impeccable way of handling the 10th Our Ocean Conference, and it's an anniversary. So I'm quite pleased to hear this recognition about the leadership of the European Union in the fight against IUU by very established organizations like Global Fishing Watch, but also Oceana. So these are organizations that are quite critical, so they're not giving compliments just like this, they're sincere, so I'm really pleased to hear this recognition from them. I know about the 10 simple rules, but they are simple to name, but it's very difficult to implement, and I know that the devil is in the implementation and achieving the compliance culture. And as it was said before, we have been developing rules and solid, robust legislation for quite a bit of years. The first IUU regulation was adopted in 2008 and entered into force in 2010. So indeed, it's 15 years a very rich experience. Of course, it is very much inward-looking, but also very much outward-looking, because the IUU is a pest with a global dimension. The same way the ocean is global, the same way the marine resource is global, we have this problem at the global scale. And this set of measures that we have established actually from the very start was pointed to achieving traceability, and it is very much linked to transparency. We not only turned our ambition to our member states, but also we really wanted to encourage all the rest, because one of the most heard words pointed to the Commission, to the European Commission, is level playing field. So our member states would like to have really this compliance culture all across, so that they are not taxed in a way by the stricter rules that we impose on them. And I have to also very clearly state that these are not our own design rules, these are international standards. These are standards that are recognized globally, that we need to implement, all of us. We are extremely diligently transposing these rules in our legislation, and then the next step is we take bold actions in order to implement and enforce them properly. And I'm very happy to announce today, because it is a conference of announcing commitments, because the Port State Measures Agreement is so important, and it was highlighted how important it is. We actually committed in this conference 2.5 million to support the 7th PSMA Global Capacity Development Program support project for the year 2025 and 26. And it is part of the 13 commitments that we committed this year for a value more than 300 million. In general, the European Union applies zero tolerance to IUU. And this zero tolerance is towards imports, not only our own rules and behavior of our fisheries industry, but also zero tolerance for any products sourced by IUU fisheries to enter the European market. Until very recently, the European market was the biggest. Now it's one of the biggest, but probably the most open. And actually, we use the leverage of our market to try and manage and encourage the other countries to do their job and fight against IUU. So it is our responsibility as a market state, and we would like to ensure that nothing comes to our market that is sourced from illegal fishing. In the questions, I will try to outline our latest measures, because I'm really happy to announce that as of January 2026, we are going to enter a new certification system. So in the place of the old one that has been acting 15 years and has been applied by 93 flag states, now we are going to have a new system that will improve enormously traceability and will tackle any exposure of the system to fraud. But I will come back to that in the questions. Thank you very much.
Excellent, thank you. And the EU being such a large organization in people's eyes, it's good to hear you mention that everyone has a role to play here in the sense of holding each other to account and making sure things are running smoothly. The compliance culture you mentioned, I think, is also really important. I've been told by so many people who've been doing this for a long time that the regulations are there. It's the lack of compliance that is causing the problem. And the international standards need to be upheld. It is actually, if we all move together, it would be much, much easier. And congratulations on the commitment. We can unpick that a little bit more in questions. So Yemi, I'm going to come to you now and to talk about how the MSC is helping the role of businesses and what they can play to ensure we can address IUU fishing and the social elements, please.
Thank you very much, and I'd like to use the opportunity to also say thank you to the organizers for the invitation to be part of this panel. I guess I'll start by reiterating a point that a thread that we've heard in this panel, which is that monitoring and enforcement, transparency, traceability are essential and interconnected pillars that are important to mitigating and to the fight against IUU. And businesses have a critical role to play in strengthening these tools in their own operations, but also across their supply chains. Strengthening of monitoring and enforcement systems is essential to ensuring that the various standards, the international, regional, local standards are translated into actual action that develops real impact. Transparency of information on the source of the catch, the extent to which actors of vessels are compliant with regulation, the ecosystem impact that's associated with the catch, ensuring that that information is transparent is essential to being able to distinguish between illegal and legally caught products. And of course, being able to trace that information across the supply chain is essential to ensuring that you can make the distinction between legal operators and illegal operators and reward them accordingly. And so these key pillars are underpinned by a range of technological tools and system-based approaches that collectively work together to ensure the integrity of the supply chain, foster accountability, provide information to ensure that fish stocks are managed well, but also to ensure that those that are acting properly, who are doing the right thing, are recognized and rewarded for their efforts. And so a key, some of the tools we've heard them, they include technological tools that enable the tracking of vessel location, vessel activity. It includes monitoring on vessel, either electronic monitoring or human monitoring, DNA testing, public lists, blacklist, but also schemes, sustainable certification schemes that provide third-party certification or third-party verification that regulations exist, regulations are being complied with, and that the product that is bearing the label comes from a legal source and can be supported, and players can be motivated to continue to work in good faith. And so businesses have a stake and a role in promoting these tools. And there's evidence that shows that businesses are stepping up in this role. The World Benchmarking Alliance, for example, in their report in 2023, showed that there's an increasing proportion of some of the major businesses that are increasing their commitments to transparency. We have alliances like the ISSF, who organize a vessel database that is their contribution to transparency. We have organizations or alliances like the Global Tuna Alliance, which is a coalition of seafood retailers and seafood supply chain businesses that regularly advocate for enhanced regulation and monitoring to mitigate IUU fishing. And then, of course, you have certification. Recent figures indicate that there are 15 million tons of fish that are operating from fisheries that have been certified to the Marine Stewardship Council standard. And that's about 16% of the world's global landings that are required to have regulations in place and be compliant with those regulations to ensure that they continue to be able to maintain the label. And if the market continues to support those types of fisheries, it's a good way to support and to continue to mitigate against the risk of IUU. There are many more encouraging examples, but of course we know that there's still a lot more to be done. Commitments need to be increased. We need to move from commitments to action. There needs to be more investment by businesses into tools for traceability and transparency. And the more we get into collaborative actions that sees businesses supporting, rewarding, and being rewarded for doing the right thing, the more we can see ourselves moving to IUU being less of the norm. Thank you.
Thank you, Yemi. It's really important to be able to make that distinction between the illegal operators and those that are legal. I don't know how it is with you, but whenever I go out for dinner, if there's a fish anywhere in the restaurant, I'm being asked, which fish can I eat? And trying to explain that in just a few words is really difficult. And the fact that transparency and traceability is now common within the business chain, the supply chains, that people are now starting to adopt, I think is going to be a real significant shift, and the work of the embassy is key in that. Okay, we all settled in? We've got you've had the scene set now by all of our different speakers. We're going to have a few questions now over the next 30 minutes that will settle on some of the policies and the strategies that we really do need to adopt and implement to drive away and reduce the gaps in the fight against illegal fishing and creating sustainable fisheries. We're also going to talk a little bit about the enabling elements, terms like accessible technologies, transparency and collaboration. What I want from my panelists is to make sure the audience leaves here with absolute clarity about what they should be doing and that we should be doing together. And I'll try and ask the questions as if I was in the audience to try and hold you a little bit to account. So I want to come to you first, Minister. In the sense of the strategies and the priority actions that you feel should be taken, not only within Ghana, but within the international community, that if we take these actions, we'll see a shift. Just a few moments on where you feel the focus should be.
Thank you very much. As I said, I mean, taking it from Ghana, our issue is enforcement. We've had to review our law and policy. We are in the process. It should be done before the end of this year to finalize that, because it's important to have the law in place and the right policies in place. So all that work is ongoing. We are doing very well. And so, Yemi, I really liked what you said about rewards. We should be rewarded for attempting or trying to do the right thing. So EU, reward us. Please lift the yellow card because we are doing the right thing. But you see, there's compliance and there's enforcement. It is our hope that people will do the right things, and not just Ghanaian fishers, but the foreign fishers in our waters or the foreign fleet in our waters will also do the right thing. But one of the big issues that we face is beneficial ownership. So who actually owns the fleet in our waters? Are the vessels fishing where they should be? How do we get the information? And because of that, we are looking at some technology. So we have AIS in place. We have, we are now working on our EMS system. I came with industry players. The industry is ready to work along, but they've actually already made their contribution towards getting EMS systems in place. We are, as government, working quite slowly from our end to support so that we have the EMS system fully operational. And when it comes to enforcement, as I keep harping on, we need some things. We need to have some things in place. We need to have, say, patrol boats that will be able to go up seas to ensure that people are doing the right thing there. One of the things we've put in place is port control. So before the vessels take off, we invest their gear, we investigate, we supervise, we watch their gears. They have the right gears, the appropriate gears to go. But what we are finding out is that up in the seas, up seas, they manage to get bigger, different nets, different gears, and get into areas that they are not supposed to, get into things that they are not supposed to. We would very much love that help where, as I put it yesterday, you sit behind your television like you're playing a video game, and you can tell where each vessel is, and if they are crisscrossing to places they are not supposed to go, you inform Ghana and we take action. I am an action person. I don't have time to waste. Look, I have gray hairs. I don't know when I'm going home. You know what I'm saying? So I want to work and work quickly, not only to save the oceans for Ghana and for the women. By the way, I am a member of parliament of a fishing constituency. So even if for nothing at all, just for self-interest, I have to do what is right so that they will vote for me again. You know what I'm saying? So we need to work together. Those of you who have the expertise, who have the capacities, who also have the resources, come, let's work together. And Ghana, we pledge that we are going to work with you, transparency. We are going to be very transparent. We are going to take action. We are going to ensure that the right things are done in our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I hadn't seen the grey hairs. I don't see them so much now. I don't know what happened to mine. I think I've been worrying as well. So the yellow card was mentioned in the opening statement, and in the 10 years I've been doing this, the carding system gets talked about an awful lot. Some people see it as unhelpful, but many actually say it allows them to draw the resources into the areas they need in order to change things. So, Director General, could you sort of talk a little bit about the carding system and how the EU see this to ensure that you're protecting your own supply chains?
Thank you very much. Actually, cooperation, and I fully agree with the first speaker, cooperation is absolutely essential. It can happen at various levels. And in the European Union, we do it very often at bilateral level, according to this carding system that we have. And it is really pointed to help the country with which we are in dialogue. Of course, it starts with the fact that we don't want any illegal fisheries product to come to our market, but we don't start immediately with sanctioning. So the yellow card is a warning, and it starts the structured dialogue. The idea there is to help, to motivate, and to enable our partner country to get the legal framework right, because this is the first and fundamental condition, and then to improve the capacity to enable the country to enforce this legislation, because only legislation is not meaningful. So, there we always put money. We help, for example, in Western Africa. In West Africa, we have a number of such dialogues, but also because it is not just the waters of the particular exclusive economic zone of a country, it is a regional problem. So for example, in West Africa, we financed a regional center for control and monitoring. And there, as you're saying, Minister, you can see on the screen, on the basis of the VMS, the Vessels Monitoring System, to see who is where and doing what, together with the automatic identification system. So, in a way, the carding system, my main message here is not to sanction, but to help. In the end, if there is no constructive dialogue and no genuine willingness and action, then we go to the red card, which is the sanction. And there, with the red card, we actually ban the import from this country, from this flag state, and market state, we ban the access to our market. But on the implementation, it is really important, and I really want to highlight one particular element. It's very important, Minister, I fully agree with you, that you have a control system, patrol vessels and so on. But it's very often the real issue, it's very often the sanctions. Because, and Tony was saying at the beginning, if we don't remove the benefit from illegal fishing through the fines, so that, and even tax more, there will be no dissuasive practice for the wrongdoers. So they're going to actually include in the fine into their benefit. So the calculation is simple. If you don't remove, if your fine does not remove the benefit and tax even more, there will be no dissuasive function. So this is really important to understand, and actually the reward here is to save this 11 billion that were mentioned that you're losing every year from illegal fisheries. This is actually going into the coastal communities, in their livelihoods, but we are there to help. And these dialogues are for this, to achieve the end result, no illegal fishing, everything goes into the pockets of the coastal communities.
Thank you. That's really clear. Yes, it deserves a cut. It's very clear, very honest in the sense of the accountability that we hold, and of course all flags, all coastal states would adhere to that. The EU flag itself, and so it's not aimed at any. It's not an external threat. It is for everybody, isn't it?
And by the way, Tony, very often any country that would like to develop their IUU legislation, from the strong market states, they always ask, tell us how it works with the carding system. It is really the label of the system and the helping hand of the system. It makes a change.
So we've heard from a nation and from a market state, but from the regional fisheries management challenges, you have a lot of member states and a lot of different challenges. How do you see the technology, the policies and the strategies emerging from the regional fisheries management side?
So RFMOs do a wonderful job in terms of safeguarding the sustainability of global fisheries. Most RFMOs have VMS system, vessel monitoring system, which can track down the activities of the vessel, not only the locations. And electronic monitoring systems are being developed. The minimum standards for electronic monitoring is being developed. And the good news is many developing states are taking the initiatives in the development of the minimum standards. And this is the area that we can work on to increase the MCS capacity of RFMOs. But the gap remains, which is the different level of compliance and the different level of domestic regulations for the implementation of conservation measures adopted by RFMOs. So RFMOs need to increase and come up with more sophisticated compliance evaluation systems to hold all the members accountable in the same level so that everybody can work on the same standard on a level playing field. And in terms of new technologies, I believe Global Fishing Watch is spearheading the development of new technologies and the utilization of those technologies. And I believe that a system called Sentinel is doing service to tracking down global fisheries. So I believe that RFMOs can cooperate with NGOs like Global Fishing Watch and other NGOs who utilizes new technologies to increase our MCS capacity to close any further gaps.
I appreciate that. There is actually a side event after this that will talk about how Global Fishing Watch is using its data. It isn't just Global Fishing Watch technology, by the way. We partner really ably with other technologies, both private companies and other systems that have more live information. The secret is to bring all of the little bits of data together in order to give the user the clearest view on what's happening. So the fact that regional fisheries management organizations are able to use that transparent data is I think, good. And we're seeing nation states adopt that. So I thank you for mentioning that, but we should come back to the panel. Beth, I mean, I know that you'll have views on this. I mean, what in our sense, from the NGO community, we often feel that the governments and the large agencies aren't moving fast enough. And you put pressure on people to focus very clearly on what's needed. Would you like to just expand on the areas of transparency, traceability that you feel should be focused on in order to make the biggest difference?
Sure, and before I start, I should just recognize, Tony, that Global Fishing Watch was launched at the first OurOceanConference, and I think that has really been a game changer. It put fishing on the map, and it's really advanced the conversation that we're having this OurOceanConference around transparency. And so So just thinking about governments as a whole, yes, as an NGO side, no one's moving fast enough. And while it is collecting basic information, as we heard from the EU, it can be complex. They've been improving their system for 15 years. So, you know, when you think about interventions, policy interventions that can be made at both on fishing, at-sea behavior, market state powers, I think market state controls, they all come together. You can't address IUU fishing without all the different pieces. We need to get the catch documentation about what's happening, what is caught, where it's caught, did somebody have an authorization to fish, where are they fishing, the vessel monitoring, including AIS, so it's publicly available as well, that can track what's happening at sea, and then pair that with the import controls that put demands on markets to ensure that only illegally caught fish can be sold. Because as we've heard today, if you don't cut off that access to market, illegal fishers are going to continue to find a place to sell their fish and make a profit. But once that profit's gone, there's no longer the incentive to continue to legally fish. So what we really need is, you know, we've seen the EU move forward first on these IUU regulations. We've seen other countries come online, some not as robust as where the EU is, but making progress. We know how to do this. It takes political will, and it takes taking these international opportunities to learn from each other on best practices, but then putting them in place in national legislation, policy, regulation, and then implementing on the water. We've been talking about IUU fishing at every single OurOceanConference and many other international venues. We all know it's a problem. We know that it takes action to do it, and I really like the motto of the OurOceanConference this year, Our Ocean, Our Action, and it's time to shift into action, figure out the policy changes that are needed in each country. The Global Charter for Fisheries Transparency, which I mentioned in my presentation, provides a roadmap, 10 principles that countries can adopt. They don't have to do them all on day one. They can take them one at a time, but it's making progress on international fisheries management that can be a game changer and also level the playing field for countries and fishers that are playing by the rules all around the world.
Thank you, Beth. Oceana is a very honest friend in the sense of they will speak the truth to the system. I really appreciate that.
Yes, we will tell you you're doing a good job when you are, and we'll also call you out when you're not.
Thank you. I mean, I'm going to come to you, and I'm going to use you to pivot into the sort of next section. So in the sense of the way you see the policies that should be applied, that can make a difference in combating IUU and making sure the people that need to see this fish arrive legally and sustain the communities and the social side, but also what technologies do you see being applied in order that we can do this more effectively?
Yeah, thank you. So there's as we've heard in the course of the discussion today, excuse me, technology is an important piece of what needs to be effected, what needs to be part of the action. But there's also the challenges in terms of access to the technology, the cost of technology, and the implications in terms of that part of the seafood community that actually involves the largest number of workers. And so a lot needs to be done in terms of sort of making this more accessible to small-scale fisheries, ensuring that there are these tools and innovations that are being developed are accessible to them, but also in terms of monitoring and enforcement, enabling the participation of this part of the sector in the dialogues and the discussions, so that when the measures or the requirements are being effected or are being placed on them, they've had a say in determining what it looks like in terms of implementation, and then it becomes easier for these players to be more effective in delivering legal fishing.
And this is the sort of interesting dichotomy. So I think it's been really clear here today about collaboration, clarity about what the rules are and whether they're being implemented, what the challenges to implementing the rules are, and lack of resources. You've got a little bit of a, as they would say in English, a vicious circle. There's one for the interpreters. Work that one out. Wherever you get onto this challenge, there's another challenge presented in front of you. So technology is often put forward as a solution. Technology and transparency, I would say, is a better combination in order to start to give people the knowledge that they need to make some changes. So I'd just like to hear from the panelists in the last few minutes on what technologies ought to be applied, catch documentation schemes, whether it's satellite technologies, how should this be applied, and what are the real challenges if there isn't wider adoption of this, and please put it into the context of the wider challenges as we face the High Seas Treaty and the global shifts in trade. Director General, can I start with you in the sense of from the EU's point of view?
Thank you very much. I cannot support more the fact that we have to use the technology in our favor because new technologies not only increase the effectiveness and efficiency of what we're doing and improves compliance, but also simplifies our work and diminishes administrative burden. And this is exactly why we have changed our control system. There was a major review of the control regulation of the European Union related to fisheries. It was adopted in 2023 and entered into force in 2024. I mentioned that our legislation for years has been based on certification system concept, but now with the new regulation it becomes fully digital. So we are really taking advantage of the more enhanced system on the basis of digital technologies. So now we will have electronic monitoring, which becomes absolutely binding, meaning all types of documents, starting from the logbooks on board, but also transshipment notes, sales notes, everything that is generated as a document, and so far was paper, now it has to be electronic. The efficiency that we gain there is that it will allow numerous layers of information and cross-checks, and that will really eliminate any weaknesses in the system that make it prone to fraud. So that will really close doors to IUU entering into the market. So that is very important to be known by all the countries that are importing in the European Union, because now the certification also with regard to imports becomes digital, and it is called IT Catch, and it becomes obligatory for our European Union importers. But you can imagine that our importers will be much more interested to work with countries, or rather exporters on the other side, and governments that are certifying these products electronically. And I have to tell you that the best way, in the simpler way, especially the countries that don't have such electronic systems, is to work in IT Catch system of the European Union, because this system is an open platform where the authorities of the exporting country to the European Union can generate their documents. Then their exporters can generate further. Through the system it comes to our importers, they generate their documents there on the basis of what is in the system, and then the control authorities of the European Union act in the same system. So it's simple, straightforward, and I would strongly recommend this version of doing business with the European Union. But let me say just one more thing about technologies. We make actually VMS absolutely binding, so all electronic tracking and remote control is could be fully enabled for all types of vessels at certain moment. But we also cover the recreational fisheries, because we should not understate the importance and the pressure that recreational fisheries can exert on stocks. So that is on, in terms of technologies. There is much more to be said, but we have limited time.
There is a lot, thank you. And that sounds extremely clear. So, Minister, how easy is it to do that.
I know. Thank you very much. Like I said earlier on, in terms of technology, Ghana has the VMS system in place, the AIS in place. We are still working on getting the EMS fully functional. Now, I subscribe to technology because the 4 vessels whose licenses I suspended recently, we were able to do that based on the information that we got from the MCS, the Monitoring, Control, Surveillance system. So they could not deny. Interestingly, on the issue of beneficial ownership, as soon as the licenses were suspended, the real owners began to show up. They didn't look anything like those who were registered on the paper that they owned the fleet. So technology helps in many different ways as well. But I'd like to also put in this issue briefly, and that's on subsidies. On subsidies that countries give fishermen that enable them to come and misbehave in our waters. As a result of which, Ghana is currently working on ratifying, assenting and ratifying the WTO Treaty on Subsidies, because that also is a very important issue. At the end of the day, IUU is influenced by economic measures, period.
And that's very clear. I mean, what you're indicating here is the complexity of all these things. Any one lever you pull, there's another lever that hasn't been pulled that might leave a gap or an opportunity for someone who wants to act illicitly to act. We're just at time, but I know that we've got a little bit of extra before we go on to the commitment. So I'm still going to come 1 minute each for the remaining panelists, just to touch on technology. And if you had a sort of dream, where would you apply the technology and in what way? From the regional fisheries management point of view, please, Riley Kim.
Thank you for the question. I have touched upon some technological aspect in my previous answers, but I may be widely ambitious, but what RFMOs can do in terms of new technologies is AI-based risk profiling, because we have limited resources and we have to use the limited resources wisely. So AI-based risk profiling can come into very useful tool when it comes to investing and utilizing limited resources. And another is also electronic monitoring that I mentioned, and also mentioned by other panelists as well. And I don't see that we can completely replace human observers with electronic monitoring system just now, but it can work as a very good tool to complement the human observer system. And then also, that should also pose great opportunities to coastal developing states in terms of employment and nurturing AI and EM analysts going forward. So that is one aspect of capacity building when new technologies can benefit, especially coastal developing states.
Yeah, thank you. We hadn't actually, artificial intelligence hadn't been mentioned at all until then, and I really appreciate you bringing that up. The careful use and diligent use of AI could be a real game changer in the sense of resources. Yami, do you see where any further enhancements in technology that would help in your work?
Yeah, thanks. And I mean, I should start by saying from a Marine Stewardship Council context, the focus of the standard is really on the outcome and recognizes that there are different ways in which a fishery or a combination of clients might want to demonstrate how they meet sustainability requirements. But there's no denying that technology is important and provides efficiencies, and in the long term will definitely provide a cheaper way to get to demonstrating these impacts. And I think the question is, what do we do in the short term, especially in terms of sort of supporting those entities or players that might not have the capacity and resources at this point, and recognizing the need for adaptability, maybe mobile smart phone apps that can be much more accessible to small-scale fisheries. And there's a lot of activities that's already going on, some good examples in Africa where there are players that are already looking into these types of technologies for smaller operators.
Yeah, the smaller operators are a real challenge. There are literally millions of them. So the application of technology means a different scale altogether when it comes to working with a small-scale fisheries. Beth, final word, 1 minute to you.
Sure, and so thinking about catch documentation schemes need to be electronic. The information that is reported should not just be a paperwork exercise. Importing countries can use that data we'll never have enough resources to inspect every shipment or inspect every vessel, right? So we need to use that information in the catch documentation to be able to identify the shipments of highest risk. You can do that with big data analytics, see where the outliers lie, where are the places that enforcement officials or port inspectors should be asking questions and taking a second look at the paperwork or the vessel tracks or the documentation, or checking with the fishing nation on the flag state of whether the documentation was right. So using that data not just to collect it, but to use it to help prevent shipments of IUU products from entering the seafood trade.
Thank you. So, I think we've had a really interesting and clear insight into the challenges and the opportunities that we can all take to combat IUU fishing and ensure that we have sustainable fisheries for the future. I'm not going to say too much in summing up because I think that it was very clear from the panelists where we head, but there's sort of 3 key areas. It's the ability to collaborate clearly and with purpose, to embrace the technologies as they emerge, no more than is needed, but just enough to ensure that you can resource things more clearly. This is a huge global problem, and without technology, it's just not simply going to be fixed. And when the way that a technology is being applied here is going to be key in changing that. But ultimately, the final word is action. I always hear very clear statements from people, and I sit back and think, this is good, this is going to happen. But as Beth mentioned, we're 10 conferences in now, and there are still some things being talked about that were being talked about at the first conference. I ask you all to take the action that is needed to make sure that fisheries are sustainable for the future. So, we're going to move in a moment to some commitments, very exciting commitments. I'd like you to stay and hear those. But first, can I have a clear round of applause for the contribution from our panelists?
I just wanted to use the opportunity and to thank you enormously because organizations like Global Fishing Watch, Oceana, Marine Stewardship Council are helping enormously. I have to give tribute to the regional fisheries management organizations and all the member states of the European Union, but also all countries that are with bold action. But thank you for being so persistent in the fight against IUU.
I really appreciate that. I do feel like we're a family now, so thank you very much. Please, a round of applause. So some commitments. Actually, we're going to start with something slightly different. The Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development will not be presenting a typical voluntary commitment, but rather sharing a unique outcome that reflects their broader work on sustainable fisheries. So please welcome to the stage Ms. Marion Jansen. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great pleasure and honor to be here today to present the OECD's commitments to a sustainable ocean, and more specifically, to sustainable fisheries and aquaculture. Fisheries and aquaculture provide millions of employments for people, and they provide food for billions. They play key roles in global food security and the economies of coastal fishing communities. But climate change, illegal fishing, overfishing, and pollution are all endangering fish stocks and ecosystems. With its biannual review of fisheries, the OECD monitors the socio-economic and environmental performance of the fisheries sector and documents policies used to regulate and support the sector. The latest edition of the OECD review of fisheries was released in February this year, and I invite you all to read the report on our website. And this leads me to the commitments the OECD makes here today. And I'm going to announce 3 commitments. First, the OECD commits to continue collecting, updating, and publishing data on government spending for fisheries, including subsidies and other types of support like investment in management, monitoring, control, and surveillance, as well as data on fish stock health and productivity. That covers both OECD member countries and other large fishing nations. Second, we also commit to continue analyzing sector performance and to link this to public policies with the aim of identifying best policies and best practices in fisheries management and sectoral support. But today, I'm above all here to make the 3rd commitment, to commit to continue working towards eliminating government support to illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing. Yesterday, at 10:30 p.m. Busan time, the OECD Council adopted a new recommendation, a recommendation to eliminate government support to IUU fishing. It gives me great pleasure to be here today to announce this new important legal instrument to an international audience, and I invite countries present here today to consider adhering to this recommendation. Fighting IUU fishing has long been a key objective for the international community. This has led to several international agreements on the issue, including the FAO International Plan of Action Against IUU Fishing, adopted in 2001, and the subsequent Port State Measures Agreement, as well as the inclusion of references to IUU fishing in the Sustainable Development Goals and the Convention on Biological Diversity. In June 2022, a landmark agreement was concluded at the WTO, and in that agreement, Article 3 prohibits subsidizing vessels or operators engaging in IUU fishing and fishing-related activities. The OECD recommendation that was adopted yesterday supports implementation of these key aspects of the WTO agreement, and it's therefore the next major step on what has been a long journey. So what does this OECD recommendation on eliminating government support do? After all, eliminating government support to IUU fishing could sound like a non-issue. No government wants to subsidize illegal activities with taxpayers' money in the first place. But making sure no public money flows to IUU fishing is actually a complicated task, and the new legal OECD recommendation supports governments attempting to do this by laying out some concrete measures that governments can take. The recommendation suggests to target support to sustainably managed and effectively controlled fisheries via eligibility criteria. It also recommends to exclude from fishery support, withhold fishery support from and withdraw fishery support from owners and operators of vessels found to have engaged in IUU fishing. And to make it easier to know from whom to withdraw support, it encourages information sharing. Information sharing on IUU fishing determinations across domestic authorities, but also across relevant international and regional organizations. And last but not least, the recommendation suggests to spend public money wisely by avoiding support policies that risk encouraging IUU fishing and instead invest in management and enforcement to mitigate the risk of IUU fishing. The new OECD recommendation represents an important contribution to global efforts for more sustainable fisheries. It supports the achievement of Sustainable Development Goal 14, and it facilitates the implementation of the WTO agreement on fisheries subsidies. I therefore want to conclude by 2 points. I would like to invite all OECD members present here to make reference to the OECD recommendation, not only in their voluntary commitments here, but also in their voluntary commitments at the upcoming UN Ocean Conference. And I want to conclude by reiterating my invitation to non-OECD countries of considering to adhere to these new instruments and to join the family of nations committing to eliminate government support to IUU fishing. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Jansen. Thank you. From the Ministry of Fisheries and Oceans, Canada, we're lucky to be joined by Deputy Minister Annette Gibbons. Please welcome the Deputy Minister to the stage.
Good morning, distinguished colleagues, esteemed delegates and partners. Our shared oceans sustain communities, cultures, and economies around the globe, and Canada sees immense value in the conservation and sustainable use of all marine resources. In Canada, my department, my ministry, is responsible for managing over 200 fisheries across our western, eastern, and northern oceans. This work is grounded predominantly in science at the core and in traditional knowledge from Indigenous communities and local communities. And of course, it's backed by a very strong legislative and regulatory framework. In 2022, we brought in new legislative provisions in our Fisheries Act to further strengthen the way that we manage stocks in a sustainable manner. And we also have provisions that mandate the rebuilding of depleted stocks, which is really important. We're also advancing the implementation of an ecosystem approach to fisheries management, recognizing the increasing influence of climate change on marine ecosystems. We are investing in enhanced catch monitoring and modern tools like our dark vessel detection program. And we're taking a holistic, adaptive approach to managing fisheries now and into the future. Internationally, Canada plays an active leadership role in 7 regional fisheries management organizations. There, again, we champion science-based enforceable rules to ensure the long-term sustainability of shared stocks, from albacore tuna in the Pacific to groundfish in the Northwest Atlantic. Our commitment to transparency and enforcement is reflected in high seas patrols, collaborative surveillance operations, and capacity building partnerships with countries such as Ecuador and the Philippines. This work includes new pledges that we are making today through our Shared Ocean Fund, which is worth $80 million over 5 years. Through forums like this one, the FAO Committee on Fisheries, and the United Nations Ocean Conference, Canada continues to work hand in hand with our global partners. Together, we are tackling key challenges, from climate resilience to marine plastic pollution, from biodiversity protection to eliminating IUU. The road ahead is not without its challenges, but through cooperation, innovation, and shared stewardship, we believe the path to sustainable fisheries is within reach. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Minister. From the Department of Resources and Development of the Federal States of Micronesia, Mrs. Camille Movic-Inatio.
Excellencies, honorable ministers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I bring you warm greetings from the islands of the Federated States of Micronesia. For Pacific Islanders, the ocean is our lifeline. We rely on healthy oceans and thriving fisheries for food security, employment, income, and cultural identity. As we gather under the theme, Our Ocean, Our Action, we face a sobering reality. Only 8% of the ocean is legally protected, and 2/3 of global fisheries are either overfished or at maximum capacity. It is estimated that Pacific Islanders lose approximately $312 to $358 million annually to illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing, with misreporting accounting for 89% of this activity. IUU fishing jeopardizes sustainable fishing practices, ocean conservation efforts, and the livelihoods of coastal communities, with estimates suggesting that 1 in 5 wild-caught fish are sourced from IUU activities. To combat these challenges, the 10th Our Ocean Conference, focusing on digital oceans, presents a crucial opportunity for the Federated States of Micronesia to enhance transparency through digital tools, which is the most cost-effective way to identify and combat IUU fishing. Recognizing that effective management relies on accurate measurement, the Federated States of Micronesia, or FSM for short, has committed to achieving 100% on-the-water transparency in our tuna fishery through electronic monitoring and human observer coverage, our technology for tuna transparency challenge. These electronic monitoring systems collect vital data on fishing effort, catch composition, bycatch of non-target species, and discards, information that is essential for effective fisheries management and supports the broader goals of the 30 by 30 UNCBD targets. Last year, at the Our Ocean Conference in Greece, our FSM President, His Excellency Wesley W. Simina, formally joined the Tuna Transparency Pledge, a global initiative aimed at ensuring 100% on-the-water monitoring of all industrial tuna vessels by 2027. This commitment not only strengthens our fisheries management, but also contributes to the protection of marine biodiversity, a key aspect of the 30 by 30 targets. For the long-term health of our oceans, improving transparency is critical. It instills confidence in both fisheries managers and consumers that seafood is harvested legally and sustainably. To ensure effective traceability, accurate and verifiable data must be collected at the point of harvest, where most IUU fishing occurs, but data is often lacking. Our commitment to transparency has also led to formalized regional cooperation. FSM recently signed a Memorandum of Understanding with the Republic of Marshall Islands and Papua New Guinea to collaborate on electronic monitoring programs, dockside offloading, and tuna value chain development. By harnessing our collective strength, we aim to develop sustainable fisheries that provide economic benefits while preserving marine resources for future generations. Progress is, however, hindered by the slow pace of action from regional fisheries management organizations. I urge fellow RFMO member countries to match our ambition and support electronic monitoring and human observer requirements for high seas fisheries. While the adoption of interim standards by the WCPFC was a significant step forward, further action is needed to close critical data gaps, particularly in high seas fishing. The urgency of our work is amplified by climate change, which is altering fish stock distributions. Digital technologies enable us to track these changes and adapt our management strategies accordingly. A fundamental shift toward transparency in fisheries governance is essential for the future of our oceans. Now is the time for governments worldwide to take a decisive action by ensuring we have digital oversight to combat IUU fishing and secure healthy fisheries for current and future generations. FSM stands ready to share our experiences and to collaborate with others. Together, we can leverage the power of digital ocean technologies to create a sustainable blue future for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Assistant Secretary. From the Aquatic Resources Authority of Panama, Inez Sanchez, please join us on the stage.
Good morning, distinguished delegate, esteemed college, ladies and gentlemen. I'm honored to share that Panama commit to strengthen transparency and improve digitization processes and regulations related to ultimate beneficial ownership. It's a privilege for Panama to participate in this important plenary session alongside such a diverse and committed community of partners dedicated to strengthening transparency and sustainability in global fisheries governance. On behalf of the Government of Panama, I wish to express our appreciation to the organizers of this convening to this space to present this commitment. Panama recognizes the importance of transparency in the fight against IUU fishing, and has therefore strengthened its regulatory framework, becoming one of the few countries that require the declaration of the ultimate beneficial owner for the issuance of fishing license to vessels operating outside Panama jurisdiction. This information will be digitized and initially used for internal analysis to prevent the registration of vessels whose beneficial owners are linked to IUU fishing. Later, this information will be shared publicly via the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, Global Record for Fishing Vessels, and regional fisheries management organizations. We call on other flag states to follow suit and collect, use, and publish the IBU data of their international fishing fleet. Thank you.
Thank you, Inez. And Ocean Outcomes, Mr. Do-Yun Park.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and distinguished guests. Thank you to the Government of Korea for hosting the 2025 Our Ocean Conference and for your continuing commitment to the healthy ocean and sustainable ocean economy. My name is Do-Hyun Park, and I am the Senior Korean Fishery Manager for Ocean Outcomes. And today I'm here with my colleagues from the United States, Taiwan, and Indonesia. Ocean Outcome is a global organization that co-designs and implements on-the-water initiatives that are grounded in science, collaboration, and best practice to drive sustainability across the seafood supply chains. Our work benefits people and the planet. My home region of Northeast Asia is home to the majority of the world's distant water tuna fleets. Thousands of these vessels harvest tuna across the Atlantic, Pacific, and Indian Oceans. Tuna is one of the most prized seafood delicacies on the planet, creating massive economic values estimated at over $40 billion annually. Unfortunately, a lack of transparency remains a key characteristic for the vast majority of these vessels. Fewer than 10% of the Northeast Asian fleet operates onboard observers or electronic monitoring coverage. This lack of independent monitoring perpetuates illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing, underreporting of catches, shark finning, harm to protected species, as well as human rights abuses. Ocean Outcome is actively working to shift this paradigm. Over the next 2 years, Ocean Outcomes commit to leverage $3 million to catalyze transparency and responsible fishing practices in the North Asian high-risk distant water tuna fleets. We acknowledge and thank our partners for supporting this work, including the Gordon and Betty Moore Foundation, the David Lucille Packard Foundation, and Ocean 5. As part of our commitment, we will work collaboratively to scale adoption of technology, tools, and best practices across the tuna longline fleet. This includes catalyzing the uptake of electronic monitoring, participation in fishery improvement project and Marine Stewardship Council certification processes, the availability and use of Wi-Fi on board for workers, and rigorous human rights due diligence practices. This will enhance the environmental sustainability of Northeast Asian tuna fisheries and marine ecosystems globally. It will ensure the competitiveness of our fisheries in the global marketplace, and it will bolster the safety and well-being of fishers and fish workers producing the tuna consumed around the world. Thank you so much for this opportunity to announce our commitment here today.
Thank you, Dorian. So, just briefly to conclude, it's the political will that will create the action needed to ensure we can sustain our fisheries for the future. The commitments you've just heard are a clear statement of that will, and we hope to see those in action and reported on over the coming months and years to show the difference that these things can make. I'd like to thank once again the panelists, the esteemed panelists, for an excellent insight into the challenges, problems and solutions that can be placed to help us create the sustainable fisheries for the future. But thank you all as well for taking the time to listen and absorb what was said. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much, moderator and speakers, for your valuable insights. And this concludes the Sustainable Fisheries Plenary Session. And next up, the Marine Pollution Plenary Session will resume right here at the auditorium at 10:50 a.m. following a 20-minute break. So please enjoy your break, and we will see you at 10:50. Thank you.
Well done. It's really nerve-wracking.
Great. Hope that woke you up. A very warm welcome to the 5th plenary on marine plastic pollution. My name is Mahesh Pradhan, and I'm the coordinator for COPSI, which is the coordinating body on the seas of East Asia. This is part of 18 regional seas programs globally, 7 of which are administered by UNEP. So we have a very interesting session today. I can't believe we're already on the final stretch of this amazing conference. But we will be exploring the urgent and growing need to address marine plastic pollution, one of the most urgent and pressing threats on ocean health and sustainability. And marine plastic waste, as you know, from ghost gear to microplastics, poses huge challenges in terms of biodiversity, food security, public health, and coastal economies. So we are joined by 5 eminent global leaders and experts this morning, from policy and science to circular economy and community-led solutions. So our first speaker on my left is Ambassador Ki-young Chung. He's Deputy Minister for Climate Change at Korea's Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Chief Negotiator of the UNFCCC Paris Agreement. With over 30 years of diplomatic experience in climate and environmental affairs, Ambassador Chung will share insights on the global plastic treaty negotiations and Korea's policy responses. As you know, this year is very important in August, with the resume session of the INC negotiations. Our next speaker is Nick Malos from the Ocean Conservancy. He's the Vice President of Conservation for Ocean Plastic, and his global portfolio of work includes marine debris, including its annual international coastal cleanup, the Global Ghost Gear Initiative, and its Science for Solutions research portfolio on ocean plastic pollution. Next, we have, and an old friend, is Jacob Doer, President and CEO of the Alliance to End Plastic Waste, a global nonprofit uniting over 90 organizations across the entire plastic value chain. With over 20 years of UN experience in chemicals and waste management, Jacob brings deep international experience. He will share proven solutions and partnerships in driving the circular plastic economy. And after Jacob, we're delighted to have Joey Prince Lu. I say that correct? Okay. Founder and CEO of Save a Fishy NPC. Zoe began her environmental activism at a young age of 10, and since then has led over 360 beach cleanups, removing more than 35 tons of litter. She is recognized as one of the top 100 Africa youth conservation leaders, and she will share her experiences in youth-driven conservation and community engagement in tackling marine pollution. And our final speaker is Prof. Richard Thompson, Director of the Marine Institute at the University of Plymouth, a leading expert who actually termed the coin microplastics in 2004. His research has shaped global policy on plastic pollution. Today he will share scientific insights on microplastics and their effects on ecosystems and human health. So with that, let me first invite our first speaker, Ambassador Ki-young Chung, to present on marine pollution and the Global Plastics Treaty. You have 5 minutes. 5 minutes, Ambassador Chung.
Okay, well, good morning, everyone. So, as Mr. Pradhan has just said, we are gathered here to address one of the most pressing environmental challenges of our time, the marine plastic pollution, and what we are doing to deal with this at the government level. So, as you know, plastic pollution extends far beyond just waste. It is intricately connected to climate change, biodiversity loss, and human health crisis. Plastics largely derived from fossil fuels significantly contribute to greenhouse gas emissions, and microplastics contaminate ecosystems, food supplies, and even our bodies, posing substantial health risks. And our ability to finalize a bold and legally binding global plastic treaty will serve as a critical test of international cooperation. So the points that I'll be making today is, what lessons can we draw from previous international environmental frameworks? So namely the UNFCCC, UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, and United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification, UNCCD, and of course the Convention on Biological Diversity, or UNCBD, are the case studies that I'll explore. So as you know, they came out of the Sustainable Development Convention back in 1992 in Rio. And well, they were the major comprehensive conventions that we have. Of course, there are some other conventions dealing with very specific elements of aspects of the environmental issues, like mercury or the freon gas. But since plastic is much larger in its impact, I'm using these as case studies. So the UNFCCC's experiences highlight the need for enforceable commitments rather than voluntary pledges alone. Similarly, the UNCCD shows us the critical roles sustainable financing plays in achieving environmental targets. Lastly, the UNCBD underscores the importance of a robust compliance mechanism to ensure meaningful national action. The recent negotiations at the 5th session of the Intergovernmental Negotiating Committee, or INC5, which was, well, held here late last year, marked progress, particularly in discussions around product designs and waste management. However, key issues remain unresolved, including sustainable consumption and production, and the provision of financial and technological support. So moving forward, our treaty must incorporate the following essential lessons from the previous arrangements. So from the UNFCCC, I think adopting a hybrid approach that combines legally binding international standards with state-driven actions. That's great. And from UNCCD, it is important to establish sustainable and predictable financing, incorporating both public and private funds. And from the CBD, strengthening accountability through transparent reporting and evaluation procedures to ensure compliance and effectiveness. Importantly, our response to plastic pollutions must also be equitable, recognizing the disproportionate burdens borne by small island states, least developed countries, and marginalized communities. The treaty must provide substantial capacity building and technology transfer to empower these vulnerable groups to manage plastic waste effectively. So I'm just going to tell you what my country is doing to ensure the treaty's successful negotiation, and also what we are doing on our own to deal with this global challenge. So with the INC, we hosted, of course, the INC5, and we are also facilitating dialogue among different negotiating groups by suggesting some flexible compromise in some key issues. And also there are some countries which are not really on board of managing the plastic through all its life cycle. So my country, I mean, I am also engaging with these countries to see what their grievances are and how we can address them individually. So, and also on the domestic front, Republic of Korea remains deeply committed to leading these efforts, drawing on our experience in legislative measures such as management of Marine Garbage Act, regional cooperation through PAMC, and international assistance through COICA. So, in closing, the Global Plastics Treaty must not be just another environmental agreement. It needs to embody ambition matched with enforceability, offer tangible support to vulnerable nations, and deliver practical solutions at every stage of the plastics life cycle. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Kyung-Chung. Next, let me invite Nick Malos, who will speak on we need the ocean and we need to change our relationship with the ocean.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. It's a true honor to be here, and thank you for the introduction, Mahesh. I think we'll see some similar themes to what the ambassador just said. But first, I just want to acknowledge, why are we all here? We are all here for the ocean. We are here because we need the ocean to survive on this planet. And for the ocean to keep delivering all the great things that humanity needs from it, we need to fundamentally change our relationship with the planet. The ocean is at the vanguard of the planetary crises, the triple planetary crisis: climate change, biodiversity loss, plastic pollution. And this is an interwoven and existential threat to the ocean that jeopardizes the well-being, ecosystems, economies, and societies on which we all depend. But just as these crises are interwoven, so too are the solutions. We all know very well that plastics are overwhelming our ocean, entering in orders of magnitude, with most estimates around more than a truck's worth of plastics entering the ocean every minute. And we know now that plastics have contaminated all reaches of the global ocean, from the shorelines to the oceanic gyres, from the sea surface to the deepest trenches, from the Arctic to the Antarctic, and from the smallest to the largest marine species. And we also know that marine plastics are harming thousands of marine species, either through ingestion or entanglement. And just recently, we've learned that plastics are accumulating and increasing in lanternfish, the most abundant vertebrate on the planet and the denizen of the ocean twilight zone. So the ocean twilight zone, or the mesopelagic, is the area of ocean from 200 meters to 1,000 meters in depth. And this is a massive carbon conveyor belt pulling carbon from the surface waters into the deep ocean. And just as marine wildlife pull carbon from those waters down, so too are they now pulling plastics into the mesopelagic and beyond. And so in short, we are finding plastics everywhere, and it's no surprise that it is also inside all of us. Scientists have found plastics, or microplastics specifically, in human hearts, kidneys, livers, and even inside the human brain. So yet, despite these harrowing facts, we also know that plastics production is projected to increase by as much as 50% by 2040. And so we need to address and confront the fact that the current rate of plastics production is not sustainable for people, for planet, or the health of our ocean. And the science is clear about this. We need a comprehensive approach to address plastic pollution in the ocean and on land. And that must start with reducing the amount of plastics we are making in the first place. We need to make less and use less. And the simplest and most straightforward way to do that is through source reduction mandates. So legally binding policies that literally require production and plastics use to decrease over time. And single-use plastics in particular are the ideal place to start with these targets. So plastic packaging represents about 40% of annual plastics production, and these same single-use plastics are the items we most commonly find on beaches and waterways around the world, evident through Ocean Conservancy's 40-year International Coastal Cleanup data set. And these bags, bottles, sachets, and so on are also the products that are most easily eliminated or are potential targets for zero waste alternative delivery systems like reuse or refill. And so when we do this, this not only keeps the plastics out of the ocean, it is also delivering a climate benefit. Because we know that 99% of plastics are made from fossil fuels, and currently they account for roughly 4% of global greenhouse emissions annually. And on current growth trajectories, plastics could be responsible for as much as 20% of global oil demand by 2050. And single-use plastics are not the only item, though, we need to address in the ocean. We also know that lost and abandoned fishing gear, or ghost gear, is pound for pound the most deadliest form of marine debris, threatening marine biodiversity and global food security. We know that reducing gear loss through better management practices and removing legacy gear from biodiversity hotspots is absolutely critical and effective. And Ocean Conservancy's Global Ghost Gear Initiative has the largest digital repository of ghost gear data on the planet, and with more and better data over time, we'll be better able to target interventions that keep the ocean free of lost fishing gear. Ultimately, we all have a role. We know that. Individuals, corporates, governments, we all have a role to play in addressing this issue, and all of those actions matter. But to have an impact at the scale a healthy ocean requires of us, we also must harness the power of state actors to affect ambitious change, even with the face of new uncertainties that are out there. And today, I do remain hopeful that we can meaningfully address plastic pollution through the Global Plastics Treaty that the ambassador spoke to. But I've also seen firsthand that issues like plastics production, plastics use are not currently on the negotiating table. But how much plastic the world makes today, how well we manage it tomorrow, will ultimately determine the health of the future in the ocean. And the Bridge to Busan and Beyond initiative, which is signed by 58 countries, makes clear that addressing plastic production must remain in consideration by member states in any viable international agreement. And so I look to these members and to all of you in this room and all of the entities you represent to muster the urgency and ambition that we need to secure a strong plastics treaty this summer in Geneva that includes global plastics production and targets threats like microplastics and ghost gear. So in closing, the plastic pollution issue knows no geographic boundaries. It affects us all, everywhere, all the time. But when we decrease our reliance on plastics, we are not just cleaning up the beaches. We are not just cleaning up the ocean and the air. We are mitigating the effects of climate change and protecting biodiversity loss as well. It is a triple win for the triple planetary crisis. And the ocean is counting on us, all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nick, and ending on that hope note. Next, we move on to Jacob Duer, who will discuss and focus on the circular economy and accelerating it for plastics. Jacob, over to you.
Thank you very much, Mahesh, and thank you very much for the opportunity also to be part of the discussion on this important topic. And it's great, Ambassador, to be back in Busan. We spent some time here back in November and December for the INC 5. So a very timely moment to gather again as we're gearing up for INC 5.2 later on in the year. The issue of plastic and plastic pollution is obviously close to the heart of everyone in this room. And as we all know, plastic and plastic leaking into the environment is a significant portion of the marine litter that we find. We believe that it's important not only to looking at it from a marine perspective, but increasingly to look at it from a land-based issue, recognizing that 80% of the plastic that ends up in our oceans is actually from land-based sources. One of the reasons for that is the poor waste management systems that exist in many countries. 3 billion people on this planet have no access to proper waste management systems, and that means that in many communities there is no other place to go with your waste than putting it out into the environment, and that also includes plastic waste. So there is an undeniable connection between poor waste management on land and marine litter, and we need to look at that nexus as part of the solutions in solving plastic pollution. It's great to be here not only because people care, but because we have the right actors. We have governments, we have businesses, we have private sector representatives, we have civil society organizations, we have academia. All those who can actually drive the real change that is required, driving the action that is needed, and which is also the theme for the conference in order to solve this problem. The Alliance to End Plastic Waste is all about driving action. We actually call ourselves a do tank. It's about getting the job done on the ground, working in the communities, with the governments, with the financial institutions in driving forward a circular economy for plastic. We believe that it's critical not only to talk about the problem, but actually to invest in the problem and supporting governments that are already working really hard in advancing national policies on this topic. We need to develop the real solutions that are required. We need to understand the economic viability of those solutions, and we need to ensure that they are not only at the pilot or at the demonstration scale, but really at a scale where they can start moving the needle. We need to close all the gaps in the value chain. We need to close all the gaps when we talk circularity, and that starts upstream to downstream with a strong focus, most certainly also on waste management. The Alliance has been acting and demonstrating not only how it can be done, but as I said, also how it is being done on the ground. And we have been actively contributing to the INC negotiations through different platforms with a strong focus on demonstrating that solutions are actually happening already, complementing the policy negotiations that are critical, but also indicating that we can't wait always for the right policies to be in place. We need to act now, and there is a great sense of urgency. The Alliance demonstrated at INC 5, but also at INC 4, up to more than 40 different types of solutions that are already in place, in action, in particular in emerging economies addressing plastic pollution. And what was very encouraging for us and very helpful in many ways was to engage with the governments and to get the governments to understand what are the type of solutions that exist so that when they go into the negotiation room, they can ensure that the right policies are being put in place. Beyond policies and the right solutions, we need financing. And that would be one of the big topics also at INC 5.2. And clearly, while there will be hopefully a strong financial mechanism coming out of the treaty negotiations, we also know that ODA will not be sufficient. Bilateral and multilateral assistance will not be sufficient to address the issue, recognizing the size and the amount of resources that are required. Therefore, we need to look at innovative financing models. We need to look at blended financing. We need to look at how can we ensure that there is a close relationship between the future treaty, the national policies that are in place or being put in place, development finance institution, corporate banks, impact funds, private sector. We need to pool all the resources that sits out there in supporting national efforts. So going forward, we need commitment. We need political leadership, we need the right policy frameworks, we need the right actors and the right solutions, and above all, to be successful, we need financing. And with a room full of the right actors, we are encouraging, as you just did, Nick, as well, everyone to join us, no matter which type of organization that we represent in our efforts towards advancing the measures that needs to be put in place to solve for plastic pollution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jacob. A do tank instead of just a think tank. Wonderful. Let's move on to Zoe, who will speak on saving fishes, one beach cleanup at a time. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Here we go. Hi, everyone. My name is Zoe Prinsloo. I am 22 years old from Cape Town, South Africa, and I am the founder and CEO of Save a Fishy. Actually, I turned 23 today. Thank you. Save a Fishy is an environmental non-profit company I started 7 years ago. We host and facilitate beach cleanups for schools, public, companies, and corporates. To date, we have run over 380 cleanups and facilitated the removal of over 37 tons of litter from beaches, rivers, parks, and in communities. I focus on hands-on education and awareness through school and youth group cleanups and environmental campaigns. We also have an annual national project called Coast to Coast, where we spend 7 weeks traveling the entire coastline of South Africa doing beach cleanups, collecting data, connecting with organizations and communities, and raising awareness on ocean pollution. I attended my first beach cleanup at the age of 10 years old when I joined Girl Guides. And at that age, it was difficult for me to understand why there was so much litter on our beaches and what I could do to help. All I had was my passion and drive to want to make a difference for our planet, so I attended beach cleanups whenever and wherever I could. I then started hosting and running my own cleanups once a month in Cape Town. This is where the inspiration for Save a Fishy happened, well, the name that is. I was cleaning between the rocks by the lagoon in Milnerton. I picked up this packet that had some water in it, and the bag started moving. So I immediately poured the water, and out swam a little fish. This was one of those heartfelt moments for me, realizing that that one piece of plastic that I did pick up did actually make a difference. I literally saved a fishy. So when I decided to formalize my organization, Save a Fishy was the only name that made sense. I've received numerous accolades and opportunities, including being awarded one of the top 100 young African conservation leaders, winning the Naledi Youth Award from Girl Guides South Africa, and being one of only 8 recipients for the Mayor's Medal in 2023, mine being for conservation. I was selected to attend the UN Youth Climate Summit in New York in 2019 and attended the Helen Starrer Seminar in Switzerland last year. I was also recently awarded the Paul Harris Fellow Award from Rotary International. I am driven by my undying passion to want to make a difference in the world and for our oceans. We as the youth have such a powerful voice in the world, and it can be hard at first to be heard, but it is the determination that we carry within us that prevails. I feel hands-on education is such an important tool when it comes to equipping future generations. For example, I always try to host a school group at a beach cleanup as opposed to having them sit in a classroom or school hall while I preach to them or throw a bunch of big scary words at them. By them physically being at the beach, they can see and make the connections that looking at a picture or listening to a lecture cannot do. Often I get asked at the start of a cleanup, why are we cleaning the beach? It looks clean. But then after an hour of cleaning and seeing all the bags and litter that we filled, they finally understand. They can see firsthand the types of product that wash up, the types of litter that is left by beachgoers, and the devastation it can cause. They see the lollipop sticks, the chip packets, the plastic straws, and they can make the connection. This is when I'm able to help them understand what they can do at home or at school to help make a difference, the changes they can make in their daily lives. In cases where we are unable to transport a school group to the beach, we will do a community cleanup and clean near or around their school grounds. This helps to teach learners that even though we are not at the beach, what we are doing there ultimately benefits our planet and ocean. That all litter can find its way to the ocean rather easily. That all drains and rivers lead to the ocean. That beach cleanups begin inland. By doing community cleanups, whether with children, youth, or adults, it also helps instill a sense of pride for their home community and planet. I'm also a big believer of raising awareness in ways that excite, challenge, and inspire people. I have set a world record for the longest continuous beach cleanup, lasting 27 hours. I spend 7 weeks a year traveling the coastline, cleaning and doing beach cleanups. I'm even launching an environmental activity book aimed at teaching kids about pollution in a fun way, and we are currently about to publish our first book. We're also currently testing a year-long environmental program that we have developed. Our program aims to raise awareness amongst learners from grades 1 to 5 about the importance of preserving our planet. Our approach will include storytelling, visual aids, and interactive games and activities, creating an enriching learning experience. Environmental activism is defined as the actions of individuals or groups that protect or aid the environment. In my own words, I like to call us eco-warriors. Being an advocate for the planet and our ocean has become my life essentially, and every day I work towards the next project, the next beach cleanup, and the next step to saving our planet. Being an activist can be tough. You're always confronted with the issues and problems facing our planet, and it can also be intimidating in terms of all the high-level jargon often thrown at us. I like to represent the average person at home that wants to help the planet but doesn't know where or how to start. I like to give achievable and reasonable solutions. Don't wait for someone else to fix the world. Let's be the generation that leads with courage, compassion, and conviction. Because when you act for the earth, you are not just saving the planet, you are building a future worth living for. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Zoe, and on behalf of all of us, very happy birthday. Great, we move on to our final speaker, Prof. Richard Thompson, who will share insights on plastic pollution, what the science is telling us about this global environmental challenge. Over to you, Richard.
So I come to this as a scientist who's worked on plastic pollution for about 30 years. Increasingly, I've been working with negotiators from a range of countries to try and help guide them on some of the evidence around plastic pollution. One negotiator said to me a few weeks ago, he said, there's an immense amount of knowledge we need to amass here. What would be really useful would be to focus on the science around what he called the bear traps. So working with a fairly famous bear here, I'd like to work through the science behind some of those bear traps, the pitfalls, if you like, that could lead us, if we're not careful, towards a failure in the INC process, towards a less ambitious treaty. So the first of those bear traps is if we consider that plastic pollution is just a waste management problem. That's clearly, as Jacob said, part of the issue, but it's not the only issue. It's clear that plastic pollution occurs right the way along the supply chain, from material extraction through production, use, to disposal. And we can only address the challenge by taking a systems perspective that considers the whole life cycle. And I'll come back to that point a little later on. So some would say then maybe we need to switch to alternatives and substitutes to plastic. But the challenge here is that, of course, plastics bring many societal and environmental benefits. And actually, we don't have clear evidence that those alternatives and substitutes are necessarily any better. So what we need here as a key part of the treaty that we agree on is the need to agree on the setting of criteria around the essentiality of plastic products and some of the chemicals that are used in them. Take, for example, the microbeads in cosmetics on the left-hand side of the screen there. We've seen legislation now in multiple countries to prohibit those. I haven't heard a single consumer complain that they can no longer scrub themselves with millions of small bits of plastic every morning in the shower. It's really clear that that use of plastic was totally unnecessary and avoidable. It's a similar state of affairs if we think of many of the single-use items, plastic bags and delivery formats. We don't need them in the first place. But when you come to applications such as lightweight parts in cars and aeroplanes, or lightweight packaging that can also help to reduce food wastage, it's harder to make that call. So we need criteria around the essentiality of products, but for the products that are essential, we need criteria to make sure those products are safer and more sustainable than they have been to date. And we need to apply the same criteria to any alternatives and substitutes. A key aspect when we think of safety of those plastic products is, of course, the chemicals that are used. Now, some would say that chemicals are already regulated in other MEAs and they don't need to be part of the Plastic Pollution Treaty. Unfortunately, there are over 16,000 chemicals associated with plastic production, over 4,000 of which are known to be harmful, and only a small handful of those are already regulated. So it's really clear, if we aspire to producing plastics that are safer and more sustainable than we have done to date, that chemicals must be a key part of the Plastic Pollution Treaty. But it's also clear that evaluating the safety, sustainability, and essentiality of every product isn't going to be feasible. So we need to be sensible about our approach. We need to take a groupings approach, perhaps, to the chemicals of concern. We know that they fall into 10 broad categories, and they would form a great starting point to listing in the annexes. We could maybe also take a groupings approach to look at products of concern, and maybe also to some of the interventions. That would really help us to guide regulation. But then when we come to implementation, I think it's important that we take a sectoral approach to consider where there might be exemptions, whether it's healthcare, agriculture, and fisheries. There's no silver bullet here. So we can simplify the approach, but we need to consider groupings and we need to consider sectors. Some with low ambition would say we don't need new criteria. We have existing standards, for instance, those from the ISO. The problem here is that those standards were driven by market demand. They're not driven by the environmental necessity of plastic pollution. So we will need new standards to guide us towards safer and more responsible use of plastics. And I'd argue that those standards are going to be absolutely key to support the fundamental international trade that's so important to us. We need to keep the plastic products that are safe and sustainable, but make sure that we have transparency and accountability so we know which products are safe and sustainable in trade. Science is going to be a really important part of this. Now, some would say, don't we have government scientists and industry scientists that can do the work? I'd argue that the 75 years of intensive plastic production has clearly shown us we cannot rely on that business model. We will need independent knowledge holders and scientists to bring clear and concise independent evidence to guide the implementation of the treaty if we're to succeed in an ambitious treaty. There's some urgency in the need to do this, and here I emphasize again the fact that we cannot rely on waste management alone. I came into existence back in the 1960s, about the same time as the famous bear I'm co-authoring with today. You look at the black line on the graph there, which is the plastic waste that's been produced. It's escalating off the top of the page. The colored lines beneath it are attempts to manage that waste. It's clear the amount of waste we're producing is diverging away from our ability to manage it at a colossal rate. And so reduction in the amount of primary polymer we produce is going to be essential by focusing on the plastic products that are essential to society and the environment. So in brief, if I were to summarize what I would see the bare necessities for this treaty, we're going to need an independent science body to help guide implementation. But we need the hooks in the treaty to make sure that that science body can help drive the criteria that are needed to establish the essentiality of plastic products and the chemicals that are used in them, and the safety and sustainability of those products, possibly using a groupings approach and a sectoral approach to make things more efficient. And we also need that scientific evidence to guide us towards new standards for international trade, to make sure that we're trading in the products that are safer and more sustainable, and eliminating the products that are at the heart of the plastic pollution that UNEA 514 seeks to eliminate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Richard, and telling us about the bare necessities. That was very interesting, and the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that we have. Let's move on now to the next part, which is sort of a group discussion, where we will focus on two main sets of questions. So the first one will look at sort of integrated global solutions beyond isolated efforts. So looking at one or two sort of urgent priority actions for each sector, government, industry, science, civil society, and how can we sort of achieve measurable impact, and how can we enhance collaboration and alignment across all these sectors to sort of have meaningful progress. So with that, maybe let me start with Nick to tell us, in terms of reducing plastic pollution, it can also be a powerful climate solution. You talked about triple wins for the triple planetary crises, but because of its impact on reducing greenhouse gas emissions associated with fossil fuels. But there are other ways the ocean can be a powerful climate solution beyond addressing plastic pollution. Can you identify several that Ocean Conservancy is prioritizing, and tell us why these ocean-based solutions are so important to climate?
Absolutely, thank you. Well, at Ocean Conservancy, we believe that the ocean is actually one of our most powerful climate allies, but only if we act urgently and responsibly. And through our Clean Ocean Energy program, we are working to shift from fossil fuels to offshore renewables. For too long, offshore energy has meant oil and gas drilling and pollution. And so as we look to champion responsible transition to offshore wind, in doing so, we can reduce emissions, we can support biodiversity, we improve the livelihoods and safety of coastal communities, and so we are delivering benefits across all the bottom lines. We're also pushing to end offshore oil and gas, and also to ensure that aging infrastructure, when it is removed, is done so safely. And this isn't just about the environment, right? It is about people. It's personal, and coastal communities, whether that is fishers, indigenous stewards, families, they are on the front lines and are impacted by climate change. And so we need to ensure that they are entitled to clean energy solutions that protect what they love and depend on. And these ocean-based climate solutions, they should not be considered optional. They are absolutely essential and critical. And so at OurOceanConference, we are committed to making sure they are done right and they are done equitably.
Thank you very much. Wonderful. Jacob, as we look to the future of plastic waste management, how can public-private partnerships help address critical funding gaps and also accelerate scalable solutions? Stuff you've already talked about, but maybe to elaborate a bit further.
So we've all talked about the importance of collaboration. We know governments, private sector, civil society, everyone needs to come together, and within industry as well, we need the full value chain also to come together. But the same is also the case when we talk about financing. I mean, we can read numbers around whether it's billions of dollars or trillions of dollars that are required to solve this problem. We need to work with the institutions where the big capital is really sitting. It doesn't sit with governments, we know that. While some of it sits with the private sector, not the entire funding will come out of the private sector and supporting efforts at the national level. So that's why public and private partnerships from a funding perspective is absolutely fundamental. And we need to look at the big development finance institutions here. I think if we're looking at what has happened just in the last few years, we are starting to see what is becoming a trend, I would say, of where the development finance institutions is getting their eyes open for the importance of addressing waste management as an important, but not the only part of the solution going forward, but recognizing that it is one of the big gaps in the circularity of plastic that needs to be closed, and also recognizing that it is a very cost-intensive area. From the Alliance perspective, we are using our capital. We are funded by our members, which are private sector companies, to unlock capital that sits with the development finance institutions. We are working with different finance institutions, the Asian Infrastructure and Investment Bank. We've had collaboration with the Asian Development Banks and are working with many others, and have recently signed a letter of intent towards a formalized collaboration agreement between us, the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, AIIB, and the government of Indonesia, of a program that will cover 13 million people in terms of providing infrastructure solution. And we are here talking about literally hundreds of millions of dollars which will be pumped into that. And it is through these innovative financing models that we will be able not only to pool financial resources, but also technical expertise in supporting efforts at the national level, supporting governments who have ambitious policies in place to drive forward in addressing those challenges. This is just one example. This needs to be replicated and scaled further. Very happy also to say that we are working in South Africa, where we are in discussion, in quite advanced discussions with a number of development finance institutions in developing similar solutions in terms of financing models, blended finance between public and private financial providers, as well as the government. And I think it's the sum of the three that can really drive the change and really move the needle so that we are starting not only talking about how to solve it, but actually solving it on the ground.
Thank you very much. Let's move on to Zoe. If you tell us, we all know about the challenges that youth face when trying to advocate for the planet and any other cause, but what would you say have been the advantages of being a young, you started at 10, environmental activist?
Thank you. Yeah, absolutely. There are many real challenges that we as the youth face, including a lack of resources and simply not being taken seriously. But there are also real advantages. One is energy and passion. We bring a fresh, passionate drive that can inspire and mobilize others. Another, I would say, is that we are highly connected through digital platforms, which allows us to raise awareness, build movements, and engage with global audiences in ways that previous generations could not. Also, being young means we have a fresh perspective, which enables us to challenge outdated systems and propose innovative solutions. Perhaps the most important is our voices carry moral weight. We represent the generation that will live with the long-term consequences of today's decisions, and that perspective is increasingly being recognized and valued. And something I always like to say is, and it's so real, but I mean, will my kids ever get to see a real-life turtle? And will your future kids ever be able to run on the beach without having to dodge needles and glass and sharp tins? And it's something so real that the beach has become an unsafe place. And I mean, for me, the beach is my favorite place. And the fact that I have to be careful taking my shoes off and running down to the ocean is a sad reality. So other than that, I would say we as youth, we have power and passion and drive. And I'm really excited to see what we can do with that. Thank you.
So thank you. I remember at the opening, we had our young Filipino friend who also had a lot of passion. I remember him putting the bottle, amazing.
Yes, he was super inspiring. It was really amazing to see.
Yes, yes, and the power of the youth, I think. Energy and passion, as you rightly said. Let's move on to the second set of questions, and this is looking at the urgent need of this global plastics treaty, which is both ambitious in terms of its goals, but also practical in implementation. So what are 2 or 3 essential elements that this new treaty must include to ensure its effectiveness, and also what are some critical factors in fostering international consensus? So let me start with Ambassador Keong Chung. You talked about Korea's leadership, which was very interesting, in the space of marine pollution control. How can other nations leverage similar legislative as well as regional cooperation models to effectively manage marine plastic waste? Over to you.
No, thank you. Well, I actually cannot say our models can be replicated because every nation has different sets of challenges. But what I can say is, well, in my view, Korea is an island too, because even when our nation is a peninsular country, surrounded by the sea on the 3 sides, but of course our border to the north is closed. So what we try to do is to contain the plastics that we produce and we use from flowing outside. So nationally, we enacted several legislations, namely Management of Marine Garbage and Contaminated Marine Sediment Act, which is doing just that. And the key factors of this legislation is robust enforcement, shareholder engagement, and transparency in its implementation. But our endeavor doesn't stop there. We also try to engage with our regional partners, namely Japan and China, because we share a very narrow body of water among us. And so our plastics, because of the currents, would go to Japan, but the Chinese plastics come to us and to Japan. So we talk to our neighbors to share information and how each country can enforce its legislations to stop transboundary pollution. And of course, we also try to engage with our other partners, especially in the Indo-Pacific region, as in the form of developmental assistance. And this fills the finance gap and also the technology gap. That's the idea behind our ODA, or our development assistance in that field. So, I mean, we are talking quite extensively with our regional partners to do that, minus international treaty. So yeah, we are doing what we can to kind of have a base where we can build further on with the international treaty. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Yeah, I think Korea's leadership is something that we all should emulate. I was speaking about this ghost gears and FIRA, and the amount of work that they're doing, I think is very, very interesting. EPR, so on and so forth. And you picked up on transboundary issues and regional collaboration. I think that's amazing. But the final sort of question back to you, Richard, always having the final word, is in terms of what is holding back consensus on the plastic pollution treaty?
Well, I think there's a number of sticking points, but at the heart of it is a word that several of us on the panel have used, and you used the word finance, and of course the money really counts here, but it's, to me, it's also what you use that finance for. And I'm picturing a conversation with one member state, a less wealthy member state, and he listened to the science, the chief negotiator, and he said, you know, I totally understand the point here. My heart is absolutely telling me that I need to act for the environment. But my head is telling me that for my country, and it's not a wealthy country, I might not be able to afford that. And one of my major concerns is that I don't believe that I can actually rely on the wealthier nations to help to achieve that just transition for us. I believe that we might lose out, because I've seen from the evidence from the climate change negotiations that I couldn't rely on those financing mechanisms. So I think the financing is going to be absolutely key, but it's also about how we use that finance to make sure that we achieve a fairly level playing field, that there aren't nations or individuals or communities that really lose out in any transition towards more responsible use of plastic. I think it's the fear of the cost to individuals and nations that's making some nervous and making them want to pull back from ambition. So the finance is really key, but I think we have to be careful about thinking, what is it that we want to finance? What are the elements of that? And just as we were talking now, it took me back to the first Our Ocean meeting, and I remember sitting on a panel, and one of the panelists said that what we needed to do in the interim, while we were waiting for the circular economy to come online, was finance dozens of incinerators in the Far East. And I came away feeling slightly horrified by that as a suggestion, because it would lock us into the modes of production that we currently have. So finance is going to be key, but we need finance that will help to support those less wealthy nations and to support us transition towards more sustainable use of plastics, rather than to locking us into current technology and current production practices.
Wonderful. Does any of the other panelists have thoughts on this? What is holding back consensus for the plastics treaty? Nick or Jacob, any thoughts?
There are probably many areas, and I think it's a good point, the financing one, and in terms of how it's being used and having a strong financial mechanism, and just building on what is it that exists outside the financial mechanism that also needs to be looked at in supporting developing countries or emerging economies as well. I mean, it's a complex topic, right? Plastic pollution. There is a lot of interest at stake here as well in most countries around the world, whether it's production or usage, whether it's from an industry perspective or from an environmental perspective. I think one of the biggest challenges right now is also time, right? There's been a tremendous amount of pressure and urgency, and It's extraordinary in many ways. While we are very impatient that we want to get to an outcome, governments would want to get to an outcome very fast. We have actually come very fast in record time if we are looking at it from an intergovernmental perspective. Having worked myself a number of years with the United Nations, right, things do take time, right? And just 5 years ago, nobody really spoke a lot about plastic and plastic pollution. Today we see governments in the final stages, hopefully, around a plastic pollution treaty. We are seeing commitments from organizations, private sector, academia, scientific institutions, etc., that otherwise has never come forward with such a speed. Just looking at renewable energy, it took us 20, 25, 30 years to get us to where we are today. When we are talking about creating solutions for plastic pollution, it has only taken us 5 years. So many challenges. I think we are impatient, but maybe we should also allow at times things to take the time so the outcome is ambitious as well, right? So it's a balancing act I think governments have to strike as they go into INC2. While everyone is hopeful and we are all hoping for a positive outcome, we do want to make sure it's the right outcome. It's an outcome that's ambitious, and it's an outcome that's implementable and ultimately also enforceable at the national level, and that requires financing.
Great. Nick, do you want to add anything? Yeah.
No, I think Richard and Jacob both touched on important points. I think one, I would say, just in the latter point Jacob made, I would agree that we do not want to rush it just to get something done if it is not the level of ambition that we need. And so it is finding that right balance between being ambitious, but also being able to actually start implementing and moving forward and making a difference on the issue. I think to Richard's point that actually you picked up on your presentation, here in Busan just a few months ago, or almost a year ago, I guess, at the INC4, or INC5, I'm sorry, I think the word science was used a lot. And at times it was weaponized. It was both used to say we need more science to actually have an understanding of what pieces we should be targeting, but at the same time saying we don't have enough science to actually reinforce that. And so I think leaning very heavily into Richard and the many other scientists that are showing up at INC after INC to provide their unbiased expertise is really something that member states, the civil society, and corporations should lean into to allow them to do their job and bring the best body of evidence to the table and build solutions moving forward on that credible evidence.
Great, wonderful. Looking at the time, maybe I'll slowly sort of wrap up because we have a very interesting round of commitments, voluntary commitments that we want to also showcase and share with you. But finance was one, time, commitment, science. But I think one of the key elements was the urgency for collective global action to address this huge challenge of marine pollution. And how can we do this as across different sectors? The meaningful progress demands not only sort of at high level international cooperation, but also across the different sectors, government, industry, scientific community, and civil society. I was looking at also the importance of youth and community engagement that Zoe very articulately and passionately championed. The role of targeted interventions, such as addressing microplastics, is something that we need to prioritize, and also source reduction sort of strategies. So my takeaway, several key themes that I see, is that first is in terms of financing, and I think this was labored on. So the necessity of establishing a sustainable financing mechanism and ensuring transparency, accountability, and equitable support, and for that just transition, as was mentioned, particularly for our developing countries. So that's one. The second is this critical role of this independent scientific advisory body. I think Richard mentioned this, within the treaty framework that is sort of independent, free of conflicts of interest, to guide implementation and to ensure scientifically informed decision making. And finally, I think this whole area of international collaboration, as was mentioned by Ambassador Chung, and also the stakeholder engagement, which are seen as foundational elements to overcoming barriers of consensus and achieving effective, lasting solutions. So I think these three strands is something that I'd like to highlight, but overall from the panel, I'm really delighted to have this breadth of knowledge and views in this very important year. This being the year, in fact, it's not just for plastics, but a super year for oceans. We have the UN Ocean Conference coming up in Nice, 2 months down the line, but also in August, the world community will meet in Geneva to actually, and in the BBNJ words, bring the ship home or something like that. And again, BBNJ, the treaty, took 20 years to negotiate. And here we're trying to fast track the plastics treaty in record time. A huge, huge effort. So with that, let's give our panelists a big round of applause. Thank you very much. So we move on now to our commitments. We have 8 commitments that are going to be announced. And I'm very proud to say the first one is from the Government of Ireland. And we have Minister Timmy Dooley with us. Minister, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very pleased to be with you today and to make some commitments on behalf of the Irish Government. We're exceptionally pleased to announce today a total commitment pledge of 23.86 million to support our seas and our oceans. On Ireland's behalf, I commit to delivering 30% protected area coverage of our maritime area by 2030. Now, over the next 9 years, Ireland is investing almost 10 million in match funding alongside a further 15 million from the EU's LIFE programme to expand our network of MPAs. The aim of this programme is to deliver a network of objective-driven, well-managed and well-monitored MPAs. And I suppose in order to support marine research, Ireland is committing a total of 5.2 million to fund research projects and fellowship awards, as well as joint funding calls under the Marine Institute Marine Research Programme. Ireland commits 5 million in 2025 to support Infomar in progressing its seabed mapping programme, including the delivery of Sea Shelf programme, which will inform further species and biodiversity assessments. Ireland commits on an ongoing expenditure of €620,000 each year for the Clean Coast, Coast Care range of programmes, and a further 200,000 per year is committed to support the Green Schools Global Citizenship Marine Environment module included in Ireland's Eco Schools programme. In addition, over 360,000 pupils have completed this module since its inception in 2016. These very successful programmes act as a vital tool for societal change and citizen engagement. And in order to promote a circular economy at home, Ireland commits €100,000 in 2025 under Ireland's Seafood Development Programme to support the Clean Oceans Initiative, under which over 1,000 tonnes of marine waste have been removed from the oceans to date. Under our Seafood Development Programme, Ireland commits a further 1.25 million to fund the MFAF Marine Knowledge Scheme project cluster, named Climate Impacts in Coastal and Marine Waters Programme, and that's over a period of 2022 to 2027. Lastly, to support improved digital technologies, Ireland, under its Seafood Development Programme, commits a further 1.49 million, again under the Marine Knowledge Scheme, on data and digital services cluster of projects. These specific projects will provide for the coordination of integration of marine data to national and regional portals in order to support national and international programmes. So Ireland's pledge today reaffirms our commitment to sustainable ocean governance, marine diversity, protection and international cooperation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister Timmy Dooley from the Government of Ireland. Next, we move on to the government of Japan, who's represented by the Vice Minister for Policy Coordination, the Cabinet Office, Mr. Hiroaki Hara.
ご列席の皆様、この度はコミットメントの発表の機会をいただき、光栄に思います。
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to have this opportunity to present this commitment at this time.
本年、OurOcean会議が2014年に第1回会議が開催されてからちょうど10回目の節目を迎え、本会議の開催に向けた韓国政府の努力とイニシアティブに敬意を表します。本会議開催にあたっての韓国のホスピタリティに感謝します。
This year, the Our Ocean Conference celebrates its 10th anniversary since the first conference was held in 2014. And I would like to extend my deep gratitude to all the efforts and initiative of the Korean government to host with such tremendous hospitality.
韓国の高い志に応えるとともに、第10回OurOcean会議に貢献するべく、我が国は海洋に関する我が国の取り組みとして、気候変動や海洋汚染、海上の安全保障を中心に、計31件、約19億ドル相当の新規コミットメントを提出しました。
In response to the strong initiatives of Korea and to contribute to the memorable 10th Our Ocean Conference, I am pleased to announce that Japan has submitted 31 new commitments for the ocean to the value of approximately $1.9 billion, which focus primarily on climate change, marine pollution, and maritime security.
我が国としては主要なプラスチック大量消費国、排出国が参加する実効的かつ進歩的な条約を目指しており、引き続き積極的に議論に貢献していきたいと思います。
Japan is aiming for an effective and progressive treaty that is joined by major plastic consuming and emitting countries. With this in mind, we will contribute to actively engage in discussions and negotiations.
また、日本はプラスチック汚染対策に関する国際協力にも取り組んでおり、2019年以降、毎年 G20 議長国が取りまとめている各国の海ごみ施策をまとめた報告書の作成を支援したり、廃棄物管理や汚染状況のモニタリングに関する技術協力を行っています。これら取り組みにより、引き続き海洋等におけるプラスチック汚染に対応してまいります。
Japan is also committed to promoting international cooperation on measures against plastic pollution. We have supported the publication of the G20 report on actions against marine plastic litter, which the G20 presidency has compiled every year since 2019. And we have provided technical cooperation and training on waste management and marine litter monitoring to developing countries. We are committed to continuing our efforts addressing plastic pollution, including in marine environments.
我が国は海洋基本法を策定し、これに基づく海洋基本計画や海洋開発等重点戦略を決定し、政府として包括的な海洋政策を進めているところです。
The Japanese government has developed the basic plan on ocean policy and the ocean development strategy based on the Basic Act on Ocean Policy and has been promoting a comprehensive ocean policies.
本年3月には世界海洋サミットが初めて日本において開催されました。開会式では酒井海洋大臣が我が国の海洋政策の基本方針及び取り組みについて基調講演を行ったほか、総合海洋政策本部長たる石破総理も登壇し、スピーチを行いました。本年は3年ぶりの国連海洋会議が開催される海洋の年でもあり、我が国としてもこうした取り組みを通じて議論に貢献してまいります。
In March of this year, the World Ocean Summit was held in Japan for the first time. At the opening ceremony, Sakai Manabu, the Minister of State for Ocean Policy, gave a keynote speech on the basic policy and initiatives of Japan's ocean policy. Prime Minister Ishiba Shigeru Director General of the Headquarters for Ocean Policy, also took the platform and delivered a speech. This year is also the year of the ocean, when the UN Ocean Conference will be held for the first time in 3 years, and Japan hopes to contribute to the discussions through these efforts.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Minister Hiroki Hara. Next, we move on to the government of Slovenia. And here, we are delighted to have Ms. Masa Kosiper, State Secretary for Relations with the National Assembly and Office of the Prime Minister. Over to you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, my country, Slovenia, is currently holding the presidency over 3 important conventions. The Barcelona Convention for the Mediterranean Sea, the UN Water Convention, and the Danube Convention. So we are uniquely positioned to bridge marine and freshwater governance and to demonstrate how regional cooperation can drive global change. At the heart of our approach lies the principle from source to sea, which reminds us that the marine pollution often begins far from the coast, in our homes, in our cities, in industries, at farms, and as a result, in our rivers. Pollution flows downstream, so integrated watershed management is essential to safeguarding the health of our oceans. In Slovenia, our commitments already are shown as actions, so operational and measurable. We are modernizing the wastewater treatment systems across the coastal area, reducing nutrition and chemical runoff to the Adriatic Sea. We are enhancing monitoring capabilities by deploying digital technologies and smart sensors to track marine litter, especially microplastics. We are restoring coastal wetlands, recognizing their natural ability to filter pollutions, enhance biodiversity, and buffer climate impacts. We are implementing regionally coordinated responses to prevent oil and naphtha spills and illegal discharges in line with MARPOL obligations and through active port control inspections. Among other measures, Slovenia has already legally banned the most common single-use plastic products found in marine litter. We have launched many campaigns and worked together with our partners to reduce the consumption of the lightweight plastic bags, plastic food containers, and drinking cups. Next, Slovenia has already a very high standards of door-to-door infrastructure for the collection of packaging waste. We are renewing the producer's extent responsibility system and developing a new waste management and waste prevention programs. But as we all know, and as we repeat over and over again, one nation cannot address ocean pollution alone. This is a global crisis and demands global solutions. Therefore, we urge the international community to commit to integrate freshwater and marine policies into coherent, cross-sectoral frameworks that tackle pollution holistically, to prioritize prevention over remediation, recognizing that stopping pollution at its source is more cost-effective and sustainable than cleaning it afterwards, to engage communities, scientists, and youth in crafting solutions that are inclusive, evidence-based, and rooted at local contexts. Our Slovenian experience shows that even a small country can lead by example. So, Excellencies, we now all must move beyond declaration. We must implement, measure, and deliver. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, State Secretary, Ms. Masa Kosiper. We move on now to Romania, the Ministry of Environment, Waters, and Forests. We have State Secretary Christian Valor Beseni. Over to you.
Excellencies, distinguished participants, on behalf of Ministry of Environment, Waters, and Forests of Romania, I would like to thank you for organizing this important event. The message Our Ocean reminds us of the essential link between ocean health and human well-being. Romania, as a sovereign maritime state and EU and UN member, places a strong focus on sustainable management of its coastal and marine waters. We are firmly committed to implementing the EU Marine Strategy Framework Directive to achieve and maintain the good environmental status of the Black Sea, while supporting the sustainable development of the region and promoting the blue economy. Marine pollution, especially from plastics and microplastics, remains a pressing global challenge. In 2023, Romania published its commitment on the Our Ocean platform to implement the EU Single-Use Plastic Directive, improve plastic waste management, enhance marine litter monitoring and collection, and shift consumer behavior through education and incentive. At national level, we have adopted specific legislation, including a deposit return system for single-use packaging. This measure aims to reduce waste at the source, but we recognize that need for continuous efforts upstream and downstream to tackle marine pollution effectively. We believe the solution lies in cooperation across sectors, governments, producers, civil society, and science through innovation, behavioral change, and improved waste management guided by the reduce, resume, recycle principles. Therefore, Romania remains fully engaged in protecting marine ecosystem and contributing to a resilient and healthy ocean. Thank you.
Thank you very much, State Secretary Christian Valor Beseni. We move now to the Republic of the Philippines, the Department of Natural Environment and Natural Resources, DENR. And with us, we have Jonas Leones, Undersecretary for Policy, Planning, and International Affairs at DENR. Over to you, Yusek.
Thank you, Mares. Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, fellow delegates, good speakers, a pleasant good morning. The Philippines expresses its appreciation to the Republic of Korea for its warm hospitality and the excellent arrangement for the 10th anniversary of the Our Ocean Conference hosted in the beautiful city of Busan. As a maritime and archipelagic state with 7,641 islands and the fifth longest coastline in the world of about 37,000 kilometers, the Philippines has remained steadfast in our commitment to advance sustainable ocean governance. Since our participation in the inaugural Our Ocean Conference in 2014, the Philippines has consistently advocated integrated, inclusive, and science-based approaches to ocean conservation. We have made significant progress in various areas, such as in the protection and conservation of marine biodiversity and ecosystems. We have intensified our efforts against illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing. We continue to combat plastic pollution, particularly in marine and coastal areas, and we uphold the rights and freedoms of coastal and user states under the UNCLOS. Aligned with this year's theme of our ocean, our action, the Philippines emphasizes that sustainability and prosperity are not mutually exclusive objectives, but they are complementary. The Philippines' various stakeholders, which includes the government, the maritime industry, the private sector, have crucial and equal roles to play with our fisher folks, our indigenous peoples, and local communities. The common effort must remain central in our campaigns to innovate towards a bluer economy that delivers equal and equitable opportunities, provide food security, and increase resilience against all climate impacts. In this regard, the Philippines takes this opportunity to highlight its commitment to protect the ocean with our initiatives totaling $60 million that cross-cut the different areas action highlighted in this conference. Number one, the commitment to tackle marine plastic pollutions. We are targeting a total of 80 million kilograms to be prevented from reaching and removed from the marine environment by 2030. The ocean-based intervention works hand in hand with our country's flagship program on addressing land-based plastic pollution and promoting circularity. In 2022, we enacted the Extended Producer Responsibility Act, or EPR, which engaged businesses and private sector in the recovery of plastic products or waste. In its first year of implementation, we are proud to report that an initial success with over 326 million kilograms out of the 178 million kilograms of plastic was diverted from landfills or recovered for at least 33% rate of recovery. We plan to improve this implementation or accomplishment by 45% in 2025 this year, and we expect that we can divert 80% of our plastic waste by 2028. Number 2, marine turtle nesting site protection to be initiated by the provincial government of Ilocos Sur in northern part of the country, aligned with our voluntary commitment in establishing our own Great Blue Wall of Marine Protected Areas or MPA networks, and with the long-term goal of achieving our contribution in protecting and conserving wildlife, biodiversity, and ecosystem by 2030, we zoom into one of our provinces, Ilocos Sur, to protect the ecological integrity of marine turtle nesting sites that it hosts. Number 3 commitment, strengthen our coral reef monitoring and marine biodiversity by the provincial government of Palawan, located in the western part of the country, aligned with the Philippines' commitment to the 30 by 30 target under the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. We now zoom into the municipality of Aborlan, Palawan, which is enhancing its marine biodiversity conservation efforts for coral reefs and strengthening its partnership with local government and coastal communities to support long-term ecological and economic resilience by 2028. The fourth, and in order to consolidate our enhancement to the conservation of ocean environment, the country plans to create an Ocean Bureau whose mandate will be the formulation of a national ocean environment policy for the conservation, management, and protection of ocean environments, biodiversity and natural resources from ridge to reef to shelf and to the areas beyond our national jurisdiction, including efforts to address major threats the ocean environment face due to climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution, plastic pollution. As an initial step towards the creation of the Ocean Bureau, the department has already formed and mobilized the National Ocean Environment Task Force in order to ensure legal and legislative coherence of multilateral environmental agreements with local and national and initial circumstances. Institute new adaptive and digital mechanisms to study, observe, and protect ocean environment, biodiversity, and natural resources, and to manage ocean-based industries consistent with domestic and international law by 2028. These voluntary commitments further demonstrate the Philippines' determined efforts to contribute to a healthy ocean that benefits our nation and global community as a whole. The Philippines remains committed to collaborate with our international partners for ocean science, for a sustainable ocean future. Thank you very much, and mabuhay.
Thank you very much, Yusek Leones. Next, we move on to organizations. The first is from the Environmental Justice Foundation, the Norwegian Retailers Environment Fund, and the ECA Family Foundation. And here we have a senior campaigner from the Environment Justice Foundation, Ronald. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good afternoon, distinguished delegates, speakers, fellow ocean advocates, and friends. It's truly an honor for the Environmental Justice Foundation to deliver our commitment to tackle marine plastic pollution globally. At this year's Our Ocean Conference in Busan, we reaffirm our deepest commitment to stand alongside the true change makers of the fight against marine pollution, the frontline environmental defenders working through our Net Free Seas initiative, made possible through the support of organizations such as the Norwegian Retailers Environment Fund and the IKEA Family Foundation. Since 2020, Net Free Seas has partnered with coastal communities in Thailand, Indonesia, and Ghana to recover, recycle, abandoned, lost, and discarded fishing gear, one of the deadliest forms of marine plastic pollution that has been mentioned several times by the speakers today. Together, over 200 tons of fishing gear have been prevented from harming our oceans through an ethical and scalable recycling scheme. Over the next 3 years, we will scale up from 20 to 40 communities in Thailand, preventing 100 tons of waste from entering our oceans annually. By 2028, 2,000 coastal community members, 40% of them women, will benefit from net sales of at least $137,000 in alternative incomes. The Net Free Seas initiative in Ghana and Indonesia will also follow the same approach. But let us be clear, recycling alone is not a silver bullet. True justice for our ocean and for the communities that depend on it demands that we address plastic pollution at every stage of its life cycle. Our commitment this year, for all of us in this room, should be to achieve a global plastics treaty that starts with reducing plastic production to only what is essential, holding producers responsible for the full impacts of their products, and building truly circular economies that empower rather than burden coastal communities. The frontline defenders have shown us what leadership looks like. Now it's time for us, governments, businesses, civil society, to match their courage with action. We invite you all to join in standing with those on the front lines, because protecting our ocean is not just an environmental duty, but a matter of justice. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Ronald. We move next to the Big Ocean States Initiative, BOSI. And here we have a program manager of Rise Up, Dr. Sivaya Karunakaran Nair. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. And good morning, Excellencies, delegates, and friends. Thank you for giving the space to Big Ocean States Initiative. Let me get real quick to the point. Plastic pollution continues to choke our islands and ocean, but recycling alone will not solve the problem. It will not tackle the health risks from microplastics and toxic chemicals. It will not address the climate impacts from plastic pollution. And it will not break the systems that drive overconsumption. That's why the Big Ocean States Initiative is proud to announce and bottle a systems change movement to reduce plastic dependency and pollution in small island states, or rather big ocean states. Unbottle builds on the success of Tap Water Revolution project, piloted in Mauritius by SIA and Indian Ocean Commission, mobilizing cross-sectoral action on single-use plastics. Unbottle will scale that success across African islands. By 2026, Unbottle will install more public drinking water fountains, train more young leaders in citizen science, launch Island Plastics Watch Data Hub, support businesses with plastic reduction plans, and raise over $1 million to support policy reform in at least 3 island nations. But Unbottle is just one piece of a bigger solution. To truly tackle marine pollution, we need collective systemic change. That means investing in upstream solutions that prioritize reduction over recycling, making sustainable alternatives widely accessible, unlocking finance, and making financial commitments with a focus on small island-led initiatives, supporting local communities to be leaders in citizen science and innovations, and achieving a strong, science-based global plastics treaty, one that addresses the full life cycle of plastics. We invite governments, businesses, civil societies, and other partners to join us. Let's stop bottling the problem and start unbottling real solutions that tackle the root cause for our islands, our ocean, and its people. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sivaya. Last but not the least, let's move on to the Aquarium Conservation Partnership. And here we have Kim McIntyre, the Executive Director.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests. We want to say thank you so very much to Busan, South Korea for being gracious hosts and having a wonderful, inclusive event. My name is Ayana Melwan, and I'm the Senior Director of Conservation Action for Aquarium Conservation Partnership.
Thank you all. The Aquarium Conservation Partnership is a coalition of more than 30 aquariums across the US and Canada, working together to increase our collective impact on conservation issues, including reducing the sources of plastic pollution. In 2016, we announced our first plastic commitment on the stage to eliminate single-use plastic straws, bottles, and bags, which we successfully met. Our members have now further committed, despite current policies of the US administration, to stand our ground and continue our work on the plastic pollution crisis by eliminating single-use items in dining, retail, and back-of-house operations, and have built a first-of-a-kind dashboard to track our progress. We leverage as aquariums our unique position as conservation nonprofits, local businesses, research institutions, and visitor-serving organizations to serve as examples in our communities by walking the talk, advocating for plastic reduction policies, showcasing reusable systems and sustainable alternatives to plastic, and reaching our audiences to take action. More than 40 million visitors who visit us in person a year and hundreds of millions more online. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And there you have it, 8 amazing voluntary commitments, 5 from governments and 3 organizations. But before we end, and we're just 3 minutes over time, so I'd like to thank once again our panelists for keeping on time. It was amazing. And also to mention our strong support from KMI, who are backing us up for this plenary. But a huge thanks to the Republic of Korea for this amazing 10th anniversary celebrations of our Ocean Conference, and especially the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries, and also to all of you who've stayed on throughout, and hope you had an enjoyable plenary session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, moderator and speakers, for the meaningful and productive discussions. Thank you once again. And thank you to all of you for joining us at this plenary session. And coming up next is Maritime Security plenary session reconvening at the same venue at 2:30 p.m. So after lunch, we look forward to seeing you at 2:30. Please enjoy your lunch. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone, and thank you very much for coming to our Maritime Security Plenary. Our session today explores measures to sustain ocean stability, fundamental to the global economy and supply chain, and we're going to drill into the issues particularly for maritime security. We're looking at the ocean links that connect our world, and it's long served as an essential space for international exchange and collaboration in areas such as transportation, logistics, and marine resource utilization. Strong cooperation is essential among nations to maintain this global network, and having a predictable and stable maritime environment is key to establishing global prosperity and political stability. In this session, we're joined by leaders from across the spectrum of the academy and practitioners and global governance to provide each of them a unique perspective on how we can maintain this global network that we are all dependent upon. We'll touch on global importance of geopolitics, maritime security, normative and doctrinal frameworks to enhance cooperation and collaboration in the maritime environment. Our theme is action for a stable international maritime order, and we're pleased to have 4 distinguished speakers with us today, each that has a unique perspective. Our first speaker is Admiral Hosub Jung. He is a professor of international relations at Ulsan University. Admiral Jung has made significant contributions to the development of the Republic of Korea's Indo-Pacific maritime security and geopolitical strategy. He served as the Chief of Naval Operations for the Republic of Korea Navy, and during which time he played a key role in building international cooperation mechanisms based on the Navy to promote a stable and peaceful maritime order and Korea's contributions to that order. He earned a PhD from the Department of Politics and International Relations, Lancaster University in the United Kingdom. Our next speaker, to your right, is Professor Stuart Kay. He is Director and Distinguished Professor of Law at the Australian National Centre for Ocean Resources and Security, NCORS, at the University of Wollongong. Professor Kay is formerly Dean of Law at the University of Western Australia and was appointed as Winthrop Professor of Law in July of 2010. He is also currently a member of the Australian Research Council College of Experts and was awarded recently the Medal of the Order of Australia. We also welcome our third speaker, Mr. Vladimir Yarosh. He is the director of the United Nations Division for Ocean Affairs and Law of the Sea in the Office of Legal Affairs at the UN Secretariat. Mr. Yarosh has dealt with many issues concerning the law of the sea, and in particular those related to the 1982 United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. For 20 years, he's been involved in providing services to the Commission on the Limits of the Continental Shelf and has served as its secretary. He's also been involved in capacity building activities for the division, delivering many of its training courses, including on UNCLOS Article 76 implementation. Our final speaker, Captain Sil Gu, is a marine pilot affiliated with Busan Harbor Pilots Association. Captain Gu holds the distinction of being both the first female merchant ship captain in Korea's maritime industry and the first female maritime pilot in Korea. She is a graduate of Korea Maritime and Ocean University and began her career as a navigation officer at Pan Ocean. Since 2018, Captain Gu has served as captain for BTS tankers in Singapore and Bernhard Schutt Ship Management. After passing the pilot trainee examination in 2023, after 15 years at sea, she began her career as a maritime pilot. We'll now commence the presentation segment of today's session. Admiral, over to you, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Jung Ho-sop, currently teaching at Ulsan University, South Korea. It's very nice and honor to me to be here to present my view, especially from my military point of view regarding West Pacific maritime security. Today, I would like to, suggest two measures for the maritime security in the Western Pacific. To start, let's look at the maritime security situation in a traditional period, as the region has become a main stage for intensifying US-China strategic competition. Maritime security is also getting increasingly dangerous. The rule-based maritime order has been largely destroyed long ago with the possibility of accidental armed conflict deepening amid military confrontation. As a result, the safety of regional sea lanes, the engine of the global economic growth, is becoming increasingly precarious. Amid this, the second Trump administration's America First approach is only adding uncertainty to the already unstable maritime security. Therefore, measures are needed to prevent further destruction of the maritime order in the region. Against this backdrop, I would like to suggest the following two. First, it is urgent to restore balance of power in the region. Order comes from power and cannot be maintained without power. Currently, the regional balance of power is shifting in China's favor. Unfortunately, the US alone cannot reverse this trend. Support from allies and partners are needed. In this regard, there is a credible argument that in order to deal with China's growing power and influence, it is necessary to build an allied arsenal of democracy by deepening and stitching the function of the lattice work of allies and partners established by the previous Biden administrations. I agree with this. This will not only offset China's strategic advantage in military scale and time, but also strengthen deterrence against armed invasion and effectively respond to gray zone provocation in the region. Considering this, I reviewed the lattice work of allies and partners already existing in the region in terms of the main missions to perform, the capacity to be pooled, and supporting organization for each grid as shown on the slide. Through the building of alliance of capacity such as available forward bases and maritime and defense industrial bases, the objectives are to maintain the status quo and deter armed conflict. Ultimately, it is to create a maritime security environment in which not only the US and China, but also all countries can coexist peacefully in the region. At the same time, I suggest to promote cooperative maritime activity as a bid to lower risks of armed conflict in the region. Activity that are in line with common interest, notably maritime trade, and that do not cause security dilemmas while providing an international platform for dialogue and cooperation will be most desirable. In this regard, I was inspired by two precedents, the International Slot Group existed in the region during the Cold War, and the 3C initiative currently operating in Europe. From this, I propose to promote a Western Pacific 3C initiative. It is open to all coastal countries in the South China Sea, East China Sea, and Yellow Sea, through which key maritime traffic routes pass. The three main efforts are as follows. First, transportation security, including maritime domain awareness, undersea infrastructure protection, and maritime cyber security. Second, humanitarian assistance and disaster relief. And third, support for the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea through international maritime law research, seminars, educations. These activities basically belong to track 1.5 and aim to emphasize and spread the importance of slot safety and the need of a rule-based maritime order in the region. In conclusion, I suggested a couple of measures in support of a stable maritime order in the Western Pacific. I believe this can be a starting point for restoring rule-based maritime order. Then the key is how to persuade regional allies and partners to join these efforts. In this context, let me conclude my presentation with the following words. America first? Maybe, but allies still matters. Thank you very much.
Thank you for those ideas, Admiral, especially the 3Cs initiative for South China Sea, East China Sea, and Yellow Sea. It's an innovative idea. Now we go to Professor Stuart Kay, who is going to share some thoughts about submarine cables and pipeline security.
Thank you very much. And look, I'd like to commend the organisers for this wonderful conference and for their kind invitation to participate in it. I'm going to be talking about submarine cables and pipelines, which are vital to international commerce and certainly underlie what would be one of the conference themes of a digital ocean. For those of you who don't know much about submarine cables, they are not necessarily as you would think. There's an image of one there on the screen, and there are about 1.4 million kilometres of submarine cables around the world at the moment. Mostly communication cables, but there are electricity cables as well. These are part of over 600 separate cable systems, and there are 1,700 landing points for these cables around the globe. And they handle about 99% of all electronic communications that travel from continents. So if you've logged in and watched Netflix or done something of that nature, you made use of a submarine cable, whether you liked it or not. In terms of size, they're also much smaller than you think. The diameter of my thumb is about the same size as a typical submarine cable, and I don't have a particularly large thumb. The cables themselves, you can see here around the globe. Ideally, that globe should be spinning, but use your imagination and perhaps it will start. But there are cables running right throughout the world. There we go, underway. And they connect up pretty much everywhere on the planet where there are sizable numbers of humans. In terms of what breaks these cables, well, mostly they break through natural causes or accidents. If somebody departs a port and forgets to bring in one of the anchors, that's guaranteed to destroy any cable that the anchor gets anywhere near. Mostly undersea earthquakes and things of that nature will break them naturally. The cables themselves, however, in recent times have come under threat. There was a number of incidents in the Baltic, obviously the famous blowing up of the Nord Stream pipelines, but also with respect to breaking cables in the Baltic Sea. Now, originally, international law provided a solution for this problem back in 1884, which was to essentially make flag states criminalise the breaking of a submarine cable deliberately or through gross negligence. Those provisions have been retained in the modern law of the sea convention, with one exception. There used to be, under the 1884 Convention, a right to board in certain circumstances, but this doesn't find itself in the modern law of the Sea Convention. The only advance the law of the Sea Convention has over the 1884 Convention is it provides for pipelines and electricity cables. Now, the problem with using a flag state as the basis for dealing with this problem is one that wasn't evident in 1884 but is today. The diagram on the screen shows you where vessels are flagged around the world. And if I break it down into key states, you will see that three of the largest states are Panama, the Marshall Islands and Liberia, who are not really going to be in a position to undertake prosecutions of anybody breaking a submarine cable outside the territorial sea of a coastal state, which suggests that relying upon flag states as the principal basis to protect submarine cables leaves us with a lacuna in the law which may be problematic. So how do we deal with this problem? Well, one is that we need to try to strengthen legal protections for international cables. Coastal states can do more to protect cables within their jurisdiction. A cable is most easily broken in relatively shallow water. And being in shallow water means they'll be likely to be in the territorial sea. And if that's the case, it's within the jurisdiction of a coastal state to be able to deal with it. But coastal states need to work cooperatively to try to bring that about. There's also a desire among some states to revisit the 1884 Convention. The Article 10 right to board is useful. There were reports that it was even used by Denmark as a basis to undertake a boarding to investigate a break of a cable in the Baltic Sea. The 1884 Convention is still in force, and so states can become a party to it and make use of that Article 10 where appropriate. And then finally, I would suggest that the protections that are available to ships on the high seas, that if a vessel is flagged in a particular state, that state can come to the aid of that ship in the event that it is attacked, could be applied to submarine cables. At present, there is no system of registration for cables at all. People can own them, companies can own them, but there is no system that gives the cable a nationality. And if a cable had a nationality, then that state, the state of registration, could potentially take steps to try to help address the problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Kay, for those thoughts on submarine cables and pipeline security. Now we move on to Mr. Yarish, who is going to provide a perspective on capacity building from United Nations and global governance. Yarish?
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. There is no maritime security without a good understanding of the global ocean regime and the law of the sea as reflected in the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. The convention, which is in force since November 1994, is the only globally recognized regime dealing with all matters relating to the law of the sea. The convention governs all aspects of ocean space, such as delimitation and delineation of maritime zones, environmental protection, marine scientific research, economic and commercial activities, transfer of marine technology, as well as settlement of disputes. It's today accompanied by 3 important implementing agreements. Currently, as you can see, the convention is ratified by the majority, 170 member states. It provides a foundation for a stable and secure maritime order by providing a single universally agreed legal framework for the conduct of all activities on the oceans and seas. That provides predictability, and thus the convention is preempting most potential disagreements regarding the various uses of ocean spaces. The provisions of the convention, of course, are a result of a very balanced package deal, and the convention, by bringing the legal certainty, also addresses the issue and provides framework for addressing the crimes at sea. First, there is a maritime zones regime, which I have mentioned, and which sets out the rights and obligations of states in the maritime zones. And second, the convention includes specific provisions to address a number of specific categories of crime at sea including piracy, trafficking in narcotic drugs, and psychotropic substances, intentional damage to underwater cables and pipelines, transport of slaves, and unauthorized broadcasting from the high seas. So this is on that. I just briefly mentioned also the fish stocks agreement, which was a result and response to the so-called Cold Wars, where the collapse of various important fisheries led to armed skirmishes among different states. So this is another element which is reflecting the current legal regime in the oceans. Finally, the third implementing agreement, which is concerning marine biological diversity of areas beyond national jurisdiction, is a newcomer, is a new treaty dealing with all ocean spaces which are beyond national jurisdiction, and is providing, again, a solution to all potential issues that might arise. But let me go to the capacity building, because this is the topic that I've chosen for this presentation. Having a robust international legal framework in place, it's important, but it's equally important to ensure that it can be fully and effectively implemented. Capacity building provides a better understanding of the legal framework and provides states with the knowledge and resources to implement it. And actually, this is one of the priority topics in annual General Assembly resolutions on oceans and law of the sea. We are currently undertaking 3 major capacity building programs. This is a program supported by NORA, the Norwegian Agency for Development, and this is strengthening the strategic capacity of developing states in ocean governance, focusing broadly on the implementation of UNCLOS and related instruments, including on issues of maritime security. Second, the United Nations Fish Stocks Agreement program of assistance, which is focusing on implementing the capacity building in the fisheries, field of fisheries. And finally, the program of activities related to the promotion of better understanding of the BBNJ agreement. But we also deliver customized regional or national technical assistance, of which we have many examples on our website. We also provide trainings and fellowship through the Nippon Foundation program and the Hamilton Amara Singh Memorial Fellowship, as well through the specialized ocean governance fellowship for small island developing states. And these programs include participants from all areas, not only legal, but also military, those dealing with maritime security, those dealing with enforcement in attorneys general's offices. Thus, this capacity building allows them to have a better understanding of their tasks and mandates and responsibilities, not only from the purely sectoral perspective, but from a larger perspective of the international legal regime for the oceans. And this understanding, of course, stimulates a better understanding of maritime security. So I invite you to visit the website of the division and the part on ocean capacity. And you can also explore what kind of other support we provide through dedicated trust funds. So the key takeaways that you see is that the uniform and consistent application of international sea underpins security and safety at sea. And even when the rules exist, it has to be capacity and political will to ensure the uniform, consistent application. And this comes through learning. And thus, capacity building is a critical investment in rules-based order for the oceans. And I would like to stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vladimir Jaresh, for those thoughts on perspective from the Division of Ocean Affairs and Law of the Sea on capacity building for maritime security, particularly for developing states and enabling them to implement the international norms. Finally, we'll turn to Captain Gu, who's going to share her perspective on maritime safety at sea and her extensive experience on the water. Captain Gu.
Good afternoon. My name is Seo Gu. I worked on board mostly chemical and product tankers for 15 years. I would like to share some of my experiences related to the maritime security. I remember the first time I transited through the Gulf of Aden while serving on a chemical tanker. We took armed guards in Sri Lanka and they disembarked in Malta. Before entering the Indian Ocean, all crew members and armed guards had a meeting to discuss security measures and how to respond in the event of a pirate attack. We installed razor wires all around the ship and placed obstacles at each stairway to deter boarding. All crew suspended their regular duties and took part in piracy watch every day and night. Additionally, we joined a naval convoy when passing through the most dangerous area. We repeated these measures every time the vessel transited through the Gulf of Aden. As pirate activity in the Gulf of Aden decreased, incidents became more frequent in the Singapore and Malacca Straits. At that time, I was working on small oil and chemical tankers carrying gas oil and gasoline, mainly trading between Singapore and Malaysia. It is short voyages of just a few hours. Despite the tight schedule, we had to take on additional anti-piracy duties. And there were many security alerts every day in that area. Besides this, I've experienced minor incidents such as robbery on board and received many life-threatening alerts, including hijackings, bomb threats, and ship attacks. These situations contributed significantly to the mental and physical stress experienced by crew members. Now, I work as a pilot in Busan ports. Although I am no longer sailing, I still hear about security concerns from ship captains during pilotage. For example, many vessels have had to reroute around Africa due to war, resulting in longer voyages and increased fuel consumption. It impacts both energy efficiency and environmental protection in a negative way. From my experience, uncertainty in the maritime security discourages seafarers from working at sea and negatively affect crew well-being. The anti-piracy measures we take consume time, manpower, and resources. As we all know, shipping is a vital part of the global supply chain. With that in mind, ensuring the safety of maritime routes is essential for maintaining stable, efficient, and secure global trade. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments, Captain Gu, on the risks to the human element in the oceans and also to the threats to global supply chains, particularly in confined waters such as the Gulf of Aden and straits used for international navigation. Now we'll move on to a discussion phase of our panel. And I'd like to pose a question, if I may, to our distinguished panelists and ask that you might just provide your thoughts on this first question in maybe 1 or 2 minutes. And the question is, what would you think about as the most prominent or key threats, either geopolitical threats or threats of technology that endanger maritime security today? Admiral Young?
Yeah, I think the biggest threat to the maritime security in the region is shifting power balance in the region. Because if peace can be, maintained, the power should be, balanced. But at the moment, the power balance is shifting. That is the biggest threat to the region, I think.
Look, I think there are a number of threats. I might harken back to my comments in relation to submarine cables. A relatively substantial break in a number of cables can effectively cut people off. My own country, most of the cables come into port in the vicinity of the city of Sydney. And in an afternoon, somebody could cut off about 95% of Australia's data traffic. And that would leave us cut off a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. The level of disruption that would cause to the economy can't be overstated. So I think it's a concern. Happily, it's not one that is active at the moment, but nevertheless, it presents a threat.
Thank you for that. Mr. Yarish?
I would like to address this question from a broader perspective. Apart from conflicts, armed conflicts that we have seen, unfortunately, in the recent times, we know that under the convention, the high seas are reserved for peaceful purposes, and that means all the zones beyond the limits of the territorial sea. But I would perceive as one of the considerable threats exactly the lack of capacity to promote a legal regime in the oceans. And that goes at the national level, at the regional level, so lack of capacity, lack of understanding of the legal regime. This is a real threat, and we are dealing with the threat on an every daily basis, and that's what we are so much insisting on: capacity building and promoting the legal regime for the oceans, because only through the better understanding of this legal regime of the oceans, all these small little issues that we know exist would go away through compliance and enforcement, among others. Thank you.
In my opinion, one of the most threat is the political issues surrounding the Red Sea. The area is a vital part of important global trade routes. However, despite of its significance, it has remained to be a security-prone area for a long time. If regional tensions are not eased, the number and types of security incidents are likely to increase over time and more acceptable as the technology advances. It is time to make a concerted effort to secure this route with the cooperation of all the countries involved.
Thank you very much, Captain Koo, for those thoughts. So there seems to be a developing theme that collaboration and cooperation is essential, and that we have a spectrum of maritime security threats, from global balance of power and dynamics of regional threats, to the problem of safety and security of submarine cables and the risk of loss of data that we could experience. I'd ask the panelists again in a couple of minutes to offer some thoughts on the best way to address these threats. How can we minimize the threats that we're confronted throughout this spectrum. Admiral, beginning with you, please.
Yes, here, as I mentioned, we should restore the balance of power in the region to avoid, prevent armed conflict, So in doing so, I suggested two things. One is to build an alliance of capacity, such as, integrating defense or maritime industrial bases and available forward bases of close allies and partners to, restore power balance. And on the other hand, I also suggested to promote, a cooperative maritime security in the name of, 3C, initiatives, West Pacific, as well as, International SLAC Group, operated during the, Cold War era to be revitalized. Thank you.
I think cooperation makes everything better at sea. The oceans are a shared space. Even in areas that are under the jurisdiction of a state, there's still ships coming and going, and cooperation to ensure that shipping can move, that data is protected, is essential. Where threats have emerged in the last 30 years, where there have been cooperative actions to address those threats, places like the Sulu-Sulawesi Sea or the Straits of Malacca or the Gulf of Aden, which we heard from Captain Gu, these have been able to be successfully addressed, no small part because there's been cooperation between interested states to try to bring stability and to try to ensure that the threat does not have a terrible and adverse effect. So I think cooperation is essential.
Thank you. I would definitely agree that cooperation is the key. Sharing of data, sharing of information. I would like also to, in the presence of the former and present representatives of the navies and coast guards, to enhance enhanced roles of the navies in maintaining maritime security and international cooperation is of essence. We know that navies have multiple tools at their disposal in order to ensure that the oceans are safe for navigation and safe for other uses of the sea, including the exploitation of the resources. And I know that navies are together actively exploring how they can better contribute to the achieving sustainable development goals. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Captain Gu?
Yes. My opinion, the data protection related to maritime routes and vessel position should be enhanced. In the current digital landscape, it is easy for anyone to access information about ship positions, routes, schedules, and other related data online. Such information can be exploited to plan and execute attacks. However, the transparency of navigation data is essential for maintaining collision avoidance and traffic management. The key challenge lies in balancing the need for transparency with the protection of sensitive routing information. It is recommended to establish industry standards for maritime cybersecurity. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those thoughts. If we could turn to some specific questions or develop your thoughts a little further. If I may reverse the order and start with you, Captain Gu. So you had mentioned the problem of cybersecurity at sea and data and how this is becoming even more important to safety of navigation. Could you talk about some of the rules or instruments or treaties that are important, or maybe what is the most important factor from a seafarer perspective in maintaining data security and cyber security on the water?
It's quite hard to answer now. Yeah.
It's somewhat of a difficult question in that the cyber issues almost swallow the
Yes.
maritime issues. But from the perspective of a master or captain of a ship, what are the most important or compelling things to keep in mind for cybersecurity or data security when you're operating a ship?
Data and cybersecurity. It is like, it could be negative or positive way. Because, as I mentioned, the location ship can be used for attacks. But same time, it can be used for the safety of the ship, especially the vessel is in distress. So now, what we need to think about is how to control the information while sailing in a good way. So everyone can be feeling safe at sea.
Thank you for those thoughts. And continuing, Mr. Urish, could you provide some additional examples of capacity building and how they can contribute to maritime security?
Well, one example, thank you for the question. One example that comes at hand is our involvement in capacity building, assisting Somalia in building its governance framework for sustainable and secure ocean. And that was in the context of preventing the piracy, of course, of Somalia. We have seen that there was a situation in the Gulf of Aden, which was also attributed to some so-called root causes of this piracy problem. So our division delivered 2 programs over the number of years. I had the privilege of traveling to Mogadishu 3 times, where together with my colleagues and colleagues from the UN agencies, we have delivered programs aimed at building the knowledge capacity of the Somali legislators, as well as technical officials regarding the rights and duties of maritime zones and prevention of piracy, in order to enable them, in fact, to address the burning issue of this criminal activity, of course, from Somalia. So this would be one of the very specific examples where we delivered based on the needs, very specific urgent needs in the field of maritime security.
Thank you very much for that. Professor Kay, with regard to turning once again to submarine cables and pipelines, within the frameworks that you described, what else can states do, either individually or collectively, to provide greater security for cables and pipelines?
Well, certainly states have responsibilities with respect to protecting cables and pipelines within their territorial seas. And not all states have robust mechanisms to do this, or they have penalties which are so out of date and low that there's no disincentive for somebody to engage in misbehaviour. In terms of cooperation, I think cooperating with flag states, cooperating with flag states with respect to prosecutions. States like the Marshall Islands, Panama, Liberia, which have a huge number of vessels flagged to them, could undertake prosecutions, but they would need support. They would need financial support and logistic support to be able to do that, and I think that would be an important cooperative step.
Thank you very much, Professor. Admiral Young, you mentioned 2 cases, SLOC Group, as well as the 3 Seas Initiative Western Pacific. Could you provide some more thoughts on how these mechanisms can enhance the geopolitical issues that you discussed?
Yes. Yeah. International SLOC Group was a Track 2 organization operated during the Cold War. It served as an international platform for dialogue and cooperation. So I think it's gonna be very, helpful to provide a stage for dialogue and, cooperation at a time when, and the U.S. and China, engaged in strategic competition, their mutual, trust is at its lowest, and mutual confrontation is ever deepening. So I think revitalizing international SLAC, group, today is very meaningful to create space for peace at sea in the region. And secondly, sushi initiatives in Europe, actually it is undergoing effort by Europe, is an effort to promote economic development in the region, between the Adriatic, Baltic, and Black Sea. It supports the development of energy, transport, and digital infrastructure across Central and Eastern Europe. These three areas also important to maritime security in Western Pacific. So I propose the revitalizing international SLAC group in a similar basis on 3C's initiative in Europe at the stage of Western Pacific today.
Thank you, Admiral. And if I may follow up, first with you, Admiral, and then in order of our speakers, I'd like to present the questions, and then Admiral, turn to you to address them. Would you give us some thoughts on the role of the United States in the region, particularly in light of the focus of the current administration, as well as regional power dynamics and the importance or what you foresee as the role of the United States in the maritime order in the Western Pacific? And I would ask you to think about that for just a few seconds while I also want to put on the table a few other questions, and then we'll return to you for the answer. Professor Kay, you talked about the legal architecture for submarine cables has been around since the 19th century, and could you address, if it's been around for so long, why are we now looking at protecting this network only so recently? Why is it only a current issue today in 2025? And if you think about that for a moment, Mr. Yurish, I'd also ask you if you could elaborate on the work that DOALIS, Division of Ocean Affairs and Law of the Sea, has done with regard to capacity building under in the context of the biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction agreement, the 2023 treaty. And finally, Captain Gu, if I could ask you to think about, after the Admiral and your colleagues provide their answers, your experience as a captain and how and what should be done to attract or draw more people into the maritime field, particularly those who have not been widely represented. You were a trailblazer in many respects as a woman in a non-traditional female field, and what can be done to bring more people into the maritime industry in the future, especially for women. So, Admiral, turning to you for that geopolitical question.
Thank you very much for your excellent questions. Until recently, the maritime order in the region has been maintained primarily by U.S. Navy naval predominance. U.S. Navy actually has been a center of gravity that ensured maritime security and rule-based maritime order in the Western Pacific. However, while the U.S. Navy is weakening, at least comparatively to the first, the power and influence of Chinese Navy is quickly growing. So the balance of power is breaking, seriously damaging the already existing rule-based maritime order. So that's the reason I, stressed, the importance of restoring balance of power. In the middle of that, we had many, rules and, cooperative mechanism in the region. For example, UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, and, ASEAN Plus or APEC, things like that. We have many, stage for cooperation, for maritime security. But effectiveness of those, mechanism, rule, all, limited, getting more and more limited due to strategic competition. So I'm very, sad to, see, the maritime, security of the region is getting, worse day by day.
Thank you for that. Professor Kay?
Two reasons why the issue hasn't emerged. One is most non-state actors who would do harm were blissfully unaware that submarine cables were a thing and therefore didn't ever seek to attack them. I think the Houthis inadvertently broke a cable when they attacked a ship in the Red Sea, and it may have given people ideas, which is a concern. The other is that there have been domestic civil remedies that cable companies have been able to pursue, essentially using what's known as the action in rem, arresting a vessel with the bailiffs when it comes into a port that supports such an action for non-payment of a debt. And since you suffer quite a lot of damage if your submarine cable is broken, having a vessel arrested when it comes into a port like the Port of Singapore, for example, until that compensation is paid, has been very effective.
Thank you. Mr. Vladimir Yeresh.
Thank you. As I stated at the very beginning, understanding the legal regime of the oceans as reflected in the convention and now in the also latest implementing treaty, which is the 2023 agreement on conservation and sustainable use of marine biological diversity of areas beyond national jurisdiction, is intrinsically linked to the maritime security. In broader sense, our division is undertaking a series of activities aimed at promoting a better understanding of this legal regime and the BBNJ agreement, including through regional workshops. There have been 5 workshops delivered at the regional level. There have been activities supporting side events and on the sidelines of major international conferences, and we aim to yet provide another training workshop in the Indian Ocean area later this year. And thus, of course, through interchange and states getting together in the regions, in the broad sense, we also contribute to the promotion of maritime security, I want to believe. Thank you.
Thank you. Captain Gu.
Yes. In my opinion, crew welfare is the key part. For a long time, crew well-being was ignored. Many companies considered about their profit only. They don't understand how crew feel being away from home and encountered all kinds of hazards such as bad weather and pirate attacks. So to bring seafarers on board again, it is important to make sure the crew well-being is secured.
Thank you very much, Captain Gu and panelists for addressing those issues. So we've talked about overcoming threats to the global supply chain, strengthening international cooperation for maritime security, including issues of cybersecurity, submarine cables and pipelines, and how we can strengthen this network through compliance and capacity building for international law, and also a focus on the role of technologies as well as the human element in global maritime security. As we conclude this portion of the session, I'd like to thank our panelists and move to our third part of this session, which is a commitment presentation. So we have several speakers, presenters that will proceed with delivering a commitment presentation. We have two speakers. The first is Kapantai Sarapavanic, and they will talk about enhancement of regional cooperation and human resources development to eliminate IUU fishing. So may I invite Kapante to the stage, please, for the presentation.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, good afternoon. Southeast Asian Fishery Development Center is an intergovernmental organization is established in 1967. Our mission is dedicated to sustainable fishery in Southeast Asia. Recognizing IUU fishing is a critical threat to our marine resources and regional economics. SAFDEC actively cooperate with the ASEAN member states to combat these provisions issued from 2020 to 2024. Our joint projects significantly sustainable regional cooperation and national capacity. Key achievements include the development of the Regional Fishing Vessel Record RFVR database, initially for vessels over 24 meters, enabling better information sharing and target inspection. We also pioneered the Electronic ASEAN Cat Documentation Scheme, EACDS, to enhance fish and fishery traceability. Furthermore, we delivered crucial capacity building program on monitor, control, and surveillance to our member countries. The programs also encouraged empowering nearly 900 participants across the region to more effective tackle IUU fishing. Looking ahead, under the project's enhancement of regional cooperation and human resources development to eliminate IUU fishing, SAFDEC will intensify its effort. Our priority includes improving the regional fishing vessel records by incorporating carrier vessels, particularly under 24 meters, to enhance system of both of traceability, both of the commercial and small-scale fishery. Crucially, we will continue to enhance the monitor, control, and surveillance capacity of the ASEAN member states to address critical IUU fishing issues. We firmly believe that through sustained cooperation and implementation of robust MCS measures, we can achieve stronger regional cohesion in combating IUU fishing and ultimately eliminate these detrimental practices for ASEAN countries, ensuring the long-term health and sustainability of our precious marine resources and maritime security. Thank you.
Thank you, Kong Patai, representing the Southeast Asian Fisheries Development Center. And Mr. Serapanovich is the head of training and information. He's a section lead technical in combating IUU fishing for the Southeast Asian Fisheries Development Centers. Thank you for that commitment. Now I would like to invite Megan Brosnan. Megan is Chief Executive Officer of WildAid, and she'll talk about WildAid's commitment of $6 million by 2027 as part of a project for coordination across Latin America safeguarding marine biodiversity and fostering sustainable ecosystems.
WildAid is a US-based non-governmental organization with work in 20 countries. At WildAid, we like to say that the biggest opportunity for change on Earth is us. That us includes everyone in this room. We believe there is nothing more powerful than supporting people, communities, and governments in exercising their power to act, to protect wildlife from critical threats, with our world-class communications campaigns and our globally recognized marine enforcement expertise. I stand before you today deeply grateful for being invited to share WildAid's commitment to continue our team's relentless work to expand the support of our marine protection program provides to ocean guardians. Our marine program partners with local stakeholders to develop comprehensive marine protection systems that strengthen law enforcement, deter illegal fishing, promote wildlife recovery, and support the sustainable livelihoods of coastal communities. Today, WildAid is proud to commit $6 million by 2027 to enhance marine enforcement capacity in coordination across Latin America. Through this initiative, WildAid will collaborate with funders, local governments, NGOs, and community leaders, many of who are in attendance at this conference, to strengthen marine law enforcement and foster inclusive participation in marine protection, building unified strategies across borders and sectors to protect marine biodiversity and promote ecosystem recovery. Final note, WildAid never works alone. Many thanks to all of you for your tireless efforts to realize a vibrant future for our oceans.
Thank you very much for that. And so I'd like to finally thank, as we close our session, our distinguished speakers. Admiral Young, former Chief of Naval Operations of Republic of Korea Navy, thank you very much. Professor Stuart Kay, the Director of the Australian National Centre for Ocean Resources and Security at University of Wollongong. Mr. Vladimir Yeresh, the Director of the United Nations Division of Ocean Affairs and Law of the Sea. And Ms. Gu, thank you very much from Marine Pilots Association and your perspective for the human element in operating at sea. Let's give our panelists a round of applause. And also, finally, let's give a round of applause to Kangpai Sarapanovich from the Southeast Asian Fisheries Development Center for their commitment on enhanced regional cooperation and human resources development to eliminate IUU fishing, and also Megan Brosnan at WildAid for their commitment as well to focus on coordination across Latin America. Let's give them a hand. And with that, our session is closed. Thank you very much for your attention.
Yes, thank you, moderator and speakers, for the productive discussions. Thank you once again. And now this brings us to the end of this session, and next Digital Oceans plenary session will begin at 4 p.m. at this very venue. We look forward to your active participation. Thank you once again.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Digital Ocean Plenary Session on Actions for Advancing Sustainable Ocean through Digital Technologies. I'm Jong-do Kim. I'm the moderator of this session and the president of Korea Fisheries Resources Agencies under the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries. This session will explore how digital ocean technologies are transforming responses to some of the most pressing challenges facing our ocean today, including climate change, environmental degradations, and maritime efficiencies. As smart solutions gain momentum across sectors such as aquaculture, autonomous shipping, and digital maritime traffic management, this session will examine how these innovations are advancing both sustainability and industrial growth. Panels will discuss emerging models of the digital ocean governance, cutting-edge applications in marine industries, and strategies for international collaborations. I'm very pleased to have 5 distinguished speakers today, each bring unique expertise and perspectives on advancing the digital oceans. I will introduce each speaker shortly. Please welcome Mr. Im Do-hyung. He is a CEO of Abacus, a subsidiary of the HD Hyundai Group. He has served as head of the Digital Technology Research Center and head of the Autonomous Navigation Research Department. Please welcome Dr. Lim. And please welcome Honorable Minister Sagat Talutiaf. He is currently serving as the Minister for Natural Resources Department. He is recognized for his leadership on various areas, including sustainable fisheries, and continues to play a key role in Tuvalu's climate resilience and resource management. Then please welcome Ms. Melissa Wright. She is senior member of the Bloomberg Philanthropies environmental team. She previously held leadership roles at the Natural Resources Defense Council and the City of New York, focusing on energy efficiency and climate initiatives. Then please welcome Professor Fang-Li Chiao. He is an oceanographer and known for founding of the Chiao theory. He is also leading several international ocean science initiatives with over 400 paper-reviewed publications and numerous academic awards. Lastly, please welcome Her Excellency's Vice Minister Lydia Burkau. She is Vice Minister of the Maritime Affairs of the Portuguese Republic. Also, for over the last 30 years, she has been writing about the ocean from a journalistic to a political perspective. We will now begin the presentation segment of our session. Each of our 5 speakers will share their prepared remarks, focusing on the theme of the digital oceans and presenting key messages that reflect their insights and experiences. Each speaker is invited to speak for up to 5 minutes. The presentation will be delivered while seated, and I will guide the flow of the session. Then let's begin with our first speaker, Mr. Im Do-hyung. Please, floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. I am Do-hyung Lim, CEO of Abacus. Abacus is an autonomous navigation subsidiary of HD Hyundai, one of the world's leading shipbuilders. Since 2021, our solution has been installed as a standard feature on all HD Hyundai vessels. Today, based on real-world operation across more than 200 vessels, I would like to introduce how autonomous navigation technology is recognized as an eco-friendly solution. You know, the maritime industry are facing major challenges, including shortage of skilled crew, an increase in maritime accidents caused by human error, and growing pressure to meet environmental regulations. By applying autonomous technologies already proven in automotive sector, we can address these issues at sea as well. to clarify, the autonomous navigation system we are introducing here is not an unmanned vessel. It's a solution that uses digital technology to automatically plan the optimal voyage and adjust the ship's course and speed accordingly. While all operations are carried out autonomously, full control and responsibility remain with the human pilot. First, I would like to talk about how autonomous navigation solution can contribute to improving safety. As you see, by using multiple cameras combined with the deep learning technology, the system enables a continuous 24-hour watchkeeping. And through IR cameras, it can automatically detect obstacles in even low visibility conditions. In addition to IR camera and EO camera, the system integrates X-band radar, S-band radar, and AIS to maintain continuous monitoring and provide alerts. As you may know, earlier this March, a ship collision occurred in the North Sea. While the root cause is still under investigation, it has been reported that there were no watchkeeper on either vessel at the time of the incident. We conducted a simulation assuming our autonomous navigation system had been in place. The system not only detects the surrounding situation and issues the timely alert, but also actively executes collision avoidance maneuvers. This clearly shows that such accidents could have been prevented with autonomous navigation technology. Next, I would like to introduce how autonomous navigation technology helps reduce greenhouse gas emissions through optimal voyage planning and execution. It dynamically calculates the optimal operating profile by taking into account weather conditions, ship dynamics, and the planned ETA. And the vessel autonomously follows this optimized profile throughout the voyage. In general, human pilots tend to operate at the maximum RPM during the early stage of a voyage to meet required ETA. This operating pattern inevitably results in higher fuel consumption compared to the optimized profile executed by an autonomous navigation system. Through real-world trials, we have successfully validated the fuel-saving effects of an autonomous navigation system. While the exact saving vary depending on the voyage condition and the vessel types, we consistently observed an average reduction 5% in both fuel consumption and carbon emissions. Although human operators retain full responsibility, autonomous navigation technology already delivers significant value in terms of safety and environmental sustainability. As the level of autonomy continues to advance, its value will grow even further. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Lim. Autonomous ship technology is known for the game changer in the shipping business in the future. At the same time, you have a lot of challenges to have that safe and stable and sustainable. So thank you very much for your insightful information and the current situations. Then I'll move to next speakers. I invite Honorable Minister Sagatalu Health. The floor is yours.
Honorable delegates to the 10th Our Ocean Conference, distinguished panelists, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great privilege for me to address this meeting. I'd like to start by thanking the organizers for inviting me and commend the efficient logistic arrangements. I would also like to acknowledge the hospitality of our hosts, the government and the people of Korea, and particularly your beautiful city of Busan. Tuvalu Fisheries Observer Program is one of the success stories in our fisheries sector. From a slow start in the 1980s, when a few fisheries officers were sent on board US sailors, it just developed into a program which employs around 80 young Tuvaluans collecting information that is essential for this management of our share of fisheries resources. And an important step in the expansion of the program was the decision in 2010 of the parties to the Nauru Agreement PNA, of which Tuvalu is a member, to require 100% observer coverage of all Pacific fishing boats in the PNA waters. This has made it one of the best monitored fisheries in the world. All our observers are trained to meet regional standards, and their pay is based on the quality of the reporting and data they provide. About half of our observer trips are in Korean vessels, for which I'd like to thank the Korean industry, and half on the Pacific Island, which is the vessels. 80 well-paid jobs may not sound like very much in a country like Korea, but Tuvalu, as a small population and a fair proportion of families, have benefited from the income earned by observers. For example, out of my 7 colleagues, ministers in the government, one has a son working as an observer, and that is me, and another a nephew. Advances in information technology and communications have helped the work of observers. The traditional way of recording data was on paper forms, and observers would come back from trips with as much as 100 pages of reports. This would be checked manually, scanned, sent to the regional science provider, where the information will be entered manually by a room full of data entry staff. Now we are moving to the electronic reporting, so last year about 80% of our observer reports were directly entered on tablets. They can be sent daily from the vessels to the Fisheries Information Management System. Observer data is debriefed and checked electronically and then directly downloaded into the regional database. New communication tools have also made the work of observer easier and safer. Tuvaluan observers are all equipped with personal locator beacons, which can send an emergency signal to satellite, monitored by search and rescue centers around the region. They also use enriched devices which are tracked in real time using GPS and can be used for two-way communication by text anywhere in the world. These devices can also transmit the observer data daily. In a recent sinking of Pesena vessel in our waters, it was actually the Tuvaluan observer who raised the alarm and communicated with emergency services, allowing all the crew to be quickly rescued. Of course, of all of these and other safety equipment have to be regularly checked and tracked, as they are usually to observers and return at the end of their trip. Perhaps the most important opportunities and challenges to Pacific Island observer programs come from electronic monitoring, which is basically using video cameras on board the vessel to record information on the fishing activity. In Tuvalu's opinion, the technology in this area is not yet fit for purpose. The equipment is expensive. The video footage has to be collected from vessels when they return to port, and then requires viewing by trained observers anyway. I am sure the technology will develop with artificial intelligence tools to analyze the video on board and send completed reports electronically directly from the ship to a data center, but we are not there yet. Tuvalu does not believe that electronic monitoring can ever be as good as human observer. Cameras do not see everything. They cannot talk to the captain and crew and develop a full perspective of what is happening on board and why. Tuvalu, like my other PNA members, will continue to insist on 100% human observer coverage on all sailing vessels for the foreseeable future to safeguard our most important natural resource. We do see opportunities for electronic monitoring in the long-line fishery, where limited accommodation and long voyages can make it difficult to place human observers. However, as I said, we believe that there need to be significant advances before the technology becomes cost-effective, bearing in mind that the earnings of a long-line vessel are much less than per sailor. Honorable delegates, I would be remiss if I did not acknowledge the ongoing general support from Taiwan to Tuvalu, particularly in the development of a fishery sector and national capacity building. This enduring friendship and collaboration reflect a mutual respect and shared values between Tuvalu and the Republic of Taiwan. And we look forward to continuing this partnership as we confront the growing challenges posed by climate change, illegal fishing, and ocean sustainability. In conclusion, honorable delegates, Tuvalu Fisheries Observer Program demonstrates the power of combining people, technology, partnerships, and policy to create a sustainable future. We are proud of our progress, and we remain committed to improving our system while maintaining the human element that is so vital to effective fisheries management. I thank you all for your attention, and I wish you productive discussion for the remainder of this important conference. Whakawhetailas, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. Thank you very much for your information about the success and challenges in your experiences of the fishing vessels observer system. Thank you very much. And your suggestion for the international collaboration and the AI system introduction is quite impressive. Thank you very much. Okay, then I will move to the next speakers. I'd like to invite Ms. Melissa Wright. Are you ready? Yes, floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yes, my name is Melissa Wright. I'm with Bloomberg Philanthropies, and I lead the Ocean Initiative there. At the Bloomberg Philanthropies Foundation, our mission is to ensure better, longer lives for the greatest number of people around the world. And I just want to reflect on the diversity of perspectives on this panel. It's been so interesting to be here at the OurOceanConference, where so many stakeholders have been brought together to talk about the application of different approaches like technology and the digital ocean for ocean protection and economies. So thank you, Republic of Korea, for making this happen and for the very interesting conference that you have hosted so far. Our work at Bloomberg Philanthropies is guided by Michael Bloomberg's leadership as the UN Secretary General's Special Envoy on Climate Ambition and Solutions. And ocean protection is a critical pillar of that work. That's why when nations agreed to collectively protect the 30% of our land and ocean by 2030, we stepped up to help the world achieve this target. But luckily, we do have advanced technology and fast innovation on our side. Recent technological advancements have given us powerful tools to help translate commitments into action, track our progress, and ensure transparency at sea. Now, transparency, what is it? It's about making the invisible visible. In the past, monitoring the ocean meant sending boats out to patrol vast waters. Now, with new technology, governments and civil society can track and analyze activity at sea remotely, transforming how we can protect and conserve our ocean. With increased attention, investment, and innovation, We can not only improve these tools, but also ensure that governments, NGOs, policymakers, and more all have the access and ability to use these tools to their fullest potential. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your very inspiring messages to prevent the ocean, protect ocean. Then I'd like to invite Professor Fang-Li Chao. Yes, please, floor is yours.
Yeah, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's my great pleasure to share some point of view on the construction and application of the digital ocean. So as we know, for the digital ocean is very important, but how to construct the digital ocean? In fact, we face several key challenges. Here, I list 3 of them. The first is we often mention the ocean big data. Do we have big data for ocean? Definitely not. Okay, why? Because the observation and the equipment for ocean observation is very expensive. So this is the first challenge for we get data. The second is for digital ocean, we need what will happen in the future. So that's why we need accurate prediction. Unfortunately, our prediction ability on ocean, on typhoon, and on climate have a huge bias. This is the second challenge. And the third one is, as we know, the decision maker need based on science. But science is very complicated for end users. How to connect the end user and the ocean science? We need a toolkit. Unfortunately, we lack of a comprehensive toolkit. So this is the challenge we faced. So for the first, so based on Chinese Beidou satellite and also global navigation satellite system, we call the GNSS, we developed a new buoy. And this buoy can measure many parameters accurately, like the surface wave, tide, circulation, and the flux between ocean and the atmosphere. More importantly, this equipment is very, very cheap. Its price is only 4% of the traditional equipment. So we could have more equipment for ocean observation. The second is for the prediction. So as we know, ocean, if you check on the left is from observation of the mixed layer depth. Mixed layer depth is a crucially important parameters in the ocean. In the middle is from the traditional model. So the simulation has so much difference with observation. When with our new theory, we found the surface wave play a key role in turbulence. And by including this new theory, we can dramatically improve our forecasting ability for the ocean. As we know, ocean also play a key role for the climate change. If we improved our ocean forecasting ability, definitely we could improve our climate prediction ability. So the next is for typhoon. So during the past 30 years, we have not much progress on the typhoon intensity forecasting. We found the surface wave play a key role in the heat transfer between ocean and the atmosphere. By including this new process, we can dramatically improve the forecasting ability of the typhoon intensity by 40%. This is not only for one typhoon, this is for all the typhoon in a whole year in the model domain. And the next is for the toolkit. So our institute developed a new toolkit for the coastal ocean sustainable development. This toolkit includes many components. Here I just list several ones. For example, the ocean climate early warning system, for the navigation safety, for the coastal marine ecosystem. So totally we have 6 branches and we have 24 branch. So we will launch this toolkit during the third UN Ocean Conference that will be in Nice of France in this June. So finally, we take several examples for the applications. Here we take several ones. For example, for the ocean debris, for the search and rescue, and also for the oil spill prediction. We can use this toolkit to predict where and how we deal with this kind of accident. We really hope in the near future, the people all over the world can benefit from this scientific and technological breakthrough. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Chow. He actually pointed out the major challenges in digital ocean constructions, and also I think this is very practical and realistic to understand the real situation of the digital oceans. And he has lots of the experiences as an oceanographer. I think this is very, very impressive to other panelists to understand these ocean digital issues. Then I will move to the last presenter, Her Excellency's Vice Minister, Lydia. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I will start for thanking you for having me in this panel and give me the opportunity to share our experience with the other experts on this panel. So I will start to explain why Portugal is placing digital innovation at the core of its ocean strategy. As we all know, Portugal is and has always been a country deeply connected to the ocean. Our identity, our history, and increasingly our future are shaped by the ocean. So having the third largest exclusive economic zone in the European Union, our maritime ambition is not only a reflection of our history, but a clear orientation towards the future. And that is why we are investing, mobilizing public and private investments to harness the full potential of the digital tools in the service of a sustainable, inclusive blue development. So there are already examples of how digital solutions are helping to enable a more informed, agile, and efficient decision-making process in the maritime domain. First, in the field of the knowledge, research, and innovation, Portugal is advancing with several initiatives that bring together academia, private sector, and state. One of our flagship programs is the Abazul Portugal, a nationwide plan that is establishing regional innovation hubs across the country, focused on both decarbonization and digital transformation of the blue economy, including a Hub Azul deal room. This program alone mobilizes an investment of over 80 million euros in public funding and supports projects across robotics, digital modeling, marine engineering, and smart monitoring systems. Also within our national innovation system, we are committed to support the creation of the new Inestec Ocean Center of Excellence that is boosting pioneering research in offshore structures, marine robotics, and ocean data platforms. It is combining fieldwork, advanced sensing, and IEA to better understand and use our marine space. Portugal is also investing in the future blue skills. Our ENID, the Portuguese Nautical School Infante Dom Henrique, is currently developing a new maritime operations control center, a facility that integrates real-time data feeds and simulation environments that will help to address some of the big challenges of the maritime security we have in current times. This center will improve, indeed, maritime education and contribute to safer and more autonomous vessel operations, both in port and at sea. You see, digital transformation also plays a key role in security and maritime surveillance. Portugal has set up a technological free zone closely linked to maritime defense activities. This zone serves as a test bed for testing and experimenting advanced maritime technologies, from drones to underwater vehicles, in realistic operation conditions, supporting dual-use innovation in defense and civilian applications. Another example is the governance of strategic infrastructures. Portugal is developing a national management system for state-owned submarine cables, a platform that will evolve to integrate cybersecurity and encryption standards, ensuring both digital connectivity and national resilience. And we are also putting up serious efforts to develop the digital twin of the Portuguese Sea. Applying a modular approach of developing as you go, we are combining data and maritime activity, environmental indicators, and marine protected areas. This digital project is designed to be interoperable with the future European digital twin ocean and contributes to our ability to plan, monitor, and act based on shared real-time knowledge. I would also highlight the private sector efforts in this area, particularly the recent launch of the first satellite in a planned 12-satellite constellation by the Portuguese private company Lusospace. This constellation is a special one and will support ocean mapping, marine traffic monitoring, and environmental surveillance, enabling faster and more precise response to ocean challenges. What these initiatives I mentioned show us is that digital transformation is not a one-time transformation. It is an incremental process. It requires continuous investment, cross-sector coordination, and above all, a collaborative mindset. So this is why Portugal created the Portugal Blue Digital Hub, led by the National Blue Economy Cluster, OurOceanConference. Founded through the Recovery and Resilience Plan, this hub acts as a national platform to guide and integrate all digital ocean efforts. It promotes open data standards, ensures interoperability, and aligns national and European resources to accelerate results. So we believe that the ocean is not just a natural asset, it is a digital frontier, and a space where innovation, sovereignty, and sustainability must go hand in hand. So we believe that international cooperation and digital mindset, such as the one fostered here today from the different perspectives, is the only way to unlock the full potential of a truly digital ocean. So I think we have a good road to keep up going. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Minister. You mentioned about the ocean is digital frontiers. I like this paragraphs. And also she explained the initiatives in the digital ocean in Portugal, including technologies, education, research, and also infrastructures and data management. Thank you very much for your information and the explanation for your initiatives. Thank you. Okay, then we will now begin the group discussion segment of this sessions. I will ask one or two questions to our speakers, but due to our time constraints, I kindly request each panelist to limit your responses to 1 or 2 minutes. Sorry for that, because we are the last actually program of this entire conference, so we need to keep our time for the management of the conference. Okay, my first question goes to Dr. Lim. As you mentioned, the digital innovation is driving transformative change in maritime industries, significantly enhancing industrial efficiencies and sustainability. In your view, as engineers, what are the most significant impacts digital technologies are currently having on our maritime industries? Please, yeah.
Thank you for your question. As you know, autonomous driving technology on land has already been proven. In just 20 years since the introduction of a driver assistance system, it's a partial autonomy system. but they have been standard in nearly all vehicles, delivering real value in terms of safety and convenience. And meanwhile, AI is also advancing at an incredible pace. So as I showed in my presentation, digital technologies are already transforming the maritime and shipbuilding industries, making them safer, more efficient, and more sustainable. And this transformation will accelerate even faster than you might expect, driven by rapid progress of AI technology. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. My next question goes to the minister. Tuvalu has made great progress with the digitization of its observer program. So what challenges did your country face in transitioning from paper-based system to electronic reporting system? Can you share your experiences?
Thank you, moderator, for the question. Digital innovation is reshaping the way Tuvalu manages its resources, a sector that is not only vital to our economy, but also central to our food security and cultural identity. As custodians of a large exclusive economic zone, EEZ in the Pacific, Tuvalu is embracing technology to better protect and sustainably manage our rich marine resources. One of the most impactful applications of digital technology in our fisheries sector is through the vessel monitoring system, VMS, and the automatic identification system, AIS. These satellite-based tracking tools allow our fisheries department to monitor the movement and activities of both domestic and foreign fishing vessels operating in our waters. This has significantly strengthened our ability to detect and deter illegal, unreported, and unregulated IUU fishing, a persistent threat to our resources and revenue. In partnership with regional organizations such as Pacific Islands Foreign Fisheries Agency, FFA, and the parties to the Nauru Agreement, PNA, Tuvalu has also benefited from access to advanced digital fisheries management platforms, such as FIMS, Fisheries Information Management System, and TAILS, Tuna and Longline Information System. These platforms help us track catch data in near real time, analyze fishing effort, and improve compliance with regional conservation measures. For example, the use of EU reporting tools by observers on board fishing vessels is enhancing transparency and accountability across our tuna fisheries. Digital tools are also being used to support economic decision-making. Through the use of big data and analytics, we can better evaluate the performance of vessel day schemes, VDS, track revenue flows from license fees, and plan the optimal allocation of fishing days under our regional arrangement. On a community level, digital innovation is beginning to reach out to our outer islands through initiatives aimed at improving local fisheries data collection and management. With mobile application and tablet-based surveys, we are starting to collect more accurate information on artisanal and subsistence fishing practices. This local data is critical for developing effective community-based fisheries management plans. However, while the benefits are clear, we must also invest in digital literacy and infrastructure to ensure this tool can be fully utilized by our fisheries officers and communities. Continued support for training and technology transfer is essential for us to realize the full potential of digital innovation in fisheries. In summary, Digital technology is helping Tuvalu move towards a more secure, efficient, and sustainable fisheries sector. It strengthens our sovereignty over marine resources, ensures better returns for our people, and contributes to the long-term health of our ocean. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ministers. I hope we can discuss more on your success and challenges, and still we have some limitations on your system. So I hope we can discuss more in the future. Thank you very much. And my next question goes to Ms. Melissa. What are some successful examples of how Bloomberg philanthropies and its partners support the advancement of the sustainable ocean through digital technologies? Do you have some ideas for that?
Thank you. I appreciate the question, and before I answer it in specifics, I just want to call attention to a statistic that has been floating around, and if there are any other funders in the room here or contributors to ocean initiatives, something you might find compelling and a reason to get even more invested in advancing digital ocean technology for ocean conservation. Despite its importance, less than 1% of all philanthropic funding goes to the ocean. So we're really focused on targeting our investment because it's crucial, particularly when it comes to funding these types of research and technology advancements. So to get more specific, we partner with organizations to advance ocean transparency. We work with, for example, SkyTruth is an organization and a platform that offers an incredible free tool for tracking global progress towards ocean protection goals like the 30 by 30 target. This ensures that governments, nonprofits, and civil society can make informed decisions. We also work with an organization called the Wildlife Conservation Society, and they have led the development of a free open source digital platform, conveniently dubbed Mermaid, to store, analyze, and visualize coral monitoring data. This makes the monitoring data more accessible and easier to use to inform management and policy decisions all the way down to the community level. So an organization we work with that focuses on behavior change as a means to conservation for ocean and coastal ecosystems. Their Fish Forever program uses an app called Our Fish to make recording and sharing fish catch data easy. This data is used to identify and define fishing activity, socioeconomic status, impact metrics, and more. The information underpins decision-making to strengthen the sustainable management of coastal fisheries and builds the pathway for fisher households to participate in the formal economy. Global Fishing Watch is another platform that has also shown that transparency isn't just about fishing. Their technology strengthens maritime security. They have an open source, an open and free, publicly available map of fishing and vessel activity that displays information in near real time. The US Coast Guard has used it to track suspicious vessel movements, uncovering illegal fishing linked to forced labor and other hidden criminal activities. By making vessel activity more transparent, this technology helps enforce international laws and protect national security. For transparency technology to work, it needs to be backed by strong public policies that make transparency the required norm in fishing and ocean governance. We need to take concrete steps to improve transparency across the board, which is the goal of something called the Coalition for Fisheries Transparency. We're proud to support the partners that are probably in this room, Oceana and the Environmental Justice Foundation, and now 46 additional incredible NGO members of the coalition around the world. The coalition's transparency charter is the Magna Carta for fisheries transparency policy action. Some of the key action areas include tracking all fishing boats, sharing information openly, using affordable technology, and to hold rule breakers accountable. It's also includes support for coastal indigenous communities and other stakeholders to have a clear role in fisheries governance. The people who rely on the ocean for food and jobs should be part of the solution. And I would like to congratulate the Republic of Korea on endorsing the Transparency Charter ahead of the Our Ocean Conference and its voluntary commitments. Now, with the right tools, shared data, and strong enforcement and policies such as these, we can make sure fishing and ocean management is done fairly and sustainably. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Melissa. As you mentioned, the fishing transparency is very, very important issues in Korea as well. So, and also, it's not just for Korean issues, it's all around global issues. So thank you very much for your information and the experiences. Then I'd like to ask next question to Professor Fang-Li Chow. You are an oceanographer, okay? So as typhoon, as you mentioned in your presentation, typhoon has so much influence in global coastal people. Would you explain how we can go through the scientific bottleneck to enhance abilities of forecasting of typhoon?
Thank you so much for your question. So as we know, the typhoon intensity, all called a tropical cyclone, during the past several decades, we have not much progress on the forecasting of the typhoon intensity. That's why I think we lack of scientific understanding on the heat transfer between ocean and the atmosphere. Finally, we found the sea spray due to wave breaking can transfer a lot of heat from ocean to atmosphere. So we included the process of surface wave into the typhoon forecasting. Before, for the typhoon forecasting, we only considered the couple between ocean and the atmosphere. We did not consider surface wave. And by including this new process, so the heat transfer can be much more accurately described. So that's why we could improve our forecasting ability. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Like China, in Korea, we also have very serious issues regarding the typhoon. Recently, the typhoon's route and types is very different from previous occasions. So I think there's a lot of the opportunity to share and collaborate issues between two countries. Thank you very much. My next question goes to the Vice Minister Lydia. I will ask the same question with the Lim. What are the most significant impacts digital technologies are currently having on the maritime industries? Please.
There's a lot of sectors where the new digital technologies are impacting. And I think the private sector has already noticed the added value of ocean digitalization projects. And this is particularly evident in two sectors. One is aquaculture, for example. I think they have realized that the digitalization projects can ensure a long-term sustainability of marine resources and increasing seafood availability. The private actors are increasingly aware of the economic benefits, particularly in the monitoring fish nutrition levels in real time, in predicting fish growth and optimal harvest time, in reducing feed waste and improving efficiency in inputs. I think I can give you two particular examples of projects that are going on. One by the company Oceano Fresco, that it is a company that cultivates clam in offshore environments, and she's using advanced digital technology such as sensors and integrated platforms to monitor and optimize natural growth conditions. Another example is the Digitaqua testbed, a privately led initiative by the company Research that is dedicated to testing and validating near-market innovative solutions for the aquaculture sector in real-world operating settings. I think this kind of project shows that digital tools not only enhance productivity but also bring added value in terms of food safety for consumers. But another sector where this is particularly evident is in the ports that now are working as innovation laboratories. The Portuguese ports are function as controlled environments to test and scale up digital solutions. Are serving as digital testbeds where innovations can be piloted in relatively confined and monitored settings before being expanded to broader maritime domains. We have been expanding our port single window to streamline logistics and documentation. We are supporting the digital twins of ports, enabling productive maintenance and real-time operation awareness. Developing the secure data centers and cybersecurity frameworks and automation of gates and terminals, of course. And we are using the AI-powered video surveillance for compliance, safety, and efficiency. I think these efforts have allowed for the gradual integration of technologies without disrupting core operations and have generated learnings that support a more complex digital transition in other maritime sectors.
Thank you very much. So we still have more 5 minutes. So I'd like to turn another round of the questions to some of our panelists. So I'd like to invite Minister again. Yes. In your presentation, given your concerns about the current limitations of electric monitoring, and especially in fisheries, what role do you see for the international cooperations in developing more effective digital tools for fisheries management in your countries?
Thank you for the question. International cooperation is absolutely critical in this space. Korea is our major fishing partner for Tuvalu, with about half of our observer trips conducted on Korean-flagged vessels. This long-standing partnership provides a strong platform for collaboration in digital innovation. We would welcome Korean support, whether through research partnerships, technology trials, or direct investment in developing affordable fit-for-purpose tools for use on smaller vessels or in remote regions. The future of our fisheries monitoring will rely on innovations like AI-assisted video analysis and smart sensors, but we must ensure they are cost-effective, user-friendly, and sustainable realities of Pacific Island operations. Joint innovation and knowledge sharing can make that happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Maybe this is the last question to Melissa. Yes, so I think you have lots of story on this one, on this matter. So what is the role of the philanthropy in advancing digital ocean technologies, and what should be key priority areas of focus as we strive for 30 by 30?
So as I mentioned a moment ago, philanthropy can take on the role of supporting new research and innovation, to test new pilot projects, to roll out technology in areas where they lack current investment. We begin to see growth in some of these technologies and the use of the data that comes out of them in the policy making, and we can then expand our portfolio of investments to other communities and countries. So the role of philanthropy is to kind of de-risk some of these initial investments, to test things out, to begin to flow new information into the innovation process. So I also want to point out again that the role of philanthropy is to support new kind of thinkers and communities that may not have a voice in the current economic system, and help to provide the data so they can become even more part of the formal economy and participate in decision-making processes at different levels of governance.
Thank you. I hope you expand your business for the more sustainable digital ocean. Thank you very much. Thank you to all our speakers for your insightful and inspiring contributions. Today's discussion highlighted the transformative potential of the digital technologies in addressing ocean challenges. We explored how digital solutions are reshaping maritime industries and providing innovative approaches to maritime resources management, climate resilience, and maritime safety. Our panelists emphasized that successful digital transformation requires strategic implementation, cross-sector collaboration, and careful attention to the cybersecurity and data governance. These conversations we have illuminated how the integration of digital technologies with ocean stewardship can create more sustainable, efficient, and resilient maritime ecosystem for our future. As we move forward, I hope today's insight on digital technologies and ocean challenges spark new innovations, cross-sector collaborations, and concrete commitment to implementing digital solutions for our marine environment. Thank you again for your valuable contribution and engagement. With that, I will close this presentation segment of this Ocean Plenary session. Please join me with big hands for our 5 speakers. Thank you very much. Then we will move to the commitment presentation segment of this session. I will call each presenters one by one in the designated order. When your name and organization is called, please come forward to the stage and present your commitment and plans briefly. Firstly, I'd like to invite Kim Kwang-hee, Vice Mayor of Future Innovation of Busan Metropolitan City, to the stage for your presentation. Please.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, good afternoon. I am Max Hwang Kim, Vice Mayor of Busan Metropolitan City. To begin, I would like to express my deepest respect and gratitude to all the distinguished experts here today who have come together to find solutions in the name of the conservation and the sustainable usage of our ocean ecosystems. It's a great honor to share Busan's commitment for the sustainable ocean with all of you at the 10th OurOcean Conference. Busan was the first city-level local government to voluntarily submit commitments at the 8th OOC. At the 9th conference last year, we presented a new set of commitments. And now, at the host city of the 10th OurOcean Conference, we are proud to introduce even more sustainable commitments and even stronger focus on execution. Today, I would like to highlight the three of Busan Digital Ocean initiatives, including past and newly launched commitment that demonstrate our vision for marine digitalization. The first initiative is Busan SAT, our commitment announced at the 8th OC. Busan SAT is a microsatellite currently being developed by the Busan Metropolitan Government in partnership with the Korean Astronomy and Space Science Institute and local private companies. We are also working in collaboration with the NASA Langley Research Center to monitor marine fine dust and collect critical environmental data. Scheduled to launch in 2026, Busan will provide real-time ocean climate data, which will support joint international research, policy making, and growth of the ocean-related industries. Busan will also serve as a cornerstone of Busan Digital Blue Innovation Strategy, which aims to build up a sustainable marine industry ecosystem. Next is a new commitment we are announcing this year, Busan development of a digital marine environmental management platform. Busan is the first local government in Korea to develop an intelligent platform to manage the marine environment. This platform will allow us to respond more effectively to complex marine challenges such as marine waste and fine dust. This platform integrates digital technologies including CCTV, satellite drones to collect, analyze, and share marine environmental data in real time. It will offer major services including land-based waste detection, fine dust monitoring at ports, and analysis of marine industry trends. This platform will begin pilot operations in May 2025 and expand its operation throughout Korea in 2026. Last but not least, we are launching a project to construct a smart, eco-friendly hybrid cleanup vessel. This vessel will be equipped with advanced digital technologies, including an azimuth thruster, dynamic positioning systems, and smart self-propelled collection equipment, which will greatly enhance its mobility and efficiency. It will also adopt a hybrid propulsion system to significantly reduce carbon emissions, serving as a flagship example of Busan's commitment to carbon neutrality and sustainable marine innovation. These three commitments reflect Busan's strong belief that digital innovation and environmental conservation must go hand in hand. As a responsible member of the global community, Busan will continue to work close with its international partners and push forward with actionable marine policies. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And also, I'm very pleased to hear your completion of the Busan SAT and also your new proposal for the marine management plan and the eco-friendly vessel to manage the ocean environment. Thank you very much. Next, I would like to invite An Sung-sik, Acting Deputy Commissioner General of the Korea Coast Guard. Please come to the stage.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am An Sung-sik, the Acting Deputy Commissioner General of the Korea Coast Guard. It is my great honor, and I am deeply honored to engage with such an eminent gathering of global experts and to exchange invaluable insights. I am here to make sure that we, Korea Coast Guard, are always ready to cooperate and collaborate and to work closely with you, all the members of OOC. Now I will announce the KCG's commitment focusing on VTS, which stands for Vessel Traffic Service. Korea established its first VTS center at Pohang Port in 1993. As of 2025, a total of 19 VTS centers are now being operated across the nation. Sorry, I'm very poor at manipulating this. But it's okay? Sorry. Okay. This plan is to enhance the safety management system for navigational vessels, as well as facilitating real-time information sharing with both internal and external organizations. The system will ensure the efficient collection and analysis of VTS information and significant events throughout the vessel's entire voyage. In doing so, it will strengthen accident prevention and response capabilities through real-time data sharing between VTS centers, vessels, and command centers. The VTS digital platform was tested very successfully during the R&D project from 2023-2024, as shown in these figures, A, B, C, and D. Sorry. Finally, this is our commitment for international community. The Korea Coast Guard has an invitation plan for officials from overseas maritime security agencies. We warmly will invite the countries interested in the VTS digital platform in 2026. Therefore, countries wishing to participate are kindly requested to contact the International Cooperation Division of the KCG by the end of this year. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for your time, and have a great good evening. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. And also, I appreciate your explanation of the vessel traffic service. That is very important part of the safety of the vessel in Korea. And also, thank you very much for your invitations next year on the maritime safety issues, security issues. Thank you very much. Next, I'd like to invite Raphael Golet, Deputy Director for International Ocean Governance in European Commission of the European Union, to the stage for your showcase commitment presentation. This showcase commitment refers to a previously announced commitment that has been successfully implemented. This 10th OurOceanConference celebrates this achievement by highlighting their successful completion and sharing their inspiring stories globally. Please.
Good afternoon. Thank you. At our Ocean Conference in Panama, the European Union committed 12 million euro to step up the development of a digital twin of the ocean to make ocean knowledge more easily accessible to all ocean actors. This was mentioned by State Secretary Lydia Bulcao earlier. And I'm pleased to report that the EU increased this budget to 15.6 million euros with 5 projects currently under ground preparation. They will address the social ecological component of the European digital twin of the ocean. The European digital twin ocean is in a pre-operational phase since last year. It aims to replicate digitally the ocean, reproducing any natural disasters which occurred in the past. It will help policymakers to evaluate possible scenarios and measures. Following this commitment in 2023, I am pleased to announce for this 10th Our Ocean Conference that the European Union further commits 30 million euros to the digital twin ocean through the Horizon Europe program by scaling up the public core infrastructure and the development of digital twin demonstrators, providing access to a broad range of data, models, and IT services to facilitate the development of digital twin applications by scientists, businesses, and specific end users. And this support is part of the EU's commitments to this 10th edition of Our Ocean, comprising 13 commitments worth 300 million euros to protect the ocean and promote sustainability. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think we have still time for the session, but we completed our entire programs. So thank you very much for all impressive presentations. Please give, once again, big round of applause again to our 4 commitment presenters. Thank you very much. With this, I will close the commitment presentation segment of the Digital Ocean Plenary session and entire the Digital Ocean Plenary session. Thank you very much. Thank you. Sorry, I missed one presenter. Very sorry for that. Then I'd like to invite a really important person. I'm sorry for that. Megan Cuddy, Our Ocean Conference Secretariat. Please, the floor is yours. Sorry, Megan.
Okay, save the best for last. Hello, everyone. My name is Megan Cuddy, and I'm here representing the Our Ocean Conference Secretariat, which is based at the World Resources Institute. The Our Ocean Conference Secretariat is committed to the ongoing success of this conference. We are proud this week to release the 10th Anniversary Progress Report and look forward to continuing to support the ambition of OOC commitment makers. I am pleased to announce the OOC Secretariat is developing an updated online platform for the annual submission, review, and publication of voluntary commitments. Modernizing the commitments platform represents an important next step in sustaining the success of the Our Ocean Conference. As we've heard this week, the commitment platform has logged over 2,600 commitments. It serves as a vital mechanism to collect ambitious commitments from governments, NGOs, philanthropy, the private sector, academia, and other actors. It also serves as the platform by which organizations update the progress of their commitments, which is critical to this conference's high tracking and accountability rate. So far, 80% are either complete or in progress, and well over half of current commitments have logged at least one additional progress update. The development of a new digital platform will increase ease of use and access, improve overall data collection and monitoring, and include enhanced data visualizations and exploration tools for users. The new platform will also allow for a more robust analysis of implementation and impact of commitments. The new platform will be hosted long-term by the World Resources Institute, improving continuity of communications with commitment makers and overall maintenance of the data, even as the conference passes from host to host. We thank our philanthropic partners, Oceans 5 and Bloomberg Philanthropies, for their support of the Our Ocean Conference Secretariat, along with all of the government members of the Our Ocean Conference Advisory Group. As we look forward to the 11th Our Ocean Conference in Kenya, we will continue to work closely with all of you to continue to grow the success of this vital forum. Thank you.
Thank you. Taking this opportunity, I'd like to express my thanks to WLI for this long-time contribution for the Our Ocean Conference. Thank you very much. With that, I close the entire session. Thank you very much.
Yes, please give another big round of applause to our moderator and speakers for sharing their excellent knowledge and in-depth information with us. Thank you very much. With this, all 7 plenary sessions have now successfully concluded. It has truly been a meaningful time with insightful discussions. Now, the closing ceremony will immediately begin without a break as we need some time to set the stage, so please remain seated. And in the meantime, as we set the stage, we would like all of you to gather to the center and fill in the seats from the front rows near the stage. Once again, as soon as the stage is set, we will proceed right to the closing ceremony. Thank you. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the closing ceremony of the 10th Our Ocean Conference. Once again, my name is Kelly Park, and it is with great honor and great pleasure to be guiding you throughout today's proceedings. It is an honor to meet you all. Over the past 2 days, we have engaged at the center of global dialogue for ocean protection. And this year's conference focused on 6 core themes, which are marine protected areas, blue economy, climate change, sustainable fisheries, marine pollution, and maritime security, along with special spotlight on digital ocean. Governments, private sectors, and civil society from all around the world came together to propose actionable solutions and create concrete commitments for the future of our ocean. As we bring this journey to a close, let us now reflect on the promises and shared vision we have built together. So without further ado, let us now officially begin this closing ceremony. As a prelude to the Our Ocean Conference, the Youth Leadership Summit was held on April 27th and the 28th. Over the course of 2 days, 80 global youth leaders from Korea and around the world gathered in Busan to take part of this meaningful summit. And now, I would like to invite 2 representatives from the Youth Summit to share their insights with us. So please welcome Ankar Shah and Chang Jae-min with a big round of applause.
Thank you so much for being here. Hello everyone and welcome.
안녕하세요.
Hello everyone. My name is Ankar Shah. And I'm an Ocean Leaders Fellow at the Sustainable Ocean Alliance in partnership with the Donna Bertorelli Philanthropy.
I am Jae-min Jang, representing Korean students in partnership with Korea Maritime and Ocean University. We are honored to stand here today as representative of 2025 Our Ocean Youth Leadership Summit.
We'd like to express our sincere gratitude to the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries of the Republic of Korea for their generous support and warm hospitality throughout this summit.
We are truly grateful to the Sustainable Ocean Alliance and Donna Bertorelli Philanthropy for creating this program and for giving us the opportunity to exchange ideas on how we can sustain our ocean for generations to come. Over 2 inspiring days, 40 fellows from all around the world and 40 Korean students come together to build a powerful collective voice for our ocean.
We reflected on what we want decision makers to understand about the ocean, developed bold questions to challenge leaders at the conference, and started drafting the 2025 Ocean Youth Pledge, a call for urgent, inclusive, and just action for our planet. I also want to thank SOA fellows. Could you raise your hand? Thank you so much. Thank you so much for working on this pledge. We couldn't have done this without you.
We would like to share a glimpse of our journey through a short highlight video. Please enjoy.
리더십 서밋에 참여한 여러분들 진심으로 환영합니다. 여러분의 항해를 축하합니다. Bon voyage!
I'm really excited to explore these opportunities to meet new people and to represent Aotearoa in the Pacific.
이렇게 전 세계 연구자들과 만나서 이 바다를 같이 어떻게 지속시켜 나갈지 교류하는 자리가 마련되어서 되게 좋다고 생각합니다.
물은 또 생명의 근원이기도 하고 저희 생명도 바다에서 시작됐다고 하지 않습니까? 저희가 바다를 이용해서 전 세계가 교류하고 있다는 게 자랑스럽게 느껴집니다.
바다는 제가 항상 힘들 때 찾아가는 놀이터입니다. 제 놀이터이기도 하지만 제 직장이기도 한 곳이고 그리고 집이기도 하고요. 바다라는 곳이 어떤 곳인지 조금 더 알아갈 수 있는 시간을 모두 가졌으면 좋겠고.
So I'm sending a strong message for everybody to take action and let those who are in governance make the right policy, make the right government decision towards the conservation of our ocean.
one ask that I can have of the people in power, and in governments it's to listen to the communities who rely on the ocean for their livelihoods, for their culture, for just their joy.
지구 온난화가 메인 테마인 현대 사회 속에서 더욱더 지속 가능한 해양을 만들어낼 수 있을 것이라고 믿어 의심치 않습니다.
So through our discussions and collaborations, we created the Holistic Ocean Pledge, also called Our Hope, at the 10th Our Ocean Youth Leadership Summit.
This pledge affirms our shared commitment to safeguarding marine ecosystem, ocean-dependent people, and securing a just, inclusive, and sustainable future.
So the first point is strengthen institutions to effectively govern and manage existing and new MPAs, and fully involve local communities in decision-making for MPA creation and regulation.
Recognize, empower, and protect small-scale fishers, especially women in the indigenous communities, through justly-driven regulations, capacity building, and affirmative action. Strengthen monitoring, control, and enforcement against IUU fishing with greater transparency.
We need to raise awareness on false solutions like plastic offsets or biodegradable plastics that could worsen pollution and biodiversity loss. We need to urge governments to educate the public and promote real solutions to marine litter, such as reducing single-use plastic production, circular economies, and improving waste management, especially in marine litter hotspots in the global south. Also need to support a global moratorium of deep-sea mining in areas beyond national jurisdiction until independent scientific assessments confirm it can be carried out without irreversible harm to marine ecosystems or ocean-dependent communities.
Integrate ocean-based solutions into national climate policies by embedding marine ecosystems like mangroves, seagrass, and kelp, and innovations into NDCs, adoption plans, and carbon markets. Fund youth and women-led enterprises in fisheries, marine farming, and blue value chains to build climate-resilient livelihood.
We need to increase funding, technology, and training to improve detection and responses to maritime threats. Protect human rights at sea with clear accountability and justice for victims of maritime crimes and protections for migrant workers.
Expand blue finance by diversifying assets and funding streams. Promote marine climate solutions like carbon capture, renewable energy, and sustainable fisheries through blue bonds, biodiversity bonds, and blended finance.
We need to create funding opportunities, incubators, and mentorships for youth-driven digital ocean solutions, make marine data and models open source, especially for youth and communities in the global south, and expand the use of satellite sensors and AI to track pollution, IUU fishing, biodiversity, and climate impacts for a safer and more transparent ocean. Our oceans do not have any boundaries. Our oceans connect us all, every coastline, every community, every life. Let us rise together with courage, compassion, and commitment, because when we protect the ocean, we protect our future.
Thank you for your attention and your continued support.
Our ocean,
our action.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the passion and energy. Thank you. Your commitments reassure that the future of our oceans are in good hands. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a lot of youth leaders here today. Why don't we give them a big round of applause for their contribution? Thank you. Thank you so much for your presence here today. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for reflections and key takeaways from the 10th Our Ocean Conference. Now, to lead this session, we would like to invite Deputy Minister for Marine Policy, Kim Sung-bum, as chair, along with our distinguished speakers representing the 7 plenary sessions. So, as I call upon your names, please proceed up to the stage and take your place. So please welcome Mr. Kim Sung-bum, Dr. Johnny Briggs, Dr. Dionysia Theodora Avgerino Puliu, Ambassador Julio Cordano, Mr. Tony Long, Mr. Mahesh Pradhan, Professor James Krashka, and last but not least, Dr. Kim Jong-duk. Please proceed up to the stage. In this final session, we will take a moment to reflect on the discussions and underscore the key messages to take with us beyond this conference. So as soon as our moderator and speakers are ready, we will proceed right to the discussions. And it looks like we are all set, so I would like to hand over the floor to our chair. Deputy Minister Kim Sang-won, please proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Are you excited to hear from the representatives of the 7 plenary sessions regarding the key outcomes of this conference? Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, it's a great honor for me to chair this very final session of the 10th OurOcean Conference, the summary of the outcomes. As the host country, the Republic of Korea proposed and organized this session to provide a platform for sharing the key takeaways from the 7 thematic discussions, ensuring that the insights and commitments made here are shared widely with the international community. Each plenary session brought together leading experts and stakeholders, and to ensure productive, non-overlapping discussions, the organizers coordinated pre-session meetings and clearly defined the scope of each meetings. This thoughtful approach enabled us to have rich, constructive, and complementary conversations across the different topics. I'd like to once again express my sincere appreciation to all speakers for their active participation in the preparation process. Now, we are joined by 7 distinguished speakers, each representing one of the 7 plenary sessions. Now, I would like to invite each of them to share their session outcomes with a speaking time of approximately 3 or 4 minutes. With that, first I'd like to invite Dr. Johnny Briggs from Pew Ocean Legacy to present its outcomes from plenary session 1 on marine protected areas. Dr. Briggs, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much indeed. Hello, everyone. Yeah, my name is Johnny Briggs. I'm the director of Pew Bertarelli Ocean Legacy, and I was fortunate to moderate the opening session on actions towards 30 by 30. Now, 30 by 30 is a key element of the global biodiversity framework, and it's intended to reverse and decline biodiversity loss by the designation of marine protected areas and recognition of OECMs, other effective conservation measures. But what we learned during our session was that, we don't always need to start from the perspective of saying these things just benefit biodiversity. If well done, they can unlock blue prosperity, galvanize regional collaboration, and uphold and integrate indigenous and spiritual traditions. But there's a significant gap in progress towards 30 by 30. At present, around 18,000 MPAs and OECM cover about 8.5% of the ocean. So that means since the first target for, area-based target was agreed in about 1992, we've protected an area about equivalents of the size of 1 moon. Now we've got 2 more to go to get to 30 by 30, and we've only got 4.5 years to go. There could be grounds for negativity there, but what we actually spoke about is that there's a lot of room for optimism. Amongst the urgent need to act, leadership and the ingredients of success are coalescing. The High Seas Treaty, once ratified, will provide a framework through which we can seek to protect areas beyond national jurisdiction. And there was an announcement during this conference that Korea would actually support 2 High Seas proposals, which are going through at the moment, which is great. Countries such as Costa Rica in the ETP, Eastern Tropical Pacific, are working in lockstep with other partners to advance regional cooperation. We also now understand what innovative financing packages are required to provide long-term sustainable support, such as in the Galapagos. And as we just heard, all this, of course, has been underpinned by the vigor, skills, and enthusiasm of our youth leaders who have provided inspiration for all of us this week. So, quickly, here's some key takeaways. Firstly, shared responsibility and inclusive governance. The design and management of MPAs benefit significantly from integrated and inclusive governance involving multiple stakeholders, from governments, indigenous communities, local communities, NGOs, etc. Moreover, community stewardship and co-management practices and local empowerment are necessary to ensure the legitimacy and effectiveness of MPAs. Second, 30 by 30 really requires the ratification of the High Seas Treaty by science-based decision-making, and supported by, interconnected governance framework. The BBNJ agreement offers significant opportunities to advance the designation of high seas MPAs and a pathway to 30 by 30. Third is that MPAs provide a foundation for a thriving blue economy. It's often considered that if you have a highly protected area, that somehow has negative consequences for revenues. That's not the case. MPAs can be a tool for advancing blue economies through ensuring sustainable use of marine resources, supporting coastal livelihoods, and also long-term ocean health. Finally, we're going to mainstream economic, social, and cultural values into MPAs. They should be systematically integrated into relevant decision-making processes alongside efforts to enhance public knowledge and awareness of these values. So we had some great commitments during the session. Chile and Norway made commitments to undertake global leadership, to identify and share information on potential MPAs in support of implementation of the BBNJ agreement. Oceano Azul Foundation, Wait Foundation, Regional Government of the Azores, Blue Nature Alliance, Save the Whales Coalition, High Ambition Coalition, and the Coral Triangle Centre demonstrate strong commitments to ocean conservation by pledging concrete actions towards 30 by 30. The Korea Polar Research Institute pledged its continued commitment to advancing and sharing scientific knowledge in the polar region. And finally, World Conservation Society, WCS, highlighted its fulfillment of a previous Our Ocean commitment to support an MPA fund to create and manage global MPAs, and they introduced an Ocean Accelerator, a new funding mechanism and technical support for MPAs. So to conclude, and perhaps to kind of butcher a hiking analogy, the path towards achieving 30 by 30 is a long one. The gradient is steep, but we have the map. We know how to design and implement effective MPAs. We know how to access long-term sustainable financing packages. We know how to stimulate blue prosperity, and we now are increasingly led by indigenous and cultural values. And soon we'll have the policy framework via the High Seas Treaty to implement these learnings from the deepest trench to the bluest lagoon across the entire ocean. We know the road to take. We just need to fasten our boots and get moving. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Briggs, for the excellent summary of the discussions they had in plenary session 1. Now it's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Dionysia Theodora Avrigenopoulos from the Greek delegation to present the outcomes of the plenary session 2 on blue economy. I'm pleased particularly because she played in my role last year when the Greece hosted the 9th Our Ocean Conference. So, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, and thank you very much for having these days in Busan. We really enjoyed the whole experience, and I would like to congratulate the Republic of Korea for the very successful organization of the 10th Our Ocean Conference. Your Excellencies and members of our Ocean family, I'm very honored to deliver to you today the outcome of our session on sustainable blue economy, at which our panelists shared a bold vision for a transformative and sustainable blue economy, one that moves beyond extractive growth to embrace regeneration and equity, innovation and science-based governance, while the role of the private sector should be more elevated. Presenters showcased pioneering initiatives from the Galapagos Life Fund's Green Shipping projects and IUCN's community-led Great Blue Wall to Greece's green shipping, sustainable fisheries and sustainable tourism paradigm, islands, cross-sector, Ocean Cluster and the Philippines Natural Capital Accounting Framework. They illustrated how finance, science, technology, and political will can converge to protect and restore the health of our blue planet. Panelists agreed that transforming the blue economy requires a holistic shift in how we value, manage, and invest in our ocean. They argued that true progress begins with regenerative growth, urging governments and industries to move beyond short-term yields and instead to commit to large-scale ecosystem restoration and support for resilient coastal livelihoods. This ambition must be matched by inclusive governance, multi-stakeholder frameworks that bring indigenous peoples, local communities, youth, and the private sector into every decision, ensuring that policies reflect diverse knowledge and the needs of people as well as the needs of nature together. Underpinning these changes, they insisted, must be science-driven policy, robust ocean and climate research, expanded monitoring networks, and cutting-edge data. To fuel these models, financial realignment is essential. We have to redirect subsidies away from harmful practices on the environment and towards nature-positive activities through innovative public-private partnerships and science-to-business financing. Equally crucial is youth empowerment, scaling up education programs, mentorship networks, and seed funding to cultivate the next generation of our ocean stewards. In closing, participants reaffirmed their collective commitment to translating these insights into action plans, mobilizing partnerships, resources, and roadmaps that will restore human-ocean bonds, accelerate climate-ocean integration, and secure a prosperous, resilient future for the coastal communities and our blue planet. There were also very important announcements on behalf of Indonesia, China, Ecuador, the European Union, Belgium, the Korean Ocean Business Corporation, and the Rikam Nusantara Foundation, worth far beyond $1 billion. One strong outcome to remember out of the 10th OurOceanConference is that to save our ocean, we have to take immediate action now, because it is not the ocean that needs us, it is us that we need the ocean. Thank you.
Thank you, Dionisia, for that insightful remarks. Now I would like to invite my dear friend, Ambassador Julio Cordano from Distinguished Delegate of Chile, to present the key takeaways from the plenary session on climate change. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Vice Minister. And as you can all imagine, I had the pleasure really to be part of the panel on actions for carbon reduction in our ocean, climate change, which is probably one of the topics that are more complex and more urgent. So I think we were all facing with a challenge in this panel to address and make justice to that complexity. But I think it was, at the same time, the panel was extremely practical and pragmatic to highlight some of the key elements that are really behind our fight against climate change and making sure that the ocean remains safe from its adverse consequences. And we had a really, really high-level panel, and I feel really privileged to be part of the panel with Secretary of State John Kerry that emphasized the urgent need for global political leadership. But also we had in the same panel Senior Director Toru Kubo from the Asian Development Bank that brought the perspective of initiatives that are taking place in the Asia-Pacific region, funding a number of initiatives that really represent a very strong contribution to reducing global emissions and increasing resilience in that part of the world. I also had the pleasure to share some experiences and reflect a little bit about how the ocean has been incorporated in the process of the UNFCCC, and how from the climate negotiations we can also discuss how to advance in our fight against climate change. Also, Vice President Huang from OurOcean introduced technological advances within the shipping industry aimed at reducing emissions, which is one of the also areas that are extremely important in light of recent agreements in the IMO. And finally, Ambassador Dale Weber from Jamaica gave us a very important presentation detailing a successful integrated governance model emphasizing the role of marine protected areas, mangrove restoration, and other important policy tools as key strategies for climate resilience. So, having said that, and I'm sure you appreciate the richness of the discussion, but I just wanted to highlight 4 main issues that are clearly stand out in our discussion. The first one is the recognition that we need urgent and immediate action. Science is clearly telling us that we cannot wait, that action is needed right now, and that at the same time that we are falling short of what is actually required from us to combat climate change and in promoting climate action in the ocean. The second one is that all of those interventions and actions need to be done in a manner that is inclusive and equitable. And we must prioritize vulnerable communities, particularly small island developing states, coastal regions, indigenous peoples, and local communities, and other groups. Third, that we have enabled climate finance. And this is extremely important because, as you know, the SDG 14 is the least financed of all SDGs, and we have a lot of ground to cover in that respect. And finally, just to wrap it up, the 4 elements, all of this cannot be achieved if we don't have political leadership. And I think one of the main takeaways of this discussion is that political leadership is not only reserved for those that are holding high-level positions in power, but political leadership can be exerted at every level. And we just heard the representatives from the youth that they are leaders. We, at our level, we can also be leaders, and many others can, of course, lead the way in our combat to climate change. So this can only be done through active actions and initiatives. And after that, of course, we had a section of commitment. We had very numerous commitments, actually. One done by the government of Portugal that committed 57 million investment for maritime transport decarbonization. The government of Peru shared with us their important progress in monitoring technologies and oceanographic research for real-time sea monitoring. The Republic of Korea and the Ministry of Ocean and Fisheries were very proud to have them also in the panel that we had on climate change, on development of green shipping corridors and eco-friendly bunkering infrastructure, as well as achieving carbon neutrality in port operations by 2050. So I take advantage of this opportunity to commend the important progress that the Ministry of Ocean and Fisheries of Korea is having. Also, we had from the Port of Seattle commitments to 100% shore power and cruise terminals. The network Local 2030 Islands, they launched the Green Growth for Resilient Islands to support island communities against climate vulnerabilities. And finally, we had the United Nations Capital Development Fund that explained about the more than 100 projects in 21 countries, but more importantly, I guess, is the introduction of the initiative that is called One Ocean Finance Facility, which is very promising, and we really hope that we will hear more from that, as the objective of this initiative is to mobilize marine ecosystem resilient investment across the board. So in conclusion, and I hope, I'm pretty sure I'm going beyond the 3 minutes, but as you can see, there is a lot of here. But in conclusion, the plenary session reinforced the ocean's vital role in global climate resilience and carbon neutrality. And our discussions really highlighted clear scientific evidence, practical technologies, and existing financial tools, stressing that decisive political leadership and active public engagement are essential. And we really thank all the participants for the insight and commitment, and I guess we all remain with the same message that we need to urge climate action for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Coronado. Yes, you have exceeded the 3 minutes, obviously. So before I give the floor to my next speaker, so I'll remind you that we have our other significant arrangements later this ceremony. So I would like to ask you to keep your intervention as succinct as possible. With that, I now invite Mr. Tony Long from Global Fishing Watch to present the outcomes of the plenary session 4 on sustainable fisheries.
Thank you. I hope my military background will keep me to the 3 minutes. Before we start, I just want to give another shout out to Donna Bertorelli SOA Youth Fellowship. It's been a long 3 days, and the energy those guys admit have kept me going. And you saw Anchor on here. He showed me a technology that he's designed that will track debris on the surface of the water. It's pretty impressive. The future's bright, so well done, guys. So our session was looking at sustainable fisheries and how to eliminate illegal, unreported and unregulated fishing. We set it around the strategies and policies that should be implemented by everybody who's interested in dealing with this threat, and the enablers like collaboration, transparency of data and information, and the technologies. The team was made up of a fantastic team of 5 women. Policy reform was centred to it, and enforcement and traceability. We brought together people from government, regional organisations, civil society, coastal states, market states, and regional actors. It was key to understand the real problem. What came through very clearly is there's several actions that we should follow. First, the Port State Measures Agreement. This is the only international agreement that focuses on illegal fishing. It should be implemented in full and supported by those ports that need this around the world. Traceability systems. These are important to understand where the fish is coming from the moment it's caught to when it arrives on your plate. Harmonising seafood traceability standards globally to track accurate catch data from that location is absolutely key. We should take up electronic catch documentation schemes and make sure we can identify that catch to stop illegal product entering the markets. A big one for this conference, unique beneficial ownership. If we understand where and who is owning these fleets and where the money is going, we can clamp down. There are not many beneficial ownerships. This is a key area for us to focus on. We need to get rid of perverse incentives and subsidies in order that people focus where their fishing operations should happen. So the work from the World Trade Organization on fisheries subsidies should be implemented. And then ultimately, we need to adopt artificial intelligence and leading open technologies and electronic monitoring systems to ensure that we can operate at the scale that is needed around the world. We saw also commitments from countries from the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, from the federal states of Micronesia, Panama, and the NGO Ocean Outcomes, all of which defined clear and practical actions that can be taken in order to defeat IUU fishing, and I recommend you read those in the reports afterwards. In conclusion, I felt we gave clear and concrete actions. What it now needs is the political will to put those actions in place. It's you all that can do that. It's our ocean, it's our action. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Long, for your concise but very important summary of your deliberations in the plenary session 4. Now I invite Mr. Mahase Pradhan. I hope that I pronounced your name correctly, from UNEP COPSI, to present the outcomes of the plenary session 5 on marine pollution. Floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Maybe I start with the commitments that were made. 8 commitments, nearly $2 billion US. Amazing. We started with Ireland on ocean protection, including marine research and clean coast programs. We had Japan talking about new commitments on climate change, marine pollution, and maritime security. We had Slovenia on wastewater systems, microplastics monitoring. We had Romania on the EU Single-Use Plastic Directive and a deposit return system. Philippines talked about marine plastic removal by 2030, including the EPR scheme, and then the Environmental Justice Foundation talking about recycling initiatives for fishing gear. The Big Ocean States Initiative looked at reducing plastic dependency through citizen science, and then we had the Aquarium Conservation Partnership talking about eliminating single-use plastics across operations. But coming to the panel itself, Plenary 5, it comprised of panelists from governments, from businesses, NGOs, scientists, and youth, which all focused on the urgency of addressing marine plastic pollution through a comprehensive life cycle-based management. They emphasized a legally binding international commitment, enforceable criteria for evaluation, and for the sustainability of plastic products and chemicals. Second, they talked about the establishment of an independent and unbiased scientific advisory body that was supporting and guiding the treaty implementation to ensure scientifically informed decisions. Third, participants highlighted the critical need for financial mechanisms, and here mainly, I think, public-private partnerships and the engagement with development finance institutions. The fourth one, and this is very interesting, was the voice of the youth and local community as a powerful driver of societal change, which emphasized hands-on educational activities and the moral authority of young people. And in this case, I must shout out to our youth representative on the panel, Zoe, who also celebrated her birthday today. So happy birthday, Zoe. And last but not the least, it also talked about regional and international collaboration frameworks for accountability, for sustained stakeholder involvement, and also to look at transboundary marine plastic pollution. Basically, the session called for global action with defined responsibilities, substantial financial support, and strong political commitment. I think this year, with the upcoming Global Plastics Treaty negotiations in Geneva this August, represents a pivotal moment to all these elements, to combine all these elements into a binding international agreement, ensuring lasting impacts on ocean health and sustainability. And given that 2025 is the ocean super year, from Busan we go to Nice and then to Nairobi, it's amazing. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that summary. Now I invite Professor James Kraska from U.S. Navy War College to reflect on the deliberations of the plenary session 6 on maritime security. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and also thank you to the Korea Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries for the honor of being able to help execute their vision for the Our Oceans Conference 2025. And also thank you to the many supporters, particularly in maritime security, such as Korea Maritime Institute and the Republic of Korea Navy. Our panel's focused on the growing threat of instability in the Western Pacific due to numerous factors, including balance of power dynamics, and we focused on the requirement to integrate alliance efforts to secure the sea lanes. We also looked at legacy frameworks for protecting submarine cables and pipelines and how they would benefit from another look and refreshment to enhance international cooperation to protect undersea infrastructure. Our speakers highlighted the importance of upholding international law through the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea and other instruments, as well as the need for capacity building to enhance implementation of these instruments and the requirement for targeted assistance. We also heard about real-world accounts that revealed the toll of maritime piracy on seafarers and the global supply chain. We looked at the requirements for a stable, rules-based order at sea and how to enhance international safety and security to bring about sustainable ocean governance and global economic stability. If I can talk about, just for a minute or so, the main themes, the keys to addressing the threats to maritime security. These include the geopolitical destabilization, regional issues in maritime security that make it critical to refocus on balance of power in regional dynamics. We looked at the vulnerability of submarine infrastructure and the susceptibility of sabotage and how to protect this critical infrastructure. We also explored limited understanding of enforcement of maritime laws and limited capacity to enforce those laws. And these are exacerbated by ongoing political instability in the region and other strategic areas such as the Red Sea. Finally, we had two commitments for our panel. The first was the Southeast Asia Fisheries and Anti-IUU Fishing Efforts of the Southeast Asian Fisheries Development Center, which committed to intensifying regional cooperation and human resource development to combat illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing. Key measures of the initiative include implementing a vessel registry and electronic ASEAN catch documentation scheme, as well as strengthening monitoring, control, and surveillance, or MCS efforts to increase capacities of ASEAN member states. And we had a second commitment from a major non-governmental organization which pledged $6 million by 2027 to enhance maritime law enforcement capacities and regional cooperation across Latin America. That initiative aims to strengthen maritime law enforcement against IUU fishing and promote economic ecosystem recovery and support sustainable livelihoods with coastal communities through comprehensive protection systems. In conclusion, our session underscored the critical components to achieve maritime security, including ensuring geopolitical stability, enhancing submarine cable and pipeline infrastructure, and implementing maritime law more effectively, prioritizing safety and seafarer welfare and capacity building. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Professor Kraska, for that excellent summary of the deliberations. Now we have our final speaker, Dr. Kim Jong-do from Korea Fisheries Resources Agency. He also chaired the very last but very important session, which is our special theme of this conference, session on digital oceans. So I would like to ask him to present key outcomes of the session, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It was my great privilege to join this very important session as a moderator. We had 5 presentations from leaders of the politics, business, scholars, and NGOs. As 2 key presentation and discussion highlights, first, all speakers strongly emphasized the importance of the data-driven decision-making and digital technologies for strengthening marine governance and climate resilience. From AI-powered forecasting models to autonomous maritime navigation and high-resolution satellite sensing, these innovations are enhancing environmental monitoring, disaster prevention, and also resource management while optimizing efficiency across sectors like shipping, fisheries, and urban development. Second, inclusion, accessibility, and collaboration were identified as essential principles for maximizing technology benefits. Speakers stressed that digital solutions must be accessible to diverse users regardless of technical expertise, languages, or resource constraints while being context sensitive and rooted in strong multi-stakeholder partnership. We had 4 commitment presentations in the session. From Busan Metropolitan City, Busan committed to launching a micro-satellite, developing an intelligent marine environment management platform, and constructing a smart, eco-friendly clean ship. And from the Coast Guard committed to advancing a nationwide digital vessel traffic service platform, and Coast Guard invited international maritime security agencies in 2006 to share insight and foster global cooperation on digital maritime traffic system. And European Commission of EU, they had a showcase commitment. The EU committed an additional 30 million euro through Horizon Europe to advance the digital twin of the ocean, expanding access to the ocean data, models, and IT services for scientists, policymakers, and business. This builds on its earlier 15.6 billion euro investment and reflects the EU's broader pledge of 30 commitments totaling 300 million euro to support ocean sustainability. And lastly, our Ocean Conference Secretariat, the Secretariat committed to launching a modernized online platform for the submission, tracking, and visualization of the voluntary ocean commitments, enhancing transparency and accountability. We have 2 conclusions. Firstly, the Digital Ocean Plenary Session reaffirmed the vital role of digital technology in addressing the urgent and complex challenges facing our ocean. Secondly, from AI-enabled forecasting and autonomous navigation to open access satellite data and participatory digital platform, it becomes clear that the future of the ocean lies in the effective integration of technology with local knowledges, cross-sector partnership, and strong public policies. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kim. Well, thank you to all our speakers for those insightful memories and summaries. Through your remarks, we are reminded of the urgent priorities facing our ocean today, from achieving the 30 by 30 target to revitalizing ocean-based economies, advancing ocean-related carbon reduction, ending IUU fishing, tackling marine plastic pollution, and ensuring a sustainable maritime order. Notably, true to this year's slogan, Our Ocean, Our Action, many sessions focused on the practical steps needed to turn ambition into action. A recurring theme throughout was the need for adequate financing. We recognized that in order to achieve global initiatives, active investment is required across all sectors of the ocean. Efforts were made to explore inclusive and innovative financial solutions to close funding gaps. Another point that stood out was the emphasis on area-based management tools. Over 20 side events addressed topics such as the BBNJ agreement and the marine protected areas. Discussions reaffirmed the international community's strong commitment to marine conservation, not only in national waters, but also in the high seas. Encouragingly, discussions move beyond goal setting to focus on effective management, including promoting stakeholder participation, especially from local communities. Discussions on digital oceans, a special agenda item at this conference, were also dynamic. We observed growing efforts to actively leverage digital technologies to address ocean challenges, including combating IUU fishing and enabling data-driven decision-making. Ladies and gentlemen, in closing, I would like to thank our plenary session chairs and all those who contributed to these meaningful discussions and to today's outcome session. Let us carry forward these insights and commitments with the urgency and determination that our ocean deserves. With that remark, I would like to conclude this final session. I thank you for all your attention and cooperation. With that, I hand over to the MC of this conference.
Thank you. Thank you, moderator, for skillfully facilitating the discussion, and panelists and speakers for sharing your excellent insights with us. And we would like to invite you back to your seats. Thank you very much. This summary session has truly been a very meaningful opportunity to reflect on the discussions that we have had over the past 2 days. This is actually the first time in history of this conference to share overall outcomes discussed during the closing ceremony. Along with the special 10th anniversary session held at the opening ceremony, and the special moments at the closing ceremony, these experiences had made the 10th conference even more meaningful and memorable. Over the past few days here in Busan, we truly have witnessed the full scope of what global efforts for our ocean can look like. And it has been an incredible experience for all of us to see such passion and commitment firsthand, not only during official sessions, but also in countless discussions, exchanges, and moments of inspiration that filled every corner of this conference. Now, from the energy and vision of the Youth Leadership Summit to the powerful messages delivered at the opening ceremony, this conference began with momentum, and that momentum has only grown. And this is not a singular moment or a one-dimensional gathering, but a multi-layered collective experience, one that brought together high-level policymakers, local leaders, scientists, civil society, and youth, all united by the shared growth of protecting and restoring our ocean. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, it is with great honor to invite the Minister of Oceans and Fisheries of Republic of Korea to deliver the official closing remarks. Please welcome His Excellency Minister Kang Do-hyung with a big round of applause.
오션 컨퍼런스에 참석해
distinguished guests from home and abroad here at the 10th Our Ocean Conference, 41 esteemed speakers of our plenary sessions, organizers of more than 80 side events. Thank you all sincerely for joining us and for helping to shape the 10th Our Ocean Conference. I would also like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the members of the OOC Advisory Group composed of past host nations, the OOC Secretariat, and the City of Busan and all the partner institutions involved. It is thanks to your dedication and expertise that this 10th Our Ocean Conference was held so successfully. Over the past 3 days, under the slogan Our Ocean, Our Action, marine leaders from around the world have come together to explore how we can confront the growing crisis facing our ocean. This conference has resulted in the announcement of 277 specific commitments amounting to approximately $9.1 billion in total pledges. The Republic of Korea introduced a new agenda item, Digital Ocean, and through the Business Summit held in partnership with private industry, we expanded the foundation for cooperation among diverse stakeholders. We also took this opportunity to reflect on the commitments made over the past decade and to reignite momentum for the next 10 years of meaningful action. As the Minister of Oceans and Fisheries, every issue discussed at the Our Ocean Conference falls directly within my portfolio, which made each and every perspective shared by global experts all the more significant to me. Many of our marine leaders expressed support for the new initiatives introduced at the 10th conference and voiced your endorsement of Korea's Blue Action Plan. To all those who extended your trust and encouragement to Korea, I express my deepest gratitude, and the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries will do its utmost to live up to your expectations. Furthermore, the Republic of Korea, in cooperation with Chile, aspires to host the 4th UN Ocean Conference as a continued platform for international cooperation and action on ocean issues. Korea will play a responsible role in ensuring that the outcomes of the Our Ocean Conference connect to the discussions at the UN Ocean Conference and ultimately translate into real tangible action. And with this, the curtain falls on the 10th Our Ocean Conference. The baton now passes to Kenya, which will host the 11th Our Ocean Conference. Kenya will become Kenya will become the first African country to host the Our Ocean Conference, and we look forward with great anticipation to the new vision and leadership it will bring to the global stage. Once again, I offer my sincerest thanks to all who joined us here for the 10th Our Ocean Conference, and I would like you all to follow my chant. Now, please join me in welcoming to the stage the Honorable Hassan Ali Joho, Minister of Mining, Blue Economy and Maritime Affairs of Kenya. Minister Hassan Ali Joho, please chant with me. Yes, Honorable Hassan Ali Joho, Minister, please come to the stage.
Ali Joho, up to the stage. The Minister of Oceans and Fisheries of Republic of Korea will now present the official handover item to the Republic of Korea. Minister Kang, please step forward in front of the podium. The official handover item will now be presented to Kenya. 네, 장관님 이양 상패 전달 부탁드리겠습니다. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause to celebrate the symbolic handover. We will now take a commemorative photo, and this symbolic handover marks the leadership to the next host of Our Ocean Conference. Congratulations, Kenya! Another big round of applause, please. Thank you. May the commitments made here in Busan carry forward to the African continent. Thank you once again, and congratulations. His Excellency Kang, thank you very much for your contribution, and we will invite you back to your seats. Thank you. And now it is with great honor to invite the new host of Our Ocean Conference, Kenya. His Excellency Joho, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Honorable Kang Dun-hyun, Minister for Ocean and Fisheries, Republic of Korea, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. As we close this productive gathering, I would like to express my profound appreciation to the People's Republic of Korea for their warmth and gracious hospitality in hosting the 10th Our Ocean Conference. Their generosity has created an environment conducive for deep and collaborative dialogue. Over the first few days, we have come together united by a shared vision to be stewards of one of our planet's most vital resource, our oceans. These discussions have been rich and meaningful, highlight both challenges and boundless opportunities our oceans hold. Our conversations have transcended borders, forging partnerships and commitments that will benefit generations to come. I wish to sincerely thank every delegate representing governments, civil society, the private sector, academia, scientific communities, and partner organizations for your passion, commitment, and invaluable contributions. Your efforts have made this conference truly impactful. Today, I am honored and humbled to officially accept the baton of hosting the 11th Our Ocean Conference, which will take place in 2026 in East Africa at the vibrant coastal city of Mombasa, Kenya. This marks a historic milestone, the first time this esteemed global conference will be held on an African soil. Africa is home to some of the world's most diverse marine ecosystems, essential for food security, economic prosperity, and cultural identity. Kenya is an active member of the high-level panel for sustainable ocean economy and the host of the United Nations Environmental Programme, UNEP. Kenya has demonstrated unwavering commitment to marine conservation and environmental leadership through ambitious national policies and initiatives. We need to be accountable to our oceans to ensure prosperity for all. As vast as the ocean is, so is our collective responsibility. Ocean sustainability must be accompanied by social and economic justice, ensuring that no one is left behind, and that our shared blue economy benefits both people and planet. The conference in Kenya will be an opportunity to spotlight Africa's blue economy agenda and address critical issues affecting our oceans. We look forward to mobilizing bold collaborative solutions and new global regional partnerships for the health of our oceans. This is more than just an acceptance. It is a commitment to lead. Let us build on the momentum of this year's achievements to ensure that our oceans remain a source of life, food, identity, and opportunity for current and future generations, so that you know Kenya is that home where you could swim after breakfast in the most cleanest, purest, sandy beaches, and have lunch with a wild animal like zebra, giraffe, lions, and spend the evening in mountainous area viewing the Mount Kenya within the day. So I hope all of you will not miss that opportunity to come and sample our warm hospitality and sumptuous cuisines. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you, and we are eagerly looking forward to welcoming you to Kenya in 2026. Kamsanida, asante sana, and karibuni Kenya. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the remarkable remarks, and congratulations, Your Excellency, Minister of Kenya. And we look forward to the 11th Our Ocean Conference in Kenya. Thank you once again. And now, ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the end of our journey of the 10th Our Ocean Conference, where the world stood united for our ocean. May the commitments that we made take shape from this very moment. And thank you so much for staying with us until the final moments of today's closing ceremony. Thank you once again, and we wish you safe journeys back home. Thank you. And one quick housekeeping note, the farewell dinner will be taking place at the Grand Ballroom, the same venue as lunch. So please follow the guidance of our staff to the dinner venue. And we look forward to seeing you again. Thank you once again.